fire, on fire, I'm like, on fire, I'm like, on fire, on fire, on fire, on fire, on fire, on fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking jump. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my pain, made it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I've been thinking about turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it up, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, I'm on fire, I'm like, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man with purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry sexual. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been in free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a got to smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. Wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, I'm on fire, I'm like, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, more fire, I'm like, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
May the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking jump. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my pain, made it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I've been thinking about turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it up, don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'ma spark that shit. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ash get cold. More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, I'm on fire, I'm like, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, I jump up and count my blessings. Yeah, I ball out so hard, got them thinking I'm man with purchase. Yeah, look at me manifesting. I'm in love with the bread and look at the spread. I'm thinking I'm blueberry sexual. Sign on the dotted circle the amount. Hella O's like I went running routes. I wanted this since I jumped off of the porch. I've been in free since I lived on River's couch. Gold frames on me leading the charge. My eyes is open, I can see it to Mars. I'm Steve with the Max serving up genius bars. Reach for the ceiling, nigga.
I'm the same little with a got to smile. I never backtrack. I'm a long way from home with the block too hot. I ain't touching on road, break ground when I grow. I was kissed by a rose. Wouldn't go a mile if they lace my souls. I could walk on air like I'm stepping on stone. I'ma spark this shit, don't fear no death. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
More fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, I'm on fire, I'm like, I'm on fire, more fire, I'm on fire, I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire, more fire. I'm like, more fire, I'm like, more fire, more fire, more fire, more
the truth be told, I was down bad, now I got it on go. Finna count my dough till my thumb got slit. Put my neck on glitz, put my name on the list. Finna shine on the fucking jump. From the bay, been player one, way too clean. I was born this way, this my DNA. I was EBT, now the bread on the way was the ETA. I done took my payment, it sound too clean. I'm a trailer. Never thought I can't, got $1 on me. What is life but a dream? I've been thinking about turn me up. I ain't even hit 10, bro. This shit lightweight. Let them feel my bass. Finna test your jaw like my last name Davis. Heard your slap, but it sound outdated. Wouldn't rate it. I got a 10 in the backseat, peeling off clothes. I'm 5 in the crib, and she putting on a show. Tell him eat my dust when the green light show. I'ma peel it off if you don't want this smoke. Lil, you don't want this smoke. I'ma spark that. I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down to the ashes cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire, more fire.
Spark that I've been feeling on edge. I'ma burn that down till the ash get cold.
I'm on fire, more fire, more fire.
I just need a spark, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 𝐆𝐥𝐸.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
Hey,คุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับ มิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Erangel. Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลเข้าบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เฮ้ย เป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับ มิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's Power Grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego Fishing Camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยาง มีถังน้ำ ฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับ ข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข้งนี้มีแบบเดียว อิรังเกลครับ ข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Erangel. Erangel.
That's Erangel.
Diego. I'm sure. This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โห อันนี้มิรามาหรือเปล่าพี่นุ่นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Tego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมิรามาโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ย อันนี้มันทริกลอนโดครับลอนโดผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far and like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us TE at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami Alter Ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
บ๊ายบาย
Bye bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับผมเอียโนรินจากทีม𝐿𝐴rena ครับ
Hello everyone, I am Siko from X-Men.
Tại con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CIMOY Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึงครับ
C1MOYAIWL.
CIMOYQIWA.
C1M0.
อ๋อชีวา ROSIITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR.
ROSSITEDJR.
ROSHITLD and GUNION.
เดี๋ยวเป็น S เหรอนิดนึงพี่มอนไม่ว่านิดเดียวLAMBAOUW ครับ
LAMBOOUWU.
LABAOUWU.
LAMBAOUWU. Oh, it's an A. No.
อ๋ออันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ.
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 ถ้าผิดไม่รู้พูดไง DUCKHJEUZ ครับ
DUCKJHUZ.
DUCKIJLUC, I think.
DUCKSGEUZ. Oh, I forgot the H.
It's too hard, bro.
HAISAKI ครับ
HAISAKI.
HAISAKI.
HAISAKI. Haisuke.
ว่าคนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัว J แน่นอนหรือเบิ้ลตัว A วะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัว A นะฮะ AAJINOTZ แล้วกัน
ALJNBOTZ.
ALJIBOTZ.
LLG BOZ. That's my teammate. He's gonna be mad.
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY.
SCA PPY, I think.
SCAPPI. Copy. Oh no, it's copy.
Bye bye.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked-out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world, expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I changed. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐿𝐿.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
Easy, very easy. Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับ มิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go Bottego. C.
This easy too. This school. Erangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลข้อ B ครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ย เป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับ มิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's power grid, surely.
Erangel
That must be Taego Fishing Camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
That's Rondo.
Rondo
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข่งนี้มีแมปเดียวอีเลนเกลครับข้อ B
Oh, this was only in Irango.
Erangel
That's Erangel.
Taego I'm sure
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มีดราม่าหรือเปล่าเป็นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We're running through these. Taego.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอคิดว่ามีดราม่าโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo
อุ้ยอันนี้มันทริกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami alter ego di APAC qualifier nanti. Mudah-mudahan kami dapat hasil yang terbaik. Kalau bisa juara, amin. Dan jangan lupa doain kami. Sama ada juga kan di teman kita ada ikut juga SE. Semoga beri yang terbaik. Dukung kami terus.
Bye bye. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.
สวัสดีครับผมเยโนรินจากทีมเอเรนาครับ
Hello everyone, I am 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 from X-Men.
Tay con mình đang thi đấu cho đội tuyển Aeon Legend.
CIMOY Y แล้วก็ I ครับ IW แล้วก็ Y ตัวหนึ่งครับ
C1MOYAIWL
𝐶𝐼MOYQIWA
C1M0
อ๋อชีวา ROSIITEDJR ครับ
ROSSITEDJR
ROSSITEDJR
ROHHITRD and GUNIR
เดี๋ยวเป็น S เหรอนิดนึงพี่มอนไม่ว่านิดเดียวLAMBAOUW ครับ
LAMBOOUW
LABAOUWU
LAMBAOUW Oh, it's an A. No.
อ๋ออันนี้ง่ายเลยครับ NOURINZ ครับ
NOURINZ
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 ถ้าผิดไม่รู้พูดไง DUCKHJEUZ ครับ
DUCKJHUZ
DUCKIJLUC I think
DUCKSGEUZ Oh, I forgot the H.
It's too hard, bro.
HAISAKI ครับ
HAISAKI
HAISAKI
𝐏𝐔𝐁����
คนนี้น่าจะมีเบิ้ลตัวเจแน่นอนหรือเบิ้ลตัวเอวะน่ากลัวเบิ้ลตัวเอนะฮะ 𝐴𝐴𝐺𝐼𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿𝐿
ALJIBOTG.
LLG, That's my teammate. He's gonna be mad.
SCAPPY ครับ
SAKKY
SCAPPY I think.
SCAPPS. Copy. Oh no, it's copy.
Bye bye.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Yes, he will! Here with the shotgun around the side! PGC champion!
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chain but hard too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey, in the storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
The final day of action here at the PAQ Phase 2 qualifiers of 2025. We've had 18 games already, and in a lot of regions, that would be it. That would be everything. But out here in APAC, there is one last day for teams to have 6 final matches to get their chance to lock themselves in a spot at PGS 9 and 10 and PGC right here in Bangkok at the end of the year. I'm Saga. Over that side is Contra. Sorry, had to figure out how cameras work. And we've got one last day of games. We've had some spicy stuff going on all weekend, and it has left us in such an interesting place for this last day of games.
Yeah, there's just so much to elaborate when it comes down to who will make it into PGS 9 and 10, and also the spot for these guys to also contend for them to qualify into the PGC as well. So we'll, of course, elaborate on that. If you guys are tuning in for the first time, we're only down to our final 6 games remaining. So these guys are ready for the hurdle, and we've already completed the 3 days of play-in stage, and this is the very last day of the final. So that being said, though, we'll have to take a look at whether or not can these teams make those final adjustments before we hit right into those flights.
And there's gonna really not be any time left after this. They've had 3 days of preparation for this final day, 3 days of matches up to this point. And this is the last chance. This is their final opportunity to stack up any points. The last day of the final stage for these 16 teams who qualified, whether it was directly through their national league or whether it was through the play-in stage. Some of the teams from both sides of that coin have really put up some very solid performances, but it is only the top 3 plus global partners who will be in a position to make an appearance in Malaysia for PGS 9 and 10 in just a few weeks' time. And here are the teams who are looking to get their name on those flight tickets, and we definitely have some favorites coming into this based on how the games have gone over the first 3 days of the final stage, but it is still anyone's game, still up for grabs. They've been kept extremely close in the leaderboards.
True enough, right now sitting at the top of the table is Full Sense, as they have acquired a total of 5 chicken dinners throughout the span of the 3 days run. And look at the rest of the field as well. It's rather competitive, as teams are also looking to challenge that number 3 spot with the Expendables drawing it to a close. We got a whopping 80K on the line, and of course the big lion's share will be given to the champions with a total of 25 at the top, and of course the number will decrease based on their ranking by the end of the run. But then again, there's also those individual prizes of MVP, Last Standing, Grenade Master, which I think a lot has been taken by the members of Full Sense. We'll see if that's going to be changing for today.
And there's still plenty of time for those things to change around. There's a lot of value in the individual prizes as well, particularly MVP, another just straight up $1,000 for the MVP of the tournament. We've got some names that we're sort of looking at, definitely at this point. The entirety of Full Sense has made an excellent case for themselves, but there's a few other standouts individually who in this particular point system format have thrived. We saw a lot of people switching things up and playing different play styles through all of the formats that have been experimented with over the years. But this is good old super settings, 10 points for the winner chicken dinner, descending amounts of points as we get down in the placement points up towards the top 8, 1 point per kill, and all of that culminates in your final ranking on the leaderboard, and including when you get to PGS 9. If you qualify to that, your position on the standings in the leaderboard at that event, providing those PGS points that are all important. There will be a similar amount of points available at PGS 10 as well, just a couple of weeks down the line from that event. But there are definitely some teams who are really going to need to stack these points up if they want a chance to qualify for PGC. But it's tough because it's not just against APAC, it's not just the best in Vietnam and Thailand and the rest of SEA. When you get to PGS, it's the best in the world. It's super difficult, and it's really, really tough for any of those teams to get the points.
That's right. We are giving 3 slots for the top 3 teams here from APAC as they're looking to secure their slot in the Global Championship. So if a global partner team is placed in the top 3, the next highest ranked team will qualify for the PUBG Global Series. That being said, currently the Expendables is holding one of the spots, and that may actually extend it further down to top 4 and even top 5, so to speak.
Yeah, right now it will be the top 4, but that is all set to change because in yesterday's matches, the Expendables didn't really impress. In fact, if anything, they disappointed quite heavily. 20 points on the day for day number 3, and that has kept the gap incredibly close. Whether it's the teams that came in through the direct seeding after picking up top 3 or top 2 in their respective national series, or the teams that came through the play-ins after not performing to quite the same levels in their own home leagues, still coming in here putting up big performances. The likes of Buriram United as well, up in 4th place currently. Once again, it's the tiebreaker, 0-point gap between themselves and Team Flash, both on 124 points overall, just a single placement point being the difference that benefits Buriram United. But still plenty of movement available, because the Expendables, after that 20-point day, sitting on 133 points. It's definitely a gap that can be closed by a massive amount of teams, as far down as perhaps 10th place, definitely in with a fantastic chance. And teams like Theerathon 5, eArena, and Forest Natural Gaming gave themselves really good opportunities by getting those all-important wins. They started off the entirety of the final stage a little bit slow, but yesterday was a big comeback day for some of those teams, and they've got momentum on their side coming into our final day.
They definitely do, and yesterday's run only sees Happie squad to be the only non-tie team to be able to secure the chicken dinner, and then you see this big activation from Buriram United Esports that really see them push all the way through into the top 4 right now. And in some of the rounds as well, back into Wrangle, that's where Forest Natural Gaming have really shown some signs of life, giving them just about enough hope for them to find themselves perhaps into the PGC, since there is that one allocated slot for the best performing Thai team to be playing in the global stage.
Yeah, there's some stipulations to be had with that position as well. We'll get into that as the day progresses and see how things work out. Currently, with that addition of the regional wildcard slot directly to the PGC finals, not even to the group stage or the last chance, straight to the finals to represent their home nation of Thailand at PGC at the end of the year. Currently, that position is held onto by Full Sense. They've got the maximum amount of points from this tournament. There is no more that they can get, but they're still not out of the woods completely, because with yesterday's games, some of those teams that started to make a comeback have got themselves into a position on the leaderboard that they could realistically climb from. Forest being one of them. They were the team 2nd place overall in points. T5 as well, a really solid day. They started off this event in 1st place on the PAQ overall points for the Thailand teams. And if they can climb just a little bit further in the standings, they might be able to sneak it out at the last minute, and there is nothing that Full Sense can do about it. They can't be better than 1st place. So really, the ball is out of their hands. They've done all they can do. They've got 1st place. That's all the points they can get. Now they just have to sit and hope that the other Thai teams don't do enough to overtake them in those points. But this is going to help them out, having 3 of your 4 players on the roster in the top 4 for MVP, ahead even of Himas. Really impressive stuff from Full Sense, and a lot of it came down to their absolutely rampant day on day number 2 of the final stage.
True enough, all they really have to do right now is to have a maintenance of about an average 5-pointer run for each respective map, and that should be just enough for them to hold on to that number 1 spot. And they also do get to play spoilers for the entire evening. I'm definitely looking at this team to be able to have a big say on what happens throughout the course of the 6 matches. And we've definitely seen plenty of shifts when it comes down to individual performances. A lot of the names coming from the Expendables have slid down the pecking order, and that kind of see even new names like Destroy to take over, now sitting at number 2 on the survival rate, and that really pushes Anyone's Legends up the list as well, currently at top 3 with a total of 128 points.
Grenade damage as well. This has been something that APAC over the years has progressed massively in the use of utility. 𝘁𝐺 right now leading the pack, but Armory Gaming's 𝐾𝐿 actually up here almost on 600. Just one well-placed grenade away from catching up to 𝘁𝐺 and potentially sneaking into 1st place, getting that MVP reward. If he can one-bang someone with a grenade, 100-0, he's right up there. It could definitely be done. And it's good to see any sort of incentive that there is for APAC players to start throwing their grenades before they go down, just barrel 1v1ing each other, is nice to see. T5, you can see they've been in the wars all the way throughout this tournament, but they've been surviving their way through it. Flucky with 9 revives and Patampong with 10, currently leading the charge for the entire lobby as a whole. Between the two of them, that's 20 revives across all of the games that we've had so far. They've been really going through it, but they've done a really good job of making the bounce back, particularly in yesterday's games. A lot of appearances in the late stages of the matches, top 4 appearances in a few of our matches yesterday, and hopefully they can keep that going.
Yeah, I'm super impressed with the performance of Theerathon 5 overall, where they definitely have super high survival rate, especially Fluky have been able to make the final hurdle to be the last member remaining in many of these instances. Meanwhile, Team Flash will have 𝐷𝐿oid to be the major kill stealer of the show, and initially it was a couple of these members coming from the side of Full Sense. I think 𝐷𝐿oid has got like 100% ratio on the steals as well, so he should be able to keep up to the tempo for this evening. We will once again start off with 2 rounds back-to-back in Miramar, and then we head over to Taego. We'll take the 5-minute break, and then we dive right into Rondo. And to close out the night, it's going to be the double wrangle for us to see who will be the champions of the APAC qualifiers.
Yeah, nothing new at all about the final stage maps that we're going to be using. Nothing crazy, nothing outrageous. There has been some changes to the game itself that's going to affect every single map across the board. The gameplay in general, some shifts around that we have been seeing, particularly in other regions. BRDMs have been playing a really big part, particularly in late game in open areas. They're just so oppressive, difficult to get rid of, and if you have the opportunity to call one in and make use of it, you're just really hard to deal with, and you have full control over the circles. What we've been seeing a lot of out here in APAC, SMGs are really starting to creep their way in towards the meta. Some teams opting to pick them up even over the likes of an AUG or any other sort of AR. So maybe that's something that we'll see a little bit more of today. Something that we can see explored and potentially at PGS if certain teams qualify. This is one team that everyone is expecting to qualify to those international events. Right now, they're leading the way in terms of the APAC points. Anyone's Legend, formerly AGG, formerly Roy Esports, formerly something else. They change their name every other week. But one thing's for sure, you know the names of the players, regardless of what their actual name of the squad is. You know 𝐴𝐻𝑚𝑎S, you know Tycon. Looks like Destroy is in today, so 𝐿𝑑𝑎𝑡 hitting the bench for the 2nd day in a row. That 5-man roster really want to be contended with.
Yeah, overall they've been able to really show some great signs of progress day after day, and yesterday they were really close to securing some wins of their own as well. So I really do think that there is a huge potential for Anyone's Legends to still be able to have a very similar tempo to play throughout the course of this evening. And they did mention about the SMGs as well. It really feels like each team now has a little bit of their own identity, where the PVS teams, they love to carry the M249, and then you take a look at Brum United. A few of these members love to also hold that Panzer files towards the late game at the very same time. So it really shows us a lot of different kind of dynamics and what these teams try to accomplish throughout the entire course of the run. And I think another team that has been able to secure some massive leaps was HAPPIE Squad, and securing that chicken dinner. And I believe it was CJ or Elgin Bots that had like, what, 2 Panzer fouls in the final circle, and he's been able to really blast his way into that big win.
Yeah, another change that really shifted a lot of the way that teams play the game was just the addition of trunk space in every vehicle. Now everyone just has extra space for utility, grenades, Panzerfaust, folded shields. They've just got so much more in terms of their freedom and their tools that they get to bring in towards the late stages of the game, and it doesn't really cost them anything to do so. It does mean that a few more teams are willing to play these more open field spaces, but then that opens them up to getting mortared, and we've seen so many teams in the kill feed being knocked, even flushed by mortars as well. So everyone's starting to get used to locking them in, dialing in their targets, and really landing those explosive shots. Armory Gaming, they managed to get themselves 1 win on the board in yesterday's matches. It might be a little bit too late for them to really make a big push up towards the top end of the standings and their leaderboard, but that doesn't mean that they can't have impact, because there's so many teams. 10 of the teams in the lobby right now, maybe 9 if we discount Full Sense. They're not really competing for a PGS slot. They just need to maintain their hold on first place. But then there's 9 other teams that are all still contending for those PGS slots, and it's all within 20 to 25 points between those squads, including the Expendables, currently in second place with 133. If you go down to maybe 10th place, Sharper Esports on 97. It's all super close. It's all to play for. And with 6 games left to go, let's get started with map number 1. We're going back to Miramar to start things off for the final day of the PAQ final stage.
And back in day 3, it was Sharper Esports as well as Finhay CERBERUS within the range of top 2 as well as top 3 respectively. And within the span of those 6 runs, you see them slip all the way down to 10th. So right now they have to do a lot to play catch up against the rest of the field. But then again, when we see the disparity of the points being less than 10 points, so it is still relatively doable for both Finhay CERBERUS as well as Sharper Esports. So they just gotta put their best foot forward from here on out. And eArena, the first one off of the plane to be booking Protona for themselves. A lot of space over the south side, as majority of these teams are looking to aim a spot somewhere across the central fields or even further north.
Wondering where Full Sense is going to end up. They've not opted to go for their typical drop spot of 𝐶𝐿. Coming out of the plane extremely late. Maybe going over towards La Cabrera. Did see 1 or 2 northern zones on a few of our maps, including one on Rondo in yesterday's matches. Didn't go all the way north, but it was a big problem for a lot of teams that committed that far to the north. I've seen a few where there's rivers that have caused issues for some of the shifts, but that's not going to be a problem this time. There might be a slight issue between Fluky, Flash, and who else is that? Belmoth of Full Sense up towards the northwestern side of water treatment, but they're going to back away, fall back for vehicles. That's good news because they've got a long drive ahead of them. Bororam United, TDT, and Windy Esports happy to see this zone centering up just on the southeastern side of Los Leones. A little bit of water in play on the far southeastern side, but only really those 3 teams with any sort of position on this phase 1 shift.
Yeah, Bororam United must have felt a little bit more relief seeing the zone fall upon them. Meanwhile, it will definitely take a long journey for the rest of the field. Bororam United definitely have surprised us, as they didn't exactly had such a great day out in our second day of play. But we've seen them improve drastically, especially on the final 2 rounds playing in Wrangell yesterday night. Perhaps they might just be able to land themselves that direct slot into the PGC. The Expendables now also have to go in for a little bit more of a push. And then once Legends just trailing behind 5 points, or should I say 6, is my math isn't really mapping all too well to kick off the run. But the Expendables, usually they've been able to rely on Tanvu to bring those key points back to the table. But Delvin seemed to be one of the players that get punished quite a whole lot, being the first one to be picked up for plenty of all these maps. So hopefully he's a little bit more conservative for today.
I wouldn't put money on it. You got Vietnamese IGLs. These guys, I don't know whether conservative is a word that's sort of in their vocabulary. They're just always aggressive, always looking for opportunities to expand their hold. Maybe not necessarily looking for kills, but looking for ways to capitalize on positioning. Riz does have the perfect weapon if he's going to try and swing this corner. Oh, he sees the vehicle. He knows there's something wrong. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate. 𝐿𝐴𝐴 maybe could have got the drop on him if Riz took a few more steps forward, but now he knows that this guy heard him pull up here. He knows if he gets in the vehicle, starts reversing, he's in serious trouble. So he's just going to hold the line, wait for support to come in from the teammates. Jun has spotted him, though. He's got the Dragonov. Might be in one-tap range if he can turn it onto the vehicle as he disappears into the distance, but 𝐿𝐴𝐴 can't land the bullets. Riz just ripped him out of the car. The MP5 from close range, getting the job done. Jun does answer back, though, switching over to the AK, and it will be a 1-for-1 trade for now.
And Khan arriving to the scene in the nick of time. He's got an M16 in hand as well, alongside with a 6X. Should be able to them from a long distance, but Ruse leading really quickly. I don't think it's going to be a case in point where they will be able to secure a save, while June as well as Vanny managing to close things out. Also getting a knock over on the side of Edie, and it is just going to be a full on from here on. Sprays through the AUG, but I think Buram United decides this is not a fight that they can afford to take, especially with those points at stake at this moment.
777 out of play in today's matches. Gone back to Wang Yi and Zayu. Sort of the previous roster that TDT was working with. So some decent plays out of 777, and this time around they do get the better of Buriram United. There was the initial trade of knocks. Riz just absolutely dumpstered 𝐿𝑌𝑠ℎ, trying to sneak his way out, get the tag in with the Scar, but close range, the damage of the MP5 a little bit too much. Even if he just quickly seat swapped, just went for the hip fire, it was enough, but not enough time for the rest of Buriram United to get involved in the fight and secure that kill point. They've lost 2. They've lost Eddie as well. Big losses for them, and they are the team that is holding on to the top 4 qualification slot as it currently stands. If you're a team like T5 or Team Flash, you see that in the kill feed, you're licking your lips. You know you've got a big opportunity now. If you can just not have a total disaster this game, get at least 7-8 points on the board, you've got a good chance of overtaking and getting into those qualifying slots, and then you get to hold the line.
Yeah, it really seems like right at this moment when we kickstart the run, the teams are actually playing at a little bit of a slower pacing, understanding that they cannot afford to make big mistakes. And like you said, the moment that they see the enemies are on the feet, getting popped, like, they will be feeling absolutely ecstatic. Oh, I see a little bit of spin right there. Baron might fancy this opportunity to try to see if he can get an easy picking, but that isn't exactly the first angle for the rest of Forest to really get into all these tags. And Baron just wants to regroup with the rest of Forest to see if they could actually turn the other way around. If not, spotted Ia though. He's setting up somewhere towards the hillside. He's just relaying back the info back towards the rest of Happie's squad, and perhaps this is just going to be a big plan coming for Happie to try to cut their passage.
Trying to find an avenue as Scappy is making his way up the hilltop. Ian does have the iron sights on the ace. It's not ideal, but he can just pop the tires. Doesn't really have to aim for the dome. Just make it more difficult for Scappy to get out of there. He's spun out. He's doing his best. He's taken a couple of headshots. And Aya just popping that tire. Scappy had no way to get out of there. This is another potentially big knock, big flush, big kill. Forest is one of those teams that is chasing the spot. They were less than 20 points away from creeping up into the top 4. Losing out on one of their players early on is not going to help them in that regard. No way they're going to go back and try and grab that blue chip either. A long distance out, and what's happened there? Tidoy has got the point. Got the confirm onto Simon T. Now they've overtaken. They're up into top 4.
Wow. And there's even more news happening over the fit with 2 members of New Home getting taken off the list by the members of Windy as they try to traverse across. Jun now holding Tanvo inside the shack. Doesn't seem like he could be able to squeeze it through those angles though. The rest of the Expendables are planted across the hillside, and the rest of TDT, they're not gonna give way. It doesn't seem like there's much help being given towards the side of Tanvo. Not that he really needs it, since he does have the pickup truck right behind being parked up, so he will be able to just quickly move across the field. And all these teams are really making some firm advancements into the zone to try to see if they could get anywhere closer to Puerto Paraiso. And it's starting to get a lot more congested. The Expendables can absolutely play along the high grounds, and they would expect plenty more teams to be moving around the area.
Well, the zone that we had, kind of southeastern side of Los Leones, there's going to be teams playing on the high ground, the cliffs, sort of hedging their bets, whether it's going to be going to the east or back into Los Leones. Potentially an urban ending, could still go out towards the north or the western edges of the city limits. There's quite a few zones that end in around that area. 6, 7, 8, 9 Might be feeling some pressure. He spotted the vehicles creeping up underneath. Might try and find an opportunity to put some shots in. If anyone gets out of these vehicles, they might be in trouble. But he's going to wait for the last one to pull up. Knows Olympus is underneath. He's shuffling forwards, looking for a chance.
It is great display being displayed for him. 6, 7, 8, 9. And finally getting a clear shot. And he does it. Gets the hit out of Olympus. And he might be able to get another one as he switches to the SKS. Wow. From the pan to the fire. It doesn't seem like Forest Natural Gaming gets to get any form of a break. But now, taking out the hitman of Forest Natural Gaming, Kiss. Will be able to contribute in this match, and it's only down to Baron. His helmet's pretty much shredded at the very same time, so I guess he really needs to play it a little bit slowly, find a good shack to cover himself. Meanwhile, Happy Squad, they've been able to really hold that space over Nerf, but they are still too far from where they need to be on the far opposite end of the map.
Yeah, they just didn't even get a chance. Forest just picked off on rotation early on and then just trying to make their way through. Caught off on the side. Almost had Baron drive directly in towards New House as well. That could have been game over way too early on for their liking. Even so, down to a solo this early on in the game. It's going to be difficult for them to get anything together. Opportunity now for those teams who are maintaining their hold on the PGS slots, which does still remain as the top 4 for now. They can extend their lead a little, or maybe a team like Sharper Esports, who yesterday's games, the less said about them, the better, honestly, for Sharper. Maybe they've got a chance to start stacking up some points and build some confidence back for themselves. An opportunity to overtake. But this is good news, though, for Full Sense. Watching Forest not climbing up the standings, as there is 3 teams that are big threats to Full Sense. Right now, with their first place that they currently have, that's 140 APAC points that they've picked up. That puts them on 200. There are 3 teams that can overtake them while Full Sense remain in first place. That's T5, Forest, and eArena. All of them need, at minimum, top 4. T5 is only a few points away from getting that. Well, they're putting up a fight the best that they can. Windy has been getting some kills on the board, but just breaching a little bit too aggressively, maybe sending it forwards. There's an opportunity for 6, 7, 8, 9 to be caught as he tried to hop down, look to grab the revive. Dynasty is last man standing for Buriram United. If he goes down, this leaves the door to top 4 wide open for Flash, T5, for eArena just to waltz straight on in.
Wow, Marcus just unleashes the Panzer Fouls just to secure the point over onto Khan. Only 1 member remaining for the side of Buriram United. And he needs to find a further end for him to just hold out. Dynasty needs to lease back a couple more points. Currently, Team Flash is trailing pretty closely. They're still tied at this moment, as each of them respectively have been able to acquire 1 kill so far. The rest of Windy definitely feeling a little bit more confident right now. Marcus has been doing such a great job throughout this matchup. It's only been like, what, 10 minutes or so of play, and they've been able to really grab all these form of opportunities. And ever since Buriram United just moved into Porto Prairie, so it doesn't seem like they've been able to really get any form of break. But that shot almost took out 𝐷𝐷𝐼. Thankfully, he's been able to make the perfect leap.
Yeah, he just hopped straight down, immediately got run over. Well, Windy is still looking to clear it out, but Dynasty's got a Panzerfaust in there. They went for the flash, but he had bigger utility. They didn't even get the chance to throw the flashbang. They just opened the door. He wipes out 2 immediately. It's a 1 versus 1 now. He's holding the angle. He's holding the door. He gets the headshot onto Marcus too. He could get this done.
He absolutely could. Sees his arm right now, but the repeat was good. Marcus aims directly to the head, and that sends out Buriram United. Now this is the perfect opportunity for Team Flash to look for an overtake. And they're already marking onto those members of Finhay Cerberus. They're the ones that's been peppering 𝐷𝐼 early on. It is an even spread, and they've got just about enough covers, so it will take a while before Team Flash will add any more towards the tally. Theerathon 5 taking a slow approach, but they might just bump into the rest of Happie Squad, opting to do exactly the same. Patampong just racing right behind him, but chooses to steer the other way around. He knows for sure that the rest of Happie Squad is going to be pretty close by. That's just a smart maneuver out of T5 to ensure that they don't get busted midway through their convoy.
I don't mind it. I knew they were lurking on the edge of the blue zone, seeing a team go in front of them. I knew they had to be low HP. They were looking to try and find an opportunity. Tambu finds the head of 𝐿𝑝. Oh my. Quick double headshot. The flashbang through the window. Just sprints out of the cave. Puts 𝐿𝑝 back in the ground. And the Expendables looking like that form that they were unable to find yesterday. Might just be back. Baron, he was lurking in around Puerto Paraíso when that 1v1 battle went down after Dynasty just kaboomed 2 players of Windy. He does manage to clean him up. So that's at least 1 point on the board for Forest. They're not going out with a total donut after the unfortunate start to the game. It's something. It's not great, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah,
He's going to have a long way to go to try and stack up anything more to really try and close the gap, though.
Yeah, right now, these teams, without much of a stake, they can absolutely be confident in their play. I mean, they've got nothing to lose, so they could just spoil everybody else's parade into looking for that top 5 finish. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝑝 tries to open up a little bit more of that passage, but they have to deal with the rest of Theerathon 5, who have just arrived to that scene. The haystack isn't hardly giving them just about enough cover, so 𝐿𝑝 definitely feel pretty interested on looking for that full commitment, knowing that they're pretty much bunched up. And take a look at CJ. Those massive nades, and he is so eager to push.
Regroup, Sharper. Regroup. That's been a problem for them the whole time. They just play a little bit too solo. But right now, when they've got a zone like this on phase 4, just pick one side of the road and commit to it. They've got a good chance, if they can ride that out, to get themselves back into the conversation, at least towards the top 8, and then consider making a push where top 4 is still currently with the recently deceased Buriram United. Anyone's Legend trying to put some shots in. They're going to have to shuffle a little bit further forward on the eastern edge of this zone, that cliffside compound just outside the zone. They're trying to soften up the Expendables, maybe anticipating they're going to have to make a breach, but they've got teams behind them. And if they do look to get over-aggressive, they're going to be getting shot in the back the entire time. So it's going to have to bide their time a little longer. Jun, unfortunately, has no time left to play in this game. 𝐿𝑝 gets the pick off on him. And 𝐿𝑝 on one of his little solo missions. This time he's brought a teammate. A lot of pressure onto the Expendables coming from the eastern hilltops. He capitalizes as they're trying to lurk and hide away from the bullets flying in from above. Takes 2 down, 1 is stolen away, but they've cleaned up the Expendables. 1-3-5 points. Their position in second place is vulnerable now. Anyone's Legend, even Team Flash, good look to try and overtake.
Yeah, and that was a very swift maneuver as well coming out of Sharper Esports. And they didn't even sweat at all in that team fight. And the next one to bow out is going to be New House Esports. It seems like they've got clipped up by the rest of Alter Ego, with Bond dropping some big nades. Whereas Happie Squad so far looking super proactive throughout the run, still hunting out for those members of Armor Gaming. They gotta go in to pick up 10 trip, while Shanks is just hoping to lob indoors. It's going to be hard for them to really get the revive through, as the Blue Zone Grenade will be able to take claim. Armory, still 4 members strong. It seems like CJ's got nowhere else to go. He can't afford to even take a peek.
He actually gets some really good timing to shuffle out of that door just as Shanks was repositioning. Even if he gets out of the door, if he gets out of the warehouse, where does he go next? They still have to fight their way through this. Maybe if they could find a way to wrap around the far side of the compound, but 𝐿𝑝 is already aware of that. He's getting there ahead of the 2-man Happie Squad. So there's not really anywhere for them to go. 𝐴𝑟 is just lurking on the outside, on the edges. Up on the cliffs, that's over off towards the east, on the edge of the zone. It's actually pushed down into the little water treatment. Team Flash has made an aggressive play onto CERBERUS, but they're holding the line effectively. Finhay does answer back with a grenade onto 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐷. As Armory Gaming, they're still feeling the pressure of Happy Squad, 2-man or not.
Yeah, there's just no other way than to outfight the rest of the squad as they're looking to really take those trades right through.
Oh, Fluky, what are you doing? What have you done? Stop it.
Took out Pat. That's the
Now's
worst
not
of
the time.
And Chopper Esports, they got the control of the center, and it makes it so hard for these teams to really get those clean rotations through. 𝐿𝐴 still on the mark. Gets a beautiful headshot, but not quite enough to take him down just yet.
Bruh.
Dangerously low for these guys out in the field.
The Mini hitting a double headshot on a level 2 helmet and not getting the knock is just never going to feel right to me. 𝐿𝐴 got scammed. That's patch diff right there. One patch ago, and TDT will be losing a player on that Shack, or at the very least conceding a knock. But it's still good that Sharper, they're holding on to their position, but they're still getting a little bit aggressive. They're not just sitting back and completely waiting for the zone. They are trying to corral other teams and maintain strict policy of allowing any other players to enter their zone of control. That little hiccup between Theerathon 5 has now been corrected. They didn't really experience any pressure after that little team knocking incident, but the state of the leaderboard right now is kind of crazy. 2 teams at the bottom of the standings have gone down, and the only others who have been eliminated are all of those the closest to contending for those top 3 positions. The Expendables gone as well. AL is picking up kills. They've made the push onto FCE as well. Yet another team trying their luck up against Finhay CERBERUS. 𝐿𝐴 will go down. The tags from Kurt just going on the wrong side of the tire as he tried to just hide away in the blue zone. Finhay CERBERUS are going to struggle to get over this road. If anyone's Legend can manage to clean them up, they're in prime position to make a push up towards the top 2.
But the nades really
Lambao's
bought
got
them
something to say.
He really bought them some time. Anyone's Legends now needing to quickly get the revives done and to also find a better position to play out. Sharper Esports on that 2-2 split, looking very ambitious, but that could easily be punished if teams were to be swinging onto the direction. Finhay CERBERUS, so far, throughout the entirety of the run, they've been marked by multiple teams. Started off with Team Flash, and then it was Anyone's Legends who were pretty close by. I believe Happy Squad was also involved to also cut their passage at the very same time, and hence why it's only down to Lambao right now to try to make a big play. Sharper Esports, they've been out here for quite a while. Jedi at least finding just about enough cover for him to be able to hold out. Zone now shifts a little further onto the western side. Meanwhile, around the central area, these terrains is going to be pretty difficult to play at. The rest of Full Sense across the street, they're going to be feeling pretty happy about this situation.
This position of 𝐿𝐴 could pay off massively if Sharper can successfully contain the push that will come from Alter Ego. They're going to have to make a push of their own to get into the zone. There's a bit of a dirt road that makes it a little exposed. But Alter Ego or Anyone's Legend are definitely aware of 𝐿𝐴. They're tossing grenades at his position already. If they do manage to dislodge him, maybe they just hop in vehicles if they've got any and just completely send it towards him. Then it gets really tricky for Sharper to get back into the zone. They are up to 100 points though. Finally made it to double digits. And he tried to get over there, get involved in the fight, tried to assist the teammates, but 𝐿𝐴rena lurking on the opposite side just catches him in the vehicle as he tries to make a re-entry into the compound that's not even in the blue zone. Just really trying to hold their backline the best they possibly can.
And Sharper Esports now playing with a little bit of fire. But if they can actually get the job done, there's plenty of all these bodies for them to pick off from. Looking out, catching for a Shanks. And now Jacob unleashes the flurry of bullets. Not quite connecting. He's also receiving some at the very same time. Armory Gaming down to 1. Getting rushed upon by the rest of Theerathon 5. And he's being blinded. 9 HP left. Not healing out of the situation while Tano going in for a chase. Even striking down members of TDT at the very same time. Armory Gaming, that's the last of it. Now we're only down to the 9 teams remaining. More to gain for the side of Full Sense as they find those double dock up against TDT.
Grenades being primed, prepared, tossed in for AE. 𝐿𝑒 just dodging out of the way. Here's them coming. Now he's holding an angle that AE is not ready for. Lines up one, almost gets the spray down on a second. The repeat comes through from Trick, but he runs out of bullets. Trick almost runs out of HP though. One single HP. Sharper Esports looking like they're going to get this hold. 𝐿𝑒 taken out. Man eviscerated. And Trick doesn't even have a chance to heal. The blue zone's already pushing him. The Molotov might buy him a little bit of time, but he's shot in the back by Jacob. 𝐿𝑒 still not feeling any pressure as Full Sense. They've just been containing everyone on the western side of zone, getting picks. Look at how much control they have. Look at how much space they're occupying. There's no one really putting pressure back on towards them, but a combination of teams putting shots in towards Theerathon will at least mean that AWM is out of play for the time being. Anyone's Legend does have the BRDM, but it's taken enough chip damage that it's close to exploding, but it should at least be enough to get them over this hill. Maybe to the safety of a shack, unless an errant grenade comes flying towards them. 𝐼𝑚𝑎S taken down as 𝐿𝑒 finds an angle of opening onto his head. And he doesn't let it go to slip.
Yeah, they're getting even more of these openings up against the rest of Chopper Esports. Going over the hillside, and this is just going to be some free firing range for 𝐿𝑒 and co to secure all the points up against Sharper. It's only down to 𝐿𝑒. Finding himself out of harm's way. But he's just by the edge of the blue zone, so this is not going to be an easy task for him to cut right through. Oh boy. No, though. Jacob has sensed it. He's going to be sending that grenade. And just he slowly brings that BDRDM over on the quarter. I don't think that it's going to quite cut it, so might as well just step out and go in for that 1v1 duel. 𝐼𝑚𝑎S now wants to also get involved. He tosses in that grenade. Might just be sent out wide, but it actually connects towards Sharper Esports. And that would do the job just perfectly. They got themselves a top 6 finish, so not too shabby after all for Sharper Esports on their comeback performance.
Oh, what a nade from Ranger X. 𝐷𝐷𝐿 just saw that one bounce right in front of him. Belmoth holding the line, though, as T5 tried to find an opening to punish this wide 2-2 split. And they're going to finally get it done. Just strength in numbers. Pattenpong makes his way over. Should be able to grab the flush as well. Not quite. Just going to drop the blue zone grenade just to try and confirm it when he gets the opportunity. No way he's grabbing this revive either, as the blue zone has finally made its move. Anyone's Legend just straight up drove directly down the road. They're now behind Full Sense. They're in the middle of what is now a 1-1 split as Flash tried to get over the road to give a little bit of assistance to his teammates. He's spotted out, trying to make a play through the blue zone. 10 HP. If Pattenpong spots him, it's the freest kill of his career. And he does. Takes him out. Should get that point as well. And T5 are into the top 4. Full Sense could not allow this to happen. If this doesn't change, T5 takes over their position in first place for the APAC point slots.
Wow.
How is T5 still here, man? They've been getting pounded all game, but it's like you said, the revives, this team is just constantly reviving each other. This game is no different. Pattenpong finally falls.
They're like roaches, man. Like, it's so difficult to really take them out fully. Meanwhile,
just can't get rid
Full
of them.
Sense, that's the last of it. Anyone's Legends now has that full stack to rock up against the rest of eArena. A fair duel between the two sides. One of the best from Vietnam to challenge the partner team of Thailand. Now they've got plenty of space. I'm not too sure if they've gotten any form of notice up against Norrens, because he's already clipping really closely to the two other of Anyone's Legends.
A fair fight, 4v4, but not really fair that AL have already had their BRDM exploded. eArena still have theirs, but there's no one else looking to third party. So we'll expend some bullets to try and take that thing out of the equation. A double nade, Perspective looking for some knocks, gets good damage onto 𝐼𝑚𝑎S and Tycon, but not enough to give eArena the opening that they were hoping for. So now it's just going to be holding on to their utility as long as they can until the zone really squeezes both of these teams. Limits their options in terms of the positions they can be playing from, gives them a better idea of how they can combine utility for maximum effect. Destroy, though, has made smart play for now, getting over to the opposite side of the road, playing the ridge line, just looking for an off angle. It might be difficult for him to get back. Fortunately for them, 𝐴𝐴RENA have all grouped up. They're tossing all of their grenades. There's so many bodies on this side of the road. There's so many grenades for them to pick up. And now they've combined. 𝐁𝑃𝑟𝑖𝑛S will be the one whose grenade gets the final tick of damage onto 𝐏𝐷𝐷𝐾. And he's going to get flushed as well. 𝐾𝐿 almost got taken out. They're just aiming for the smoke trail of the BRDM. They're expecting they're going to be using it for cover, and they're absolutely right. They almost got 𝐾𝐿 down as well. But numbers advantage for 𝐴𝐴RENA. And now Jacob can just roll forwards. If they want to try and dislodge him, they've got to give up their position by firing the shots. And now 𝐴𝐴RENA knows where to look.
Just forming such a strong chokehold. It's once again 𝐁𝑃𝑟𝑖𝑛S with those Zeppelin. Hits one more down. Easy for 𝐿𝑃ODs. Last then on the far corner. And it was Legends trying to find any form of convergence, but it doesn't seem like they've been able to find any avenue. And it's 𝐴𝐴RENA taking her with one more left on the block for them to secure the chicken dinner, the first one of the final day. But it seems like Lou didn't really take it part. He knows that they just have to find a way out through this note. Meanwhile, it's been just about good enough, but that will still be in the bag for 𝐴𝐴RENA to take it all the way through.
If that's any other team, Destroy would have just denied to the blue zone there, but he's not going down without a fight. He gets the knock and the confirm onto Jacob as well, so a big point gained. Almost got another knock as well at the end, but 𝐴𝐴RENA just systematically pushing forwards, dismantling anyone's legend at the end. It was good utility that was used, combined just good intuition to aim for the plume of smoke coming from their destroyed BRDM, and then using the BRDM of their own to push forward, safely gather information that anyone's legend just simply could not find a counter to. 𝐴𝐴RENA, their second day in a row, picking up a big win. Actually, their third day, they picked up the win that denied Full Sense their 4 in a row on day number 2. It's been a big comeback for them. They were slacking in terms of the points they were gathering across the leaderboard. Now they're making a push up in towards those top positions. And the points before the leaderboard went away towards the end of that game were so ridiculously close. It's even closer now than it was 30 minutes ago at the start of this game.
It really was, and it definitely is. And within this span of round, we see so many drastic shifts throughout the leaderboards, with a couple of these big fights that take place on the corners of Park Empire. So that sees Rum United at least walk away with a couple of kills before they bow out without any form of placement points. And then Full Sense, they were in the best possible spot, but that kind of spread kind of left them pretty much easy for the rest of the other squads to also punish. So it wasn't too long of a hope for Full Sense, but hey, they're still gonna be at the #1 spot. Whereas 𝐴𝐴RENA, they really took over from the southern area, and they absolutely punished Sharper Esports when they make that turn to emerge over onto the other opposite end.
It's been an interesting tournament so far for 𝐴𝐴RENA. Their Miramar performance so far has been pretty fine, nothing too extraordinary. But right now, when they needed it the most, they might just have found a way to get themselves those points that were lacking. Getting up into winner-winner chicken dinner territory, pushing them further and further up the standings. They need whatever they can get to guarantee their spot at PGC, because otherwise, if it came down to the PGS points, they're a long way away from getting into the top 8 internationally. Destroy still going down without refusing to go down without putting up a fight, even in a 4 versus 1. A classic mentality. Maybe it would have been the smarter play just to run out into the blue zone while the smokes were up, deny the point. I don't know whether or not that's going to have a massive impact in the standings, but 1 point certainly could. We saw it earlier on. There was 0 points between Team Flash, Buriram United. They pick up 1 kill. Suddenly they're into PGS qualification slots. That's how much of a difference 1 single point can make. But is that extra point going to cause too much of a problem for anyone now that 𝐴𝐴RENA picked it up? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait for the leaderboards to find out.
Well, there's still 5 more rounds for them to, look for those extra drops of points as well. I mean, overall, it's a great display coming out of anyone's Legends. Not only are they maintaining themselves very healthy into that late game, but also for the past couple of rounds that we saw, Rondo, Tego, they've always been able to really make their mark into a top 4 finish, even despite them not being the flashiest of plays to really show all of us to fully convince that, hey, this is going to be those guys that will make some super deep run, whether if they make it to the PGC or not. But hey, sure they are. And I would say they're doing so much better as compared to the Expendables, surprisingly.
Yeah, particularly over the past day or two. Yesterday for the Expendables was suboptimal, to say the least. Their day 1 and 2 was so consistent across every single map. They were the only team who was really keeping up in terms of their performance, close behind Full Sense after day number 2, where they just dumpstered absolutely everyone in sight. But now those other teams have definitely started to catch up. The Expendables, they slipped a little bit for 6 games yesterday, and everyone really jumped on that opportunity. It was all of the teams who had really not been doing great for the entirety of day 1 and day number 2. Teams like eArena, teams like Forest Natural Gaming, who come back and end off day number 3 with a 17-kill chicken dinner. That puts them right in contention as well. This game was really pretty duty for Forest Natural Gaming this time around. They got picked off so early on in rotations, but still Baron's able to salvage a point or 2. It's not a lot, but it's better than 0. It's something that sort of keeps them rolling a little bit. It's some kind of silver lining to take from the game, but it's not going to be enough when teams like eArena, who are also close in contention, are pushing their way up in the standings, and teams like Theerathon 5 as well, who just before the leaderboard went away when we entered into the top 4, they pushed into the top 4 of the overall standings. That is really good news for them. Terrible news for everyone else, because they are the team that has the most points, the most APAC points for Thailand. And even if Full Sense claims victory in this tournament across the board, 140 points, it's not enough for them to maintain their lead in terms of APAC points over T5, if T5 is in the top 4 or above. So that's really scary for Full Sense. Maybe later on, if things don't change, they are just going to have to consider just going overly aggressive to just make sure that that team gets wiped out and somebody else claims that spot. But then there's other teams to worry about. There's a whole lot of storylines and conversations to consider. But in terms of the game that we had, all the way down towards the southeastern side of Los Leones, it's eArena that picks up their win. Their 4th winner chicken dinner of the final stages. 10 kills, 20 points on the board for them. It's a big dub.
Yeah, it definitely was. And we saw that beautiful split that they managed to really acquire plenty of that space away from all the rest of the teams. Despite certain other names like Full Sense to also opt to do so, it really felt like eArena got it pretty much timed really perfectly, and all thanks to Norins with a lot of all these great util tasks to be able to really open up that space to securely push towards the rest of Anyone's Legends to close out this match. And he certainly has contributed a whole lot to also pick apart the rest of the field that's been trying to make their advancement towards their direction. And you saw how easily they just dismantled the entirety of Sharper Esports.
They really did, and it was sharper, better performance from them today. I mean, it's only been 1 game, but they've probably already outdone the points that they gathered in yesterday's matchup. But another game where some of the teams, they were traveling a long way. eArena, 30,000 meters traveled. Full Sense, 43 kilometers. They were really playing the edge for the longest of times, cleaning up a few of the teams who were lurking. They had full control over on the western side until it was taken away from them. With that push from T5, just maybe playing a little bit too much onto the 2-2 split. Just power, strength in numbers of T5 dislodged them. Anyone's Legend made the move to get ahead of them in the zone, and they're going to keep ahead of them in terms of the match standings as well. 20 points for eArena, 13 for Anyone's Legend. Full Sense still maintaining their hold of first place, still putting 12 points down on the board, and the only team that was really in touching distance, the Expendables, just 3 single points. That's going to leave them actually dropping all the way down to 4th, and eArena is into the top 3. That means top 5 is now PGS qualification slots, but that's not the only thing that matters, because T5 in 5th place right now. They might be going to PGS, but they're still not getting that direct qualification slot to the PGC finals. For that, they need top 4 or above. So it's just got a whole lot more interesting with this first game of the day going the way of eArena, who've climbed so far in the standings and made things that whole lot more spicy for the rest of today.
It really is the heat of, I don't know what kind of level that we're looking at here. Is it habanero or is it actually ghost pepper right now? Because at any given moment, these teams make one small wrong move into swerving into certain areas, they just get deleted. So look at how certain teams really played out, especially for Team Flash. They were being so proactive to try to hunt out for those numbers from the get-go. They managed to pin down even the likes of Finhay Cerberus, where they're hoping to actually make the cut across, and they were not allowed to do so. And it really feels like it is just going to be a really difficult day for everyone who's really fighting for those spots. Meanwhile, Full Sense, they can still afford to drop a game or two, or maybe right now their plan is to hot drop those teams that might actually secure their spots. Like you mentioned, the best possible team right now that they could potentially aim for is going to be Theerathon 5, but it is not going to be all too quite easy because a lot of teams have tried, but Theerathon 5 have always prevailed.
Well, I actually don't know. There might be another target on their mind now because based on the standings coming into this tournament, not only do they need T5 to not be top 4, they also need eArena to not be in the top 2. And they're getting dangerously close to that. One more win, they would be right up there. So, Full Sense, I mean, they've done all they can. They've maintained their hold on first place. They're likely going to end this tournament as champions. But if they want to get that direct PGC final slot, maybe they've got to look for some alternative side quests. But that is the 6th winner chicken dinner in a row for a team from Thailand. It has been consistent domination, and whether it was just one team like Full Sense on day 2 getting all the wins, or whether it's been a little bit more like day 3 and potentially this day as well, day number 4, it was different Thai teams picking up wins all throughout the day. Still yet to really see any of the squads from Vietnam or the PMS regions start to convert their decent positions and get the wins on the board. It's been Thailand through and through for the past 48 hours. Let's see if that can switch up as we head into game number 2.
Yeah, and the only outlier was Happy Squad, which managed to take that one game away yesterday. And even so, they are also showing some signs of struggle in that past round of Miramar. Now, this time, when we move into Miramar, if they do get a certain central area, perhaps we'll see more stability coming out of all the current top 10 squad to be able to maybe form up with serving spaces. That tough quarter of the south end was so difficult to play for some of the teams that rotated in very, very late. So perhaps they're going to be blessed with the zone this time around. This is going to be the very final time that we move into Miramar. So I'm going to be missing all the action here in the Desert Dunes.
Yeah, it's going to be the last time out on this map. There's a few teams who might not be too upset about that. Some of the performances on Miramar, some teams have struggled. There's always going to be teams that are not able to really put the points on the board on one map or another. Windy Gaming across the entirety of the previous 3 days, 5 points across the 6 Miramar matches that we've had so far. Has not really gone in their favor in any form. But there's other teams who are going to be a little bit depressed about that, losing out on the PVS. 61 points for the Expendables on day 1, 2, and 3 on Miramar. That's a big point of success for them. That's almost half of the points that they picked up coming into today's matches, excluding match 1 that we played today. So this might be an opportunity for them to really start bouncing back because they're losing grip on their second place slot and even potentially might slip out of the top 5 entirely.
Yeah, it is absolutely worrisome, and we're looking at a lot of these teams dispersing through the field. I do see that there's plenty of teams within close proximity around the range of St. Martin, so we might actually get a glimpse of some early altercations.
Oh boy.
Well, Happy Squad, they are directly in the center of Cristobal Forest this time. Absolutely blessed from where they started off, but the big question is, can they hold on?
What's going on here? Oh, what is this? Alter Ego and Full Sense? Stealing away the vehicle goes Tanadol.
And he's not punished.
Yeah, they aren't quite able to land the shots. There's another vehicle right next to it, but he stole away the hard spawn. But he doesn't have a gun. Alter Ego, they both do. They're going to look to chase him down. They know going up this hill is slow. They can hear his engine. They know he's over here. They're chasing him down.
Oh boy. Is he gonna lead them into a trap, and it's just gonna be a
They
drive
popped
by
his tire.
attempt from 𝐏𝐵oy. Oh, he's got no way out. Whoa! Okay.
Wow.
A little too early for road rage, but I'd take those any day. Great work from 𝐏𝐵oy. I mean, overall, being super efficient. Just aim for a tire, and you know, you could just easily get the job done by doing so.
Big loss. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 taken out. He tried to get a little bit cheeky, steal away the vehicle. 𝐷𝐻𝐻 absolutely not having it. 1 point on the board for them. 1 player down for Full Sense. It's not really going to make too much of an impact in terms of their position in the standings. I wouldn't imagine by the end, unless anyone's legend starts going absolutely insane, gets maybe 2 or 3 wins in a row in the next couple of matches. That would really break the trend of Thailand getting all the chicken dinners. But it's still a big loss for FS and the way that they've been playing the game, looking to control as much space as possible. That's 25% of their strength, their potential expansion taken away from them early on.
Yeah, and it also allows some opportunity for these teams to maybe take a couple of all these opportunities of moving up the list in terms of securing more kills and maybe challenge the current hole that 𝐷𝐻𝐻 has onto the inflated stats throughout the past couple of days of the grand finals. He was #1 in the form of I believe it was eliminations, survival time, and I don't know what else is on that list, but 𝐷𝐻𝐻's face is everywhere across the board. So maybe 𝐷𝐻𝐻 might be able to bounce back up. The Expendables having him as the main hitman to be offering some high average damage, but the Expendables been sleeping for the past couple of rounds, including those coming from yesterday's hurdles. So they haven't been able to really find themselves any form of footing. And Theerathon 5 is just gonna be happy about this current occasion. But the problem now, 𝐿𝑎rena is also moving very closely. They're just 2 points ahead of TE. So if Theerathon 5 gets a chicken dinner now, that could easily put them into the top 2 position as well.
There's so many opportunities, so much potential, so many things yet that could still change. All the way down from 7th place to top 3 is 10 points. Below that, there are 3 teams 20 points or so away from breaking into the top 5. Even an outside chance for a team like HAPPIE Squad or TDT, maybe if they can start putting some wins on the board, that they could possibly look to climb that distance. It's unlikely, but it could be done. Still not out of the woods yet for any of these squads. Maybe Full Sense, the only team who will definitely be confirmed into PGS 9 and 10, but when they're this far ahead, when they're looking like they're locked in as champions for this event, is that really going to be the end goal for them? There was the announcement recently that there's another alternative target, but that might be taken away from them. But teams like 𝐿𝑎rena can continue picking up wins, and if T5 can start stacking up points like they're looking to do on Man, he's had to hop out of the vehicle because it's exploded, and they're still going to chase him down. Ranger_X with the AK, a headshot from the barrel, and Ranger_X gets the final tag just before 𝐿𝑎rrena gets taken out. AE, they're going to be paying some retribution for that early pickoff onto 𝐷𝐻𝐻.
Yeah, CERBERUS still marking upon them though, so the coast isn't fully cleared up just yet. But the rest of Theerathon 5, they're in some really good position, evenly spread out. But it's gonna be a bit hard to actually notice CERBERUS hiding in between the field side. Takes a couple of shots out of his Mark 12. And that's pretty much about it. The rest of 𝐿𝑎rena know that they cannot afford to spend too long out here in the fields. At least there's a couple of compounds that they could actually claim for themselves for the meantime. Windy driving really closely towards the members of the Expendables, and I don't think that the Expendables are feeling ready to go for any form of trade this early on. That's a big trap being set out from the side of Windy. If they were to drive by, they might just end up being in the similar position in the last round where they got shredded out by Sharper Esports. We didn't really get to see it on cam, but I guess it was a round that they'd rather forget anyways.
Yeah.
Lost that Junior, top that fire, and it seems like they'll still be able to drive it perfectly on course. Theerathon 5 so far has been doing some massive farming spree onto anything that moves.
As you mentioned, stuff that we unfortunately didn't get to catch on the camera. There's a lot of action going down at the same time in a battle royale like this. In yesterday's matches, there was the Kiss squad wipe. He picked up 4 kills instantly. I asked him, I said, hey, you got that on camera, right? You're going to put that in your montages? He said he forgot to record it. And so anyone who yesterday went and subscribed to Kiss on YouTube, might as well just go and unsubscribe. You're not going to see the clip. Unfortunate. But, you know, he's just going to have to do it again. I reckon another squad wipe for Kiss would actually go a long way for his squad as well, closing the gap onto this team, Buriram United. They've been pushed out of the top 4 all the way down to 7th in the span of one single game, where they fell down early. All of the other teams behind them catching up on points and overtaking. Diane, we mentioned, he's been making use of the bolt actions all the way through the play-in stage. That's an almost complete one-bang, 99 and a bit damage. Decent range on that as well from the Kar 98. Landing a headshot. Going to be difficult to get that flush, but still, good distance.
Yeah, this could possibly be the longest distance kill if he could actually secure it, but he's barely seeing any form of pixels from that angle. Belmoth did see something up in the skies, though. Got pufferfish a little bit just to ensure that nobody else comes close. And good news for Tando. Seems like they've been able to retrieve the blue chip and just recall him back into the game, so not too much of a sweat for the rest of Full Sense to carry on course. That's just going to be pretty much steadily played out, as all they really have to do now is to perhaps aim for that big 200-pointer. We've seen quite a number of games where Full Sense has been able to secure double digits, so it shouldn't be all too difficult to be acquired throughout. Meanwhile, Tigger though! Oh! For the catch.
Hey, 𝐿𝑔𝐁𝐆, you looking? That's how you do it with the Scar. Just shreds 𝐿𝑔𝐁𝐆 out of the vehicle. And AE, this time around, they really are paying for their crimes. Doubly so as well, because Tanadol, they did manage to recover the blue chip. That's why they came over here. There's the respawn tower that they've made use of in Oasis. They brought him back in action. I think that might be why AE came over here as well, looking to get the revive on their teammate, but it is. Man is back in play, so they did manage to get the revive. But it's Full Sense looking to take him straight back out again.
Yeah, they're happily lying in wait for them to just go back and forth. Meanwhile, the zone is moving further and further away from where they are in the Oasis as it goes all the way across Theerathon. I think certain teams who have been able to really take form around the areas of El Azhar has been able to benefit a lot. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝑔𝐁𝐆 managing to find one. I believe that was Finhay CERBERUS that was caught out. There hasn't been a great day out there for these gentlemen that's been sliding all the way down the board.
𝘏𝑒𝑘, don't hold shift. There you go. Nice. Good lad. Good lad. 𝘏𝑒𝑘. What are you doing, buddy? Well, Finhay CERBERUS is fighting back. They've taken down Diane. That's the problem. DMRs versus bolt actions. If you don't land the headshot instantly, you just get spammed down. And now, Happy squad pushing forwards. They've just wiped out the remainder of Newhouse. That long-range battle between themselves and Finhay CERBERUS, drawing the attention of the squad from the Philippines. Eddie almost gets the tags down before the smoke can properly bloom. He should be able to grab that revive behind the safety of the tree. 𝐶𝐵 lines up one headshot, can't land the follow-up, but he does get it through the window. 𝐿𝑔𝐁𝐆 just trying to go for a repeat, punished for doing so, and he's very isolated from the rest of the squad. 𝐶𝐵 definitely knows this because he's put the gun away, just sprinting straight forward. He's got to try and get over this gap quickly before 𝐿𝑔𝐁𝐆 can land one more shot. Dips down just behind the tiniest of defilades. He will secure the flush and get into the compound as well. Team Flash losing the position, but they know that 𝐶𝐵 hasn't had a chance to heal. They're going back in. And 𝐾𝐿 still looking for a 1v1, but third-party off angles from Aya as well.
Finhay CERBERUS is just so occupied right at this moment. Meanwhile, 𝘏𝑒𝑘 drawing up a close up against 𝐶𝐵. Both sides holding angles. Not looking for a push just yet. Perhaps they're calling for backup. I see a big cancer coming out of Simon T. At least Finhay CERBERUS is still busy at work. While 𝘏𝑒𝑘 Gets that perfect spray down. Not like that can be done out of Windy to even try to trade. As the rest of Windy is on the opposite corner. Trying to march right in, but they're being held back. TDT has been marking this location for a very long time. Now down to only 2 shots coming from June. Is gonna be hunting out for him, and finally we'll be able to put him down on his knees. Oh boy, he's stranded. His teammate nowhere close.
CERBERUS just getting peppered from all angles. 𝐴𝑟𝑒𝑛𝐥 will get inside. Will manage to get a hand on the revive. They've got the BRDM in action again. It was they who, earlier on into the piece on day number 1, had the BRDM twice, got panzered out of it twice. So this time maybe hoping for a little bit more of a positive outcome. If you were wondering, by the way, earlier on when you mentioned about the longest distance kill, that currently sits with 𝐿Win, 650 meters.
What?
He does also have 6 kill steals, so it's very likely that he just stole someone's flush from half a mile away. But still, 650 meters is the score to beat. It's going to be a tough one to beat. But if you're going to do it, a map like this, I mean, look at Jacob's sightlines right now from up on this high ground. He can see so many mountains, and he's, once again, got the SMG in hand. So if he runs out of these bullets, there's only 23 out of mag left in the MK. That's the other issue with playing SMGs. You don't have the ammo synergy, so he's quite limited on what he can actually contribute from long range. They're going to have to make a move forward into the zone regardless, though, as it has shifted once again. And haven't spotted out any targets ahead of them. So they should have a decent idea of a path that they can take. Elsewhere in the zone, it's going to be the teams like Team Flash, Full Sense, looking to creep their way in over towards the west.
Yeah. And in certain occasions, if they are, of course, convoying together, he could always ask for, you know, some extra packs of some 62s. But if they were to really play on split positions, they really have to manage their resources. I think for most part in Miramar, that in the late game is going to be pretty hard to do. Full set. This position where Finhay CERBERUS was from.
Yep.
Now that they've left out in the vicinity, they've been able to spot Simon T moving towards the direction of his teammates. So perhaps they could start to really trail right behind these teams to look for any form of avenue. And speaking of looking for an avenue here, it's going to be 𝐸𝐷 finding 2. Lined up perfectly. Oh boy. TDT. He stopped in the worst of moments, and now 𝐸𝐴RENA have gotten some angles up against the final 2 remaining members of TDT. But decides, you know, I guess we don't really have to really put ourselves out there in danger. 𝐸𝐷 played with fire for a little bit. This time gets spotted out by Opon's 𝐸𝐴RENA. Now that they secured this tag, are they going to look for this push? They must be quick to the rescue. Seems like 𝐸𝐴RENA is going to be pretty far off. Meanwhile, there is going to be backup arriving. Vanny should be able to at least cover grounds for now, so TDT is going to be a-okay.
Oh, Eddie got caught out. The smoke didn't go far enough to cover the angle from Team Flash. T-Doi will get the knock, get the confirm onto that knock. So Eddie, who got the 2 knocks on TDT, who pulled up just like 3 inches too far forwards. If they were a little tiny bit back, the tree would have blocked the angle. Eddie wouldn't have been able to land those shots, but in the end, they get the revives. They continue on their way. 𝐿𝑉𝑜 wipes out the last remaining member of Windy. This is looking pretty similar towards the bottom half of the standings. It was the same teams down towards the bottom who lost out early on our first Miramar of the day, but the big difference is the teams up towards the top are not falling down early like they did in map number 1. Everyone looking for the most part healthy when they can stop running each other over. Buram should be able to grab the revive on this one, and hopefully can do in time, because they've got a decent position and there's a good chance they might catch a bit of a zone shift here. They do. Going to be feeling some pressure from maybe from the teams towards their south and their west. That's Full Sense and Team Flash. So let's hope they can get that reset. Big headshot from 𝐿𝑉𝑜 though, as man. And 𝐿𝑠imoy gets dropped out of the vehicle as well. 𝐿TREGO trying to make an entrance into the northern side of the zone. 𝐿𝑉𝑜 gets a second. The card. Get out of the way, 𝐿𝑉𝑜. Okay. Whew, that was close. Woo. Cinematic, but they get the kills.
Oh. Got a little hairy right there. 𝐿𝑉𝑜 so far, absolutely on fire. Still hoping to track them down. It's already 3 added points for Theerathon 5. Just one more to tie it alongside with the Expendables right at this moment. Back towards the side of Duck Juice. As we spoke about the Expendables. And then exactly got into those big funnels just Finhay, I believe, lands a tap over onto Trick. There was realistically nowhere else that Alter Ego could go. That was just a very big district. But we've seen Alter Ego start things off, try to pick up those players out of the position, but I think they just pretty much the wrong team. And ever since then, they just couldn't really shake it off. Well, no worries for all these attacks, full sense now in the middle of the open. Fair enough, but there's only one bullet left for Sam. With that reset, they should be able to have a little breathing space for now. You have to watch for any teams moving from the back end of the eastern corner. Snorins now got some great angles through the valley, but I don't think that there is much that needs to be done right now, as they are going to be waiting for that 1 minute. Then they will once again reposition themselves while seeing a great tag, but not enough to really find the ones to secure it. But Algin bots will be able to do it very quickly though. So that's one out from the side of T5.
Got a really condensed position right now. Sharper Esports or Happy Squad, either of them could land some grenades and do real damage to them. But Finhay CERBERUS around the back line as well. They're creeping in from all the way out on the far side of the blue zone. I think they're in the BRDM looking at how slow they're going. If they catch wind of this, and it's not really a subtle fight that's going down, a lot of gunshots, a lot of explosions. 𝐴𝐻 cops a headshot from 𝘉𝘳𝘅. Maybe Finhay CERBERUS might just pull up out in this field and look for angles into the back of T5 if they look to commit to a push over the top of this ridge line. But Sharper, so far, clearing away the point hold from Happy. And they're a little bit spread. They've got to deal with multiple threats all at once, and they're struggling to do so effectively.
Sense now tries to play defensively behind this ridge. Oh, he's being blinded, and there's just not much of a space that he can actually wiggle around with. Just like that, TDT sends more and more of those nades to deplete Flash. Quickly gets deleted, but that point is being stolen away by Duck Juice from another angle. And now Vannon, unhappy about that, he's going to look for the other players out of the Expendables instead, just to get one more point back. And so far, Sharper Esports have been really hitting the mark to pin more and more of those members of Theerathon 5. And that one is pretty huge as it lands onto 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿.
Look at how many teams there are on that northern side of the zone. Just all squished into a little area, all in grenade range of one another. Finhay CERBERUS tried to find a way into the zone, but they were forced back over here because their BRDM was getting blasted by the Expendables, and now they're following it up with grenades as well. T5 have pushed up the hilltop. They're getting shots into the back of Sharper as they were still committing to that push forwards onto the position of Happy Squad. They've had to completely vacate this, and somehow 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿 on the far opposite side of all of this. 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿 with the turnaround, sits down 𝘁𝑢nderz. Above him, 𝘉𝘳𝘅 gets dominated as well. 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿 is there to at least answer back, pick up the pieces, but it won't be much longer before the Expendables just sweep through, clean them all up out of this area. They know there should still be one more alive from CERBERUS. They killed off the other two, so they know that 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿's out here somewhere. Probably would anticipate that he's somewhere closer to the rest of his squad. We're not going to find him for now.
Wow. I'm just so impressed by 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿. He's a mechanical beast. I mean, we've already praised him so much on his survivability. It was Ranger X that went in to pick him up and got himself in trouble, but the moment that he got that revive through, you saw how much damage 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿 has been able to dish out, despite not being able to survive for far too long. 180 with that flick. Absolutely monstrous. As we go back into the full, 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻𝐿 gets a clear angle. Pretty disciplined on his approach, though. Doesn't really want to reveal too much. He wants this to further commit, and this is going to be a fancy opportunity. He gets the knock. As the rest of TDT couldn't be able to seek out where exactly he's actually coming through. While Jacob on the other side takes out Tycon. One more taken off the list from the side of Anyone's Legends. And Force Natural Gaming so far being very, very sneaky on this eastern quarter of the map.
Still jogging around with SMGs. It really is a lot of the Thai teams that are favoring that. Not sure if this is the zone where it's going to be at its most effective. We've seen it. A couple of the SMGs actually shredding at close range whenever we have had any zones that feature any semblance of urban warfare. Sort of Milter. So a little bit of it there. Over here, peeking up from behind these ridges. You might just want that extra little bit of damage. And there's the Panzerfaust. That's plenty of damage. Delwyn will make use of the BRDM, but Zayu had the answer. Takes him out. They could even steal away that BRDM. It's got a little tickle of health left, so they can make use of that for themselves. That adds to their car fort very nicely.
Yeah, add the cover. Parks it really nicely through the triangles as well. So now this is just going to be a firm fortress. And the best part of this is TT. They don't really have to move too far off now that they've set up their camp. eArena, not so fortunate at this current point in time. All the way far down south. They sense that 𝐏𝐔𝐁𝐆 is still somewhere out of the blue zone as they try to see if they could actually spot him out. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 actually secure that point. Now we're only down to 8. Team Flash now needs to make a firm decision. Did they just try to look for that zone or to rock up against the rest of eArena? It feels like they really want to get this push done. And it starts with 𝐿𝐴𝐵. Marking on to Nourins. They got just about ample cover over back. So it really boils down to who lands those massive grenades. And this one's drawing really closely. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 takes a full suit. Oh, another one. Chunking out their health bars. And eArena, they're not going to be looking to back down. They further push forward. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 now hides on the low ground. And Larry's done something. He's got the angles, but not quite good for the trade.
Now we finally get to see 𝐿𝐴𝐵 putting that MP5 to use. If this grenade doesn't get the job done first, Pons with the AUG finds the first, a big chunk of damage from the grenade. It's Pons with the headshot to get the job finished. He's looking for an opportunity for the next one. Sees where the grenade comes from. It's the blue zone that takes out 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒𝑘. 𝐷𝐷𝐷, though, with a really nice repeek. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 almost taken out by the grenade as well. But it's from the far side of zone. Tanvu with a headshot. The final bullet into Team Flash. They're eliminated. And Nourins' grenade just wipes out the 2 of his teammates. 𝐿𝐴𝐵 now with the MP5 as well. He's just going to sprint forward, catch one. Nourins taken out. 𝐿𝐴𝐵's going either for a crazy blue zone flank or just a point deny. It looks like that will be the case. They know that Forest is the team that's just ahead of them in terms of the APAC point standings, so it makes sense they don't want to feed any points over. If they get the opportunity to deny, they're going for it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure whether it was an intentional clearance of his own teammates or he might have mistaken it for a smoke instead. Meanwhile, Kiss got a full glance up against the rest of Brom United, but they've already been able to mark them from right across. A little bit troublesome for the rest of Force Natural Gaming to cut their way across. And eArena, at least that flank was rather convincing on how well they've been able to really rock up towards teams to really choke up whatever space, and just by doing so, Team Flash won't get to see the light of day. Well, full sense. They haven't really shown too much activity for the past couple of minutes. But perhaps they even now will be able to get a little bit more wiggle room to get more being done. Still team wrapping around these corners, it seems. So we'll see whether he will be able to put some points back. Khan now gets a straight shot to the head of Jun. And Force Natural Gaming. Olympus is on an MG3. He's going to be able to deal penetrable damage, but he's driving towards the fortress of TDT. Looking rather risky, and the Expendables are also marking their location.
Good opportunity now for the Vietnamese squads to finally put a stop to the chain of chicken dinners that have been picked up by the Thai squads. Olympus with that MG3 is going to try and continue that trend, though. Around the side, Baron finds an angle, but he's caught from both sides. The spray's from TDT, and it's Duck Juice from behind. Lurking on the opposite side of the tree. Lands a headshot onto 𝐿𝐴𝐵 as well. Kiss, though, does finally get one down onto 𝐻𝑜𝑛𝐺. With a smoke grenade, they should be able to grab the revive as well. Keep Forest back in fighting form, but Dogjuice is pushing forward. 𝐿𝐵𝑝ie, the headshot, he's recovered. He conceded the headshot earlier on. He's recovered enough to be able to commit to this peak. He won't be able to secure the flush or even the reknock onto Baron. 𝑔𝐻𝐹 taken out by the blue zone grenade of Riz on the backline as TE is really starting to flex out, put pressure onto Forest. And that's their biggest threat for the top 5. They want to take them out if they get the chance.
Such an important hold coming from 𝐿𝐵𝑝ie with that long angle. And now the rest of the Expendables is pretty much stuck in their current spot. While TNT has been here the whole time. They want to get involved, but they don't exactly know where is it. That is going to be absolutely cleared out. While Olympus unleashes the MG tree onto that straight line. 2 members knocked down from the side of the Expendables, and now looking to reaggress. Who says they're also pushing right through? And now it's running out of space. Ruse now gets a couple of attacks over on TNT, and a big scramble that sees the Expendables crash out.
Big push from 𝐾𝑠. Saw an opportunity to make a move forwards, did exactly that, and now suddenly the numbers advantage back in favor of the Thailand squads. It's just 1 up for TDT. It's Van. Takes 1 down onto Baron, has to fall back to safety. He's got a tough job ahead of him. 2 Thai squads with 2 standing apiece. Buriram United and Forest Natural Gaming to try and work through. Olympus puts an end to the hopes that this will be a Vietnamese squad. We're going to have 7 wins in a row for a Thai squad. Uneven numbers. After 1 quick little spray, sits down Olympus, but the revive has come through. The grenade not going to find its mark and get the reknock onto the second to last member of Forest. So it's 𝐾𝑠, it's Baron, and they might even get the revive on Olympus as well. He's used all of his utility. The blue zone is pushing forward. He gets caught out. Baron caught him looking, and now Dynasty with a 1 versus 3 to try and contend.
So far, he's not lost 1 versus 1, and he's looking to secure it for another one in the back for Forest Natural Gaming. Dynasty has barely got enough of that space. No time for the revives, as all the members of Forest Natural Gaming cannot afford to wait for far too long. Now Dynasty hides behind that rock. Opportunity for him to see if he could get any form of isolation. Still going for a big wraparound, and Dynasty is all about finding time right now. Can he deny himself? Doesn't seem like it's going to be the case. Another big win for Forest Natural Gaming.
Huge stuff from them. It's been such a massive comeback. Ever since sort of day 2, they were down towards the bottom end of the standings. It's been nothing but clean, clinical gameplay. 17 kill winner chicken dinner at the end of day number 3. And another one here to start off the second match of the day. Our final Erangel of the final stage. Final Miramar, rather, of the final stage. Going the way of Forest Natural Gaming. They were already looking like in a very solid position to push themselves further and further up the standings. More danger, more threat for Full Sense and their chance of getting that direct PGC finals qualification slot, as it's 2 of the teams that were the closest behind chasing them that have picked up our win in game number 1 and game number 2 of the day.
Yeah, we look back into this matchup. I mean, there's just so many of all these interesting situations where we start things off with, you know, those small little pickoffs and then further recommitments. Finhay CERBERUS did manage to get themselves in the action though, but really haven't been able to really get deep into a phase 5 run. So they've been held back by all these other teams over on the field. Theerathon 5, I think this has been a big round of them farming those points over on the North Point, and by doing so, I believe that they should be able to still hold that top 4 spot. But now that Forest Natural Gaming secures this chicken dinner, that chance for them to really cling on to it might be a little slim though, because Sharper, they've also been able to get those massive trades, and it was them that kind of put the shutdown over on the T5.
It really was. T5, they've been scrapping, they've been fighting, but I think it might just be a little bit too much for them. Some of those teams that are up in contention in the standings are really doing everything in their power to keep this as competitive as possible until the final hurdle. Team Flash, another one, making it pretty deep into this game, putting up a fight the best that they could. Maybe the gap is just sort of starting to extend a little bit away from them. There's still chances for them to come back. What a great hold this was from Olympus on the push around the side. Set up perfectly with the MG3. 𝐾𝐲 sprinting forwards. Insane reactions to take down 𝐼𝑁. Not quite enough for them to wipe out 𝑏𝑚 earlier on. They had to take it all the way to the end game, get all the revives, and they do manage to get themselves a 9-kill winner chicken dinner for match 2 of the day. Those 19 points are going to go a long way. When the standings were so close, there was only 5 points between a lot of the teams, some of them about 20 points behind. Whatever it's going to look like, it's going to be tight.
Yeah, it definitely is. And 𝑏𝑚 United was so close to get their chances as well. And you saw how well that Force Natural Gaming has been able to really work together as a unit. There is just so many of all these instances where Olympus should not be allowed to push so freely, but all thanks to 𝐵𝑝𝑒 from the back that gives him so much of a cover fire that he's allowed to really run rampant on that MG3. It was definitely a sight to behold. And meanwhile, even despite TTT having, that kind of fortress, it really didn't hold up for far too long because they just been able to really seek out all these other positions. They've known very well that TTT's been hiding right there, and even when they really want to be partaking in that fight, you just saw 𝐾𝐲. He's been able to really settle that very quickly.
Yeah, 𝐾𝐲 has been just a crazy player for this year as a whole, and he's definitely showing glimpses, signs of that throughout this tournament as well in the final stages, particularly the past few days. He's really been on it. He's climbing his way back up in the kill point standings rapidly, and this game has gone a long way as well towards pushing him up towards the top. Alongside the rest of the squad, their kill points and placement points are going to be putting them in a prime position to make a push. With 20 games having been played, it's going to be so close for this final 4 remaining games. We're finished with our Miramars for the entirety of the final stage, and even with those areas that are a little bit more wide open, some longer range engagements maybe being the anticipation between the dunes and the hilltops to low grounds, teams still looking to favor the MP5. That's a bit of a surprise for me. I could totally understand why teams will be picking that up when we're looking at like the Milta game where we had that was a little bit urban and close range, but even on a circle like this, favoring the MP5 is such an interesting thing to keep an eye on. Those meta shifts and changes that are constantly going as the game's being updated, and whether or not we get to see a little bit more of that when it gets to the globals at the internationals, who knows? I think it really depends on who's going to qualify, and we just simply don't know that yet.
Yeah, and it really is a very tough predicament for all these teams out there, and for us, tough predictions overall. Like, one moment, this team that you're banking on hopes to really qualify, they start dropping out early, and then you start to worry, is this going to be that moment where they just basically burrow it in that sense? Because Finhay, they were in that spot before. Sharper, they just didn't manage to really recover from it. Though today, Sharper did manage to get some decent pickoffs throughout the past 2 matches of Miramar. Of course, it was Force Natural Gaming that was the best team out here to really secure the win. And we talked so much about 𝐾𝐲, once again, offering the biggest form of damage, 589. We've seen bigger numbers, but hey, for how difficult this round was, I can't complain too much.
Yeah, you're not going to be all too upset about getting 19 points when it's your second winner chicken dinner of the entirety of the final stage. The previous one yesterday, 17 kills to go along with it, but this one is certainly not going to be turned down at the opportunity. 4 kills addition for 𝐾𝐲 from the previous matchup. 34% of his team's points contribution surviving until the final stages of the game. At one point he was solo, but he managed to get the revives to get them back up and in action as well. Really nicely played from Forest Gaming, keeping their distance from too many of the crazy engagements, particularly at the north and northwestern side of the zone. It was an absolute war zone. Saw so many teams meeting their makers, like the Finhay CERBERUS, Sharper Esports, HAPPIE squad, all of those falling victim to just bedlam chaos on the northwestern side of the zone. So those teams that were coming in a little bit later from the east and the southern side, maybe getting the benefits, and none more so than Forest for the 7th game in a row picked up by a Thai team. When is Vietnam going to show up, man? There's only 4 games left. You got to see something from them, surely.
Yeah, it's been pretty close, but no cigar so far for either TDT or even the Expendables. But hey, at the very least, they've been able to acquire 6 points apiece, respectively. So it's still showing some signs of life, especially very vital for the Expendables because they've been shoved around by all the other teams that's currently on that hot climb. All the teams from TTS, that is. Meanwhile, eArena this time only could afford to walk away with 4 points. That should be okay for them to still be up in the contention as they're hugging on tight. And when I say tight, eArena is just 1 point short to tie the knots with the Expendables in that second spot. And take a look at N1's Legends. Despite us not really getting too much action, they're still very, very close. It's not even the 5 points to separate them as well. Brum United, with this top 2, they are the ones to hold on to that number 5. So more work to be done from T5. Team Flash now pushed down slightly further over on to that course. But Forest Natural Gaming, now that they secured the chicken dinner, they are up for contention on that round itself to really see if they can get more out of Tego.
I know there's some absolute dinguses in the Twitch chat right now going, who cares? Who cares if TE or EA get second place? They're global partners anyway. They're going to PGS. Boys, lock in. We've said so many times, it's not just about the PGS qualification. There is the regional wildcard spot for PGC finals available. And eArena, if they can push themselves into second place, regardless of whether Full Sense maintains their hold on first, they still overtake them. They will get above that 200 APAC point margin. So that 1 point right now is keeping Full Sense in the PGC finals. That 1 point, and it's not even their point. There's nothing that they can do to boost their own standings in this game, but they've just got to make sure that the likes of eArena, T5, and Forest are not building any more momentum than they already have. And unfortunately for them, Forest just picked up a win, so they definitely have that momentum. They're still pushing. They're still getting good results. Kiss has got himself the mustache out, like, already. He's aura farming. Man, it's so tough if you're Full Sense because you don't want to get over aggressive and potentially blow your hold on first place because you need to have it, but you also need other teams to do the work for you, and it's just not happening right now.
Yeah, not at all. But I would say that they have this fair share of balance on the way that they run their protocols, where the early game just be as stealthy as possible, and then slowly find a couple of all these points to stash away with these teams committing to the fights. And, you know, back to that conversation that you were talking about, right? That spot, if any of these Thai teams manage to land that golden ticket to PGC directly, that's a lot of weeks of prep time that they can basically afford, where they can kick their leg up even if they were to have a sloppy right throughout PGS 9 and 10, they're gonna be okay. So that's why this tournament is going to be one of the most important of their careers.
Yeah, it sure could be, especially playing in front of the home crowd in what's going to be an actually insane venue as well. The event is going to be super, super cool. PUBG United featuring PGC this year. PUBG and PUBG Mobile collaborating for the first time ever across 2 of the most infamous malls right in the center of Bangkok. It's going to be a really, really cool event. Information about tickets and things will be going out very soon. So if you've ever been considering traveling to attend an event, this one's a really solid option. So, hey, book it in your calendars. It's definitely worth. But first of all, we're going to be traveling over to South Korea for our Tego match. Fourth and final Tego of the finals as we get into match number 21. I'm so used to 3-day finals. This 4th day is just throwing me off, but it's keeping things so intense. We can add another 6 games on top of this. I guarantee it will still be just 1 or 2 points between all of these squads. They're just so tightly contested. And Buriram right now is looking a little bit surrounded by hostiles on all sides. So they're a little bit tightly squeezed by their zone positioning.
Sure enough, and I like how you actually pointed out that, you know, this time around with 4 days of play is really testing the mental fortitude of all the players on board. And also, this being a little slightly longer of a marathon, certain players might start to feel a little bit of that fatigue. I hope that's not going to be the case for those who are chasing for those points, though. as for those who are, you know, somewhere near dead last right now, they don't really have too much pressure on their shoulders. So for now, they get to once again disturb anyone who is fancying those opportunities. Grum United, they secured top 2, and now just 2 points to close in onto anyone's legends. And I think, like, track record wise for both AL as well as BRU, they've always been super efficient to land those top 5 finishes, even from yesterday's run. So we might still see the point disparity to be just very, very small between the two of them.
I've always maintained the opinion that regardless of whether it's Cerberus Esports or Finhay Cerberus, they've always had an undefeated social media team.
Oh, yeah.
They've been posting every single day at the start, every single day without fail on their Facebook page, a picture that says, "We lost game 1 for content," every day. And I just gotta remind them, the best content would be an absolutely insane, unbelievable comeback for you to come up all the way from 10th to get into the top 4 and qualify for PGS. Just gotta you know, leave that as a reminder for Finhay that would make some really cool content as well. They're not too far away. 33 points with 4 games left. That can be done. They've just got to make sure they don't fall victim to any sneaky stuff like UNQ is trying to pull off against Chibarit. He spotted out 𝐴𝐿 lurking, and now the game is up. They just got to go fully aggressive or try to back out of this, whatever it's going to be, because Trick is on the way over to make this an even 2v2.
Not going to be an easy task for Chibarit as 𝐴𝐿 is just...
Oh, he didn't load the shotgun.
Oh, no. It was an empty barrel. Almost looking the grenade as well. Well, that's actually tossed by his teammate into the window, so not too much of a concern. UNQ so far spots the rival of Trick. And now tries to draw it in up against Chibarit. He's climbing on top of this wall. So much guts to do so. And it seems like the rest of the members of AG starting to appear over on the top end of the hillside. Chibarit has to get the drop over on the shank. Not switch over onto the other one over on the back end of the rock. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the map, it seems like there's going to be a little bit of action coming from Team Flash as well. One member being knocked down from the side of Sharp for the last recall. And Mon now going for the trade from the outskirts. He's just trying to dance it all around. Oh, Mon. He finally got it up against Kurd.
Flank to the flank. Might be an opportunity for Trick to potentially be revived with that knock being conceded on the northern side. But the first thing they've got to do is get in over there. Team Flash is losing members as well. They're down to just a solo. Sharper picking them off. And they're gone. Team Flash eliminated from the game less than 5 minutes in. They're one of the teams that's so close in contention to the top 5, 3 points away from PGS qualification. Now they're completely missing out on this entire game. Sharper might be able to get those respawns as well. Big news for them.
I feel like the pressure is really getting into the heads of Team Flash. They've tried so hard back in Miramar, and most of the time they've only got like 1 or 2 points in many of all these skirmishes. Even when they got successful knocks, plenty of it has been stolen away. Now that's a drop over onto 𝐶𝐿. 𝐴𝐿 wiggling his way into a closer distance. As UNQ so far has been really causing trouble towards the Indonesian side. AG now having this down from inside Mon. And Alter Ego somehow have been able to turn that one around. All thanks to Trick and Chibarit.
There's a big flank from the top of the hill. Still just completely wiped them out. That's impressive stuff from Alter Ego. 4 points on the board. Armory Gaming eviscerated. And getting that opening knock from Man just wrapping all the way around the back, catching Kurt with his back turned. Big way to turn that around. 2 teams killed off before the 6-minute mark in this game. Team Flash, one that was in contention. Armory Gaming, perhaps not. But still, that does mean that later on in the game, perhaps in around the mid stages of the game, there might be a little bit more space available for some teams to occupy. Some might not be under as much pressure as they typically would be, playing from the edge if all 16 teams were still standing. at full health. Good news for teams that like to lurk and hold down the edges, but there's still potential that this could be one of those weirdo zones. There's a lot of space that is implying this will be going up towards the northern island, northwest side of Tego, but there's still a chance that this could come back towards the southeast, eastern side of Terminal. Not completely ruled out of the equation. Happy Squad and Sharper are lurking in this area. Whether Happy heard the engagement earlier on between Sharper and Armory Gaming, that's what they're looking for, maybe. CJ spotted out 𝐼𝘗𝑠𝑒𝑟BERUS on the opposite side of the road as well.
Yeah, great work so far from Happy Squad to always been able to really look for all these lurkers so that they could also aim to outflank certain flankers as well. Oh, take a look at the setup from the minimap. I mean, they're trying to really get a full wrap around those members of Sharper Esports, and I wonder if they actually suspected 𝐿𝐷𝐼 still moving around. I believe they've already been assessing the situation, and it's time to just unleash the bullets. Ia now, alongside with 𝘚𝑠⁵, has been able to land the knock, and just like that, Easy does it now with those grenades. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 all alone. This is gonna be a daunting task for him to try to somehow turn the tides around.
Yeah, it's another little case of 𝐿𝐷𝐼 being isolated from the rest of Sharper Esports. In fact, he did have a buddy, but the buddy got picked off early, and now there's nothing he can do. As 𝘚𝑠⁵ just swings the corner, a few flashbangs sent through. He's wiped out. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 follows suit. 𝘚𝑠𝐵 just a little bit too far away. Forest are starting to creep in over. This compound has been cause of death of a whole lot of players so far. Sharper, they've got their 4 points earlier on from the engagement that they did win, but it's not going to be enough for them to really start making any progress to climb back up towards the top 5. Only going to be leaving themselves with 3 games to go, but the gap currently is one that can be closed with just one single game. We've seen teams get enough points that that would be the case. Oh, it's starting to get a little bit out of reach. 𝐿𝐷𝐼 putting long-range shots in as Forest is looking to make their rotation over the bridge, but it's a very long-distance shot. Nothing landing so far.
Oh boy. Such a risky drive through the bridge. Thankfully, he makes the cut though. 𝐿𝐷𝐼bots had to go in for the reload, so a little bit of missed opportunity out there. But hey, good attempt nonetheless. And I'm thinking, is there could be a certain possibility for Sharper Esports to still look for maybe a recall if they could get a couple of blue chips through? 4 points,
possible.
Not quite enough for themselves, but yeah. But they definitely need to at least have Happy Squad to leave the facility for them to at least have some wiggle room.
And Thunders is still alive as well. And there it is. There's that shift. I knew it. I knew it was going to happen. Back towards the southeast, eastern side of Terminal. Well, now Happy Squad is not going to be leaving that compound, so Sharper isn't going to be getting those revives, but they do at least get position in the zone. Thunders can wrap all the way around and regroup, so they can get something on the eastern side of this zone as a 2-man. Everyone just sending it straight back over. Forest were taking shots the entire time they drove over the bridge. Now they've got to come back. That's a buggy for 𝐿𝐷𝐼. CJ's got a Panzer. He fires this. That's not going to land. Yeah, Forest makes it through unscathed.
Oh, man. Half of the population in this lobby got scammed. And the Expendables also trying to form a little bit of a drive-by action. 𝘚𝑠⁵ last round got picked off, and he doesn't want to commit the same foul once again. lam𝑏𝑎𝑜, though, have been able to really draw it too close up against those members of the new home. And wow. A big one coming out of lam𝑏𝑎𝑜 as he tries to hold the line all by himself.
Get
the
back
rest
in.
of Finhay CERBERUS is pretty segregated, and now the nades are falling true. Cyan is decked out with the M249, and he gets the angle.
Crazy loadout for lam𝑏𝑎𝑜, but he's just overrun by multiple angles. Grenades. Didn't hear the footsteps as the team was approaching, but Hoi-An's been picked off from the back line. Redirecting Rosseted, combining to take him out, and it's an off angle from 𝐿𝐷𝐼. Still a whole ton of shots flying through from the opposite side as Happy Squad watching from a distance. 𝐿𝐷𝐼's going to have to back out of this. 𝐿𝐷𝐼's got the MP5 as well. Might look to try and find lam𝑏𝑎𝑜's body, upgrade that to the P90 again. Might even be able to potentially look for a revive, but they're under a lot of pressure. It's going to be tough.
Yeah. Now the dust settles for a little bit, as certain teams have been able to at least breach over on the south side of the zone. Happy Squad, they didn't really put themselves too much at risk though. Still having 4 members on board. Now Fluky's on the glider, just floating really low. Thankfully goes unpunished for now, but it's going to be giving a little bit more of an area support towards Patapong for them to eventually get that pin down onto Hisaki. Theerathon 5 is just going to be easily running him down. They're not going to be stopping for whatever loots right now. It's a little too risky. While there are 2 members of Anyone's Legends who's across the corner, but instead the rest of the members of Theerathon 5 wants to drive deeper in the zone to see if they can find that wide wrap to go a little further into the next bridge so they could be close towards the center.
Look how many of the teams towards the top of the standings are in the blue zone right now. Glowing blue on the leaderboard, as they're all being forced to make wide wraps back around the way they came. This phase 2 shift has caused a lot of problems for a lot of teams. Full sense. It's actually Tanadol kind of isolated from the rest of them, just about escaping the grasp of Buriram. And there goes another one. The Expendables in the blue zone as well now. It's almost everyone in the top 6 is tanking blue zone. Look at how far Tanadol's had to go to make his way all the way around. And there's still a fight going on around the outside of Palace with Buriram for the rest of Full Sense. Looking to put shots in towards the back of them. Zone has continued to go over directly onto the top of Happy Squad on that East Terminal Peninsula. All these squads are still tanking the blue. Have got to find a way to get over the river and get back into play.
Oh, man. I'm not quite sure if BRU can make the cut, but at the very least, they do have just about enough meds to get by for now. They don't want to waste too much resources, so whatever bandages that they do have is going to come in pretty handy at this current point in time. Sharper already looking to load out with those mortars as well, but they're also getting infiltrated by the rival of Alter Ego. Great cash coming from Thunders. That's one down. C-Boy, once again, getting shredded. Barrel in hand as he tries to find him just by the side of the wall. Montu also follows suit. And oh, he got blinded for a second here. This is going to look really nice for you, but Thunder so far holding just fine by himself. But the entirety of Alter Ego is looking to just push right through.
He didn't see
him. There we go! Oh, could have been risky. Thankfully, he spots him out in time.
That could have been real risky for Chibrit as well. He vaulted through a window that had a gas can just lurking on the other side. If Thunders had just put some bullets into that, or maybe even a grenade, could have burst it that they fired through. Erzapataloy gets the better of man over the side of the vehicle hood, but Chimoy answers back before he can disappear around the side of the wall. Thunders is going for a hop over the top of the wall, gets the angle from above, but it's not enough damage. Hip firing, dropping down from above, gets the 1v1 onto Simoy. He's going to get these flushes, might be able to hop inside, get the revive, but no, it's Trick's grenade that just sends him to the Shadow Realm, cleans up his teammate as well. And Trick is the last man standing for Alter Ego. 2 teams now looking for their instant rebreach. It's the Expendables and eArena both flying into this compound with Panzerfaust as well. eArena is going to try and chase him out. I don't know if they know that the Expendables are here. They've got to hit the steps by now. Clory's whips out the Panzer.
Oh, they're stacked up! A quick double for Clory's! 2 birds, 1 stone, and more to go. Tabu's got another one.
It's just unfair.
Not at all.
Unfair for eArena. Norins has lost all of his teammates in a matter of seconds. They breached at the same time as the Expendables. 2 of them just got left-clicked to death by 1 single Panzerfaust, and now Tambu looking to do the same to him, through the wall even. And the Expendables lay claim to this compound. No one else around to rebreach. Maybe if there was, they might consider it. There's only 1 standing and active in that compound for now. But the Expendables do come out ahead. Just utility diff. Kiss taken down on the southwestern side of the zone, as finally some of these teams are starting to make an entrance into the zone. Full Sense, Forest, and Buriram just about creeping in on the west as the zone completely shifts now onto the southern landmass. And Finhay Cerberus had an emergency parachute to try and get across.
I really do feel for 𝐿 though. From heroes to zero, and oh, we got a glimpse of that mortar shot coming from 𝐷𝑒𝑒𝑡 that lands directly onto Tycon. This could absolutely help out Theerathon 5's approach, as there's just not much of wiggle room for 𝐼𝑔. He's thinking about the save. It is still hardly doable, but gotta avoid those mortar shots. 𝐿𝐿. Patapong making it really difficult. So 𝐼𝑔, he's definitely second guessing. 𝐷𝑒𝑒𝑡 finally nailed it down. So that has been 2 successful shells that's been landing around that corner. Now they managed to really hold this line. More and more teams come out over onto the rim of the zone, while Windy sets up shop. Finhay CERBERUS still tries to trade back on the drive-by. Thankfully, that's being cleared out. Windy still healthy and alive, while Pat still gets involved. Finally, they've been able to pin out anyone's legends, and this is going to cost them a dear lot. No points whatsoever for the Vietnamese squad, whereas T5, they're on the search, and I believe they've already gotten just about enough to secure themselves the top 3.
And they've crept their way into the top 4 even. They might even climb above 𝐼𝑔. Terrible, terrible news for Full Sense. They're going to be hitting 200 points any second now, but it still might not be enough. Too late claim to that PGC Finals direct qualifier slot. Looks like T17 doesn't have much time left for this world. As soon as he finishes swimming, he's going to get picked off. He might just opt to drown himself to deny the point. Not really much more that he can do. And 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑟 prevents him from even doing that. Lands the headshot at the last possible moment. They've spotted Windy on the far side of the zone as well, but that's the first kill point of the game secured for Full Sense. One more team to be eliminated before we enter into the top 8, and placement points come into play. And there's a wide spread of teams now. Mortar's still flying in on the northern side of the map.
I believe that is coming from the side of Theerathon 5. They've been making it rain for quite a while now. 𝐷𝑒𝑒𝑡 Jr. so far, pinpoint accuracy. We'll give a pass to him, even if he does not land the third shot. While Theerathon 5 now have secured the entirety of the eastern plains. Now the problem is, how do they get by with both HAPPIE Squad as well as Finhay CERBERUS just across them? So this shift most likely will go into the center of the zone, and once more, it's TDT who benefits. Massive improvement from TDT. Even in the past round, they've always been able to get those phase 5 zones, finding themselves directly in the center. And this time, they're hoping to have a cleaner run. No bunker setups though, so we'll have to see if they will be able to outpick the rest of the field. Theerathon 5 now been pinning out teams who's been playing over onto the high grounds, and that's pretty much the same spot that we've seen so far of those players hiding out. So Finhay CERBERUS, they're still not out of the woods, and it seems like they're sending out a player or two flank out their position. So 𝐷𝑒𝑒𝑒𝑡 has got a lot to do to suppress this member of Theerathon 5 right at the moment.
Lands a catch onto 𝐻𝑒𝑛_𝐓 in the distance, as Ranger X just playing dodge grenades with Finhay CERBERUS. Either side of the rock, they're aiming for the smoke grenades. Blue zone's a little bit too low down the hill. Actually going to cut the vision a little bit, while the rest of the squad can look to regroup, make a move forwards. They're still not in the zone yet, and there's pressure from behind them as well, as the Expendables are putting shots in, but no third parties to worry about. Most of the occupation in the server is out here on the west. Full Sense caught right in the middle of all of it.
Yeah, everyone's really fighting for that space for them to secure the spot in the hill. Meanwhile, I love all these troubles lobbed at Theerathon 5. Does not take them out at all. Can't say the same about APAC. It's going to be Full Sense that's going to be onto them. Just buying time, and here comes the push. Double off. Just eager to find even more. Really take that quick peek over the hillside though, but that should be just about sufficient for him to really put it out with the M4 so far. They're not allowed to rotate in this position. See that, of course, not to give his also emerging from the southern side. His finds a trade, and quickly as it goes, Rosset also follows suit, and that will take out 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷.
And they found themselves that entry to get at least some sort of position into the zone. They've spotted the vehicle as well. No mortars left though for T5, but big grenades for Forest, cleaning up Belmoth and Tanadol. There's Full Sense stuck in the middle between themselves and Windy up towards the north, and Forest just pushing forwards again, not getting over aggressive. Now it's 𝑠apau's turn to land the grenade. Tigger has gone down. Leaves one standing for Full Sense. They might just fall short of that 200-point mark. Might just end this game on 199 with 3 games left to go. They're going to lose out this last player.
Perhaps they could be able to claim a couple of placement points, though. We'll have to see. Theerathon 5 now marking onto that member of Force. 𝐷𝐷𝐷 still pretty much part of the equation. Haven't seen it for a while now coming from HAPPIE squad. Now 𝐾𝐻 rocking up to the high ground and finds the rest of the kneeling members of Windy from across the corner. Should be able to secure it from that distance, and now having a little bit more of the assistance coming through. But HAPPIE squad's been holding them back. So really find a different approach, as there's just too much going on over on the opposite end. As the Expendables, they got a little bit of trade, and it's going to be 𝐴𝑚𝑘𝐷𝐷 to also put in the assist to put out the entirety of Theerathon 5, so the streak will now be broken.
It's the same problem as Full Sense had on the opposite side. Now, well, Forest is the last remaining contender for Thailand, and Buriram as well. There's still a chance that we could get 8 Thai chicken dinners in a row. Tanvu is going to try and use this ridgeline to their advantage. Still no pressure from above the Expendables, and they can now use this to just look down upon Finhay CERBERUS, do some severe damage on towards them. They don't have a vehicle to get out of this scenario. Tanvu's got a billion smoke grenades as well, so he can just buy time, wait for the support to come in. But 𝐴𝑚𝑘𝐷𝐷 just sprints forwards with a P90. 𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 taken down on the back line. He's only got 1 bullet in the P90. Doesn't matter. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 picks him off before he even gets the chance to use it. Should be able to grab the revive as well, and then push forwards almost into the top 4 now. The teams will have heard these shots. Somebody might look to flex out and try and punish them. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case, though.
So timely on the flank maneuver. That really saves them from dropping out of the top 5. A little bit of standstill right now. Buriram United couldn't really quite get the catch onto those members of TDT. They're planted directly into the zone, whereas Force Natural Gaming is on the other side to really hold them by the spine of the hill. So perhaps they might consider to quickly reposition to the other side while there's still time. A 2-2 split formation coming out of Force Natural Gaming sees them having major control from the far west. About 30% of the portion of the map belongs to them at this moment, while the rest of TDT, once again, sets up a really nice cover for themselves. Now looking for a couple attacks. 𝐾𝐻 might be able to crack the case open. It's been a while that HAPPIE squad's been planted there, but they might need to reposition. Never mind that. The zone now belongs to HAPPIE squad.
It's a nice zone shift for them up towards the north. 𝐾𝐻 has somewhat of a position that he can corral the rest of Forest with relative safety towards the western side of this kind of plateau. It depends on how things go on this side of the server, where TDT once again have got themselves their defensive setup. They survive the initial grenades that are sent out, and 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 with an off angle picks up a second after Van gets the opening knock onto rizz. 𝐿𝐷𝐷𝐷𝐷 still has the Panzer as well. He's going in. Grenade doesn't quite land, but this one's going to. Buriram eviscerated, and now they're taking the fight to TDT. HAPPIE squad as well getting involved. TDT's just getting picked apart.
I just love the way that they just run at him and just convincingly secures all these hefty points. Still down to 1 member, though. Should be able to go for the revive right now that the rest of the teams are absolutely occupied. The rest of Force Natural Gaming now spread apart. And CJ did manage to secure it up against Tanvu. Olympus. That he's hiding right inside the smoke. Oh, that can be done. Jun and Finhay. They're getting pretty much bombarded as well as shredded by both Baron and 𝐏𝐵𝐵 at the very same time. And now there's only 2 more left from TDT.
That's really the same situation as the game before for TDT. They had a good defensive setup that worked for a while until people started to clear out all of the teams on the edge of the zone enough that they could get within grenade range. They could get in range to surround them. And then the cover that they have set up just isn't really sufficient to win multiple engagements on multiple fronts. Forest have done a great job of keeping 4 alive though. 𝐾𝐻 just holding the back line, stemming any possible aggression from Happy Squad. They've crept their way forwards. And it's a beautiful nade from CJ to finish off TDT. That's the last Vietnamese squad eliminated now. Apart from one single player who's pretty much out in the blue zone already. Around the back of Forest. They're going to deal with him. And then it's a 4 versus 4 for Forest and Happy Squad. Unless 𝐿𝑜RiES can find anyone to pick off. With that AWM, there's a chance.
But you gotta turn that into a big window. Forest looking for another back-to-back winner chicken dinner as they're just rushing through the hillside to get the catch onto CJ, and this really opens up the count for them to just get their hands on the chicken dinner. And now they know exactly where the rest of the members of Happy Squad is currently located. They're forced to prone out, and 𝐾𝐻 is just gonna crack this one open. Spotting out Ia, running through the field side, and quickly as it goes, and Trip to try to suppress him for now, but does not stop both 𝐏𝐵𝐵 as well as 𝐾𝐻 to actually deal even more. Olympus now going up close and personal, and Forest Natural Gaming is going to be looking rather confident to stash another big win.
𝐏𝐵𝐵's got the Panzerfaust as well. He's just going to send that over towards the vehicle. It doesn't really connect the way that he was hoping for. 𝐏𝐵𝐵 did get the revive as well on the initial knock, but there's another for Baron. 10 Trip dropped out of the equation. It's 4 versus 2. Forest looking for a back-to-back to push them up into real contention for those top 5 positions. 𝐏𝐵𝐵 around the outside, a big flank. He's got the lineup with the 3x. 10 Trip taken out, dodges the Panzer as well, and the game is over just like that. There was not even a knock conceded for Forest Natural Gaming. They just rolled their way through Happy Squad for their 2nd win in a row. What a comeback this has been from this squad. They started off first 2 days lacking in performance. They left a lot to be desired. But here it is, the final 2 days of the final stage, and they are bringing it.
They absolutely had faith, and now they are really showing us their true form, and just about in time for them to really get everything running like clockwork so that they can set up even bigger plays moving into the PGS. I think this definitely confirms it. With only a few more rounds remaining, Forest now should have a big jump in points for them to be up there within the top 4.
Yep, and there's only 3 games left to go for anyone to try and dislodge them, and it's even worse news once again for Full Sense. Forest is one of those teams that they desperately needed to not have a good day today if they want to hold on to that PGC Grand Final slot. And if they get to the top 3, then they're going to be overtaking. eArena as well is the other, and T5. Those are the big threats, and all of them have been performing really well towards the end of the final stages. Forest particularly so today. 2 back-to-back wins on, again, what was a very difficult zone to handle, but just keeping themselves out of the way of most of the chaos. A lot of the chaos was caused by the zone shift on phase 2, going back onto the mainland. Really jebaited a whole lot of teams who'd already committed to the north. And then just a whole lot of engagements. Beautiful little rainbow nade around the side. And then Panzerfaust gameplay occurred. Teams like eArena really just falling victim. Not much counterplay, not much of a chance to fight back.
The Expendables is definitely giving us all the Panzer galore, all the way till the very end as well, where we're also seeing Forest Natural Gaming to also put a couple through. And to me, what's really impressive is that in this kind of circumstances, they've been so calm and collected on how they've been approaching all their team fights. You saw that 2-2 split where it could have actually been a little bit risky, but for most part, they've been holding a very defensive stance until they saw great openings for them to start to trade right back. And for us so far, they just know how to execute every single pan so cleanly.
Just getting those opening picks, cleaning up the point man of 𝐴, who was lurking on the close range, and then getting aggressive, not overstepping their boundaries, not falling victim to the Panzerfaust that were sent back towards them. Really, really solid stuff from 𝐿, and it's just another example of, yes, this team started off a little bit slow, but we know what they're capable of. We've seen really good things from them individually and as a squad, and it's that calm, composed, and collected gameplay, not overstepping their boundaries, take the opportunities as and when they present themselves, and it's 2 back-to-back wins that's going to push them really high up the leaderboard as well at the final hurdle.
Oh boy, now there's only 3 more maps remaining, Rick. I mean, what are the chances where, you know, certain teams could still find those big chicken dinners to somehow topple those that are looking very likely? I mean, surely we need to calculate the points for 𝐿 Natural Gaming right now. I think it's safe to say that they should be true with all that they've been able to acquire. And who knows, they might also be able to also break the record where they, well, I say they trade, it's 𝐿 now. So they trade, oh my, gotta get used to it. 𝐿, okay, got it. 𝐿, they got that triple chicken dinner back in day 2. Who knows, 𝐿 might also look to do that here in this final day of play.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of operations, a whole lot of options, and a whole lot of potential outcomes. There's only one way to find out. That's to get into those final 3 games as quickly as we can. So we're going to run to a very quick break and come back as soon as we possibly can.
I just need a spot, light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart, too. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing this static. She see the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey. In a storm, I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. Whoa. No fear, every step I claim, face strong, I think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
Hello, my name is 𝐿𝐿.
Hi, I'm Monty from Team Aurora.
เอ้ยสีคุ้นๆหิมะตกใช่ไหมแบบเนี้ย
easy very easy Miramar.
That's Miramar.
Miramar.
ข้อ A ครับมิรามา
Very easy because the red building is only in Picado.
แบบนี้ไม่ชัวร์ฮะ
I'm gonna go with Tego. C.
This easy too. This school. Irangel.
Miramar. No. Erangel.
อ๋อน่าจะเป็นสคูลครับที่โรงเรียนน่าจะเป็นอิรังเกลเข้าบีครับ
It's because it's only in school have this stats too.
เอ้ยเป็นไง
Still Miramar. This like this power grid I think.
มีตะแกรงโครงเหล็ก A ครับมิรามา
Rondo. Yeah, Stadium.
That's Miramar again. That's Power Grid, surely.
Erangel.
That must be Tego Fishing Camp.
Diego.
ห่วงยางมีถังน้ำฟิชชิ่งแบบเทโก้ข้อ C ครับ
Rondo.
Rondo.
ลอนโดครับข้อดี
This Rondo.
นี่ชัดมาก
Still very easy.
แข้งนี้มีแมปเดียวอีเลนเกลครับข้อบี
Oh, this was only in Irango.
Eranja.
Tarango.
Tego. I'm sure.
This easy too. I choose Diego.
โอ้โหอันนี้มีลาม่าหรือเปล่าพี่นุ่นหุ่นอยู่กลางทุ่งหญ้า
We run them through these. There you go.
เอ้าเตโก้เหรอกินมีลาม่าโอ้ไม่ได้สังเกตเลยขับรถชนไม่หยุดเลยตรงนี้
Rondo.
Rondo.
อุ้ยอันนี้มันพลิกลอนโดครับลอนโดนี่ผมไม่ผิดละ
I choose D. Rondo.
Yeah.
Easy game.
ไปครับ
Yeah, shout out to all the fans in the O's community who've shown their support for Team Aurora so far in like the PUBG Master Series. Hope you continue to show the support in the APAC qualifiers, and yeah, thank you.
I hope everyone supports us at the APAC Phase 2 tournament this time. We will try our best to bring the trophy home to Vietnam, to the Expendables. Thank you guys.
ก็อย่าลืมฝากเชียร์ทีมฟอเรสต์ด้วยครับแล้วก็รายการในแปกเจอกันที่มาเลเซียครับ
Buat teman-teman PUBG Indo fans yang jangan lupa dukung kami 𝐷𝐿TER di APAC qualifier nanti.
3 games have been and gone on this final day of the final stage of PAQ Phase 2. 3 games remaining for everything to be decided. The fate of all 16 of these teams who made it to the finals rests now in their own hands, but with 3 final chances to put them to any sort of use. There's been a whole lot of teams who started off pretty slow that bounced back now towards the late stage of things, and that just makes it all the more interesting as we get into the final half day of the PAQ finals. 𝐶𝐁𝐆, man, what a ride it has been. It's going to be sad when it comes to an end, especially for those teams who are going to miss out because the margins are going to be close. But we should take a look at who it's going to be, who might just be taking the chance to lift that trophy and get on a plane to go compete at the internationals in just a few months' time.
Yeah, we've seen tremendous quality plays coming from all the 16 teams here in the grand finals, and it's going to be a long off season for those that does not make the cut, so it is definitely understandable why all these teams are just really putting everything that they've got in every single match. But it's been a back-to-back win coming out of Forest Natural Gaming that sees them once more clinching another victorious run in such a clean manner once more. And so far it's been pretty much the same story where 𝐾𝐆 have been able to lead the pack with plenty of damage being done. He's always been the main hitman. This time Olympus may not have been able to back too much of those numbers, but hey, he's been able to really support the team well enough. And just like the previous round, 𝐾𝐆 once more is the MVP of the match.
Yeah, another one in the books for 𝐾𝐆. It's, I think, his 3rd MVP. I think every time that Forest has picked up a victory, it's been his face that we've seen pointing that finger at us every time as if to just let us know that we're next. Unfortunately, 2 games in a row, Forest have been able to pick up the win. 5 kills for him this time around with a solid 700 plus damage. Man, the Expendables picked up 9 kills in that match though, so definitely a bit of a better performance from them. Maybe getting themselves back up into that conversation for top 2, which might not seem like a whole lot of a problem given that they're a global partner team, but it does have implications for the PGC slot depending on the APAC points for the most points for a Thai team at the end of this tournament. So there's a lot of teams who are really hoping that the Expendables can pick it up, Full Sense even being one of them.
Yeah, you did also point out that, you know, the Finhay CERBERUS has got this great social media team, and right now with a top 4 spot, maybe a poster will be up by now. So they've been able to at least get themselves 7 points. But if you look at the rest of the field, they're also getting similar margins with Theerathon 5 and Sharper to do exactly the same. And going through the list as well, I think last round might have actually hurt eArena a little bit with them walking away with nothing. And now it's just 1 point shy for Full Sense to claim that big 200-pointer. Should be easily done by now. And it's a tie between eArena and Theerathon 5.
And Buriram United. All three of them on 143 points. AL outside of the qualifying spots by 2 points. And again, bad news for Full Sense. They need Forest to not be top 3. Forest is currently the second place team in the overall PAQ or APAC points out of Thailand, behind T5 coming into this tournament by 10 points. If they end in third place, regardless of whether or not Full Sense ends in first, they do not have enough points to get that direct regional wildcard seed into the PGC finals. So Forest have really made a massive comeback. They were lacking behind for a significant amount of time, but these 2 wins has put them exactly where they need to be. And all they've got to do is just hold on to it for a few hours.
And I think that this will feel like the longest hours of their lives, where it will be really crucial for them to really claim whatever point of that they could actually claim. Whether if they see teams battling, they could just butt their noses to maybe just steal a few, and that will just be the difference, because this 3-way tiebreaker right now could really be either one to be sent out of getting their hands of that direct PGC slot. So now we take a cool glimpse onto our teams. As for Natural Gaming so far, they've had their fair share of celebration. The first one, they weren't really all too happy about it, but after securing 2 back-to-back wins, they start to lighten up, and now perhaps there isn't going to be too much of that pressure, as so long as they stick to pretty much the same plan, they should be good to go.
Let's see whether or not they get the opportunity to, because their game plan has been to avoid pressure, survive into the late stages of the game. Very similar to what we saw from Full Sense on their extremely successful day. Just don't get drawn into anything weird. Play your own game, control the space, and pick off when opportunities are presented to you. But this is, of course, APAC, and there's always the opportunity that you could just have a 4-man drive into your compound or wipe someone out from your split, and things suddenly get very chaotic and out of control. So let's not rule anything out just yet, but signs are looking very good for those squads. And Full Sense very close to that 200-point mark as well. Really dangerous squad. There's a whole lot of pressure on them now, regardless of whether or not they're pretty locked in to get first place in this tournament, unless anyone can do anything wizardous in these final 3 games. But it's still, knowing that being able to be the champions of a tournament still might not be enough. That's got to be a really tough thing to have to contend with.
Fair enough. And there's also those teams who might be sitting around the lower half of the leaderboards right now. They can still look to improve their position so that they earn a couple thousand extra in this tournament. I mean, we got 80k to be distributed, so Happy Squad, they've been rather consistent. They've been improving round after round, and that could maybe feed them for a good month or so, if they could just get more of these, maybe a top 4 finish again. Of course, we're just waffling a little bit before we get ourselves into our round of Rondo, but when we take a look at what went down, Team Flash, they started off in the top 4, and they've been sliding down the list. Like I said, other than the Expendables that's been maintaining the order, Finhay, CERBERUS, as well as Team Flash haven't been able to accomplish much for the past couple rounds.
They really haven't, and it's getting to be that point where it might start to be too little too late. Those teams that are contending for those top 4 spots, we kind of estimated that our cutoff point might be around 175. That might be a little high, given the things that we've been seeing so far today. Maybe closer to sort of 165, maybe even 163. So it's not out of reach just yet. And they've really got to start picking it up. It's got to come to fruition on Rondo if any of those teams who are not currently within the top sort of 7 teams or so want a chance to get in to that top 4, currently top 5 position. They've really got to make it work, and it's got to start right now.
It has to be. And any form of slip-ups would see them slide down the list. We've seen it time and time again. Even anyone's legends who started off on second are now sitting at like what, at number 7, which we least expect them to really fall so many positions. And that last round, they just lost 3 of their positioning, all thanks to all these great hurdles being put to display by eArena, Forest, as well as Theerathon 5. Meanwhile, I think there's definitely some signs of life being shown from the side of TDT, of all the teams out there coming from the PVS. Very consistent with their position, but then they still have to get their hands on another big win if they really want to be part of what there is to do on these final couple of games. Now we move into the very final round of Rondo, and so far it's been one of the most chaotic maps that we've seen. Yesterday they were fighting for the hills, and I wonder what we're getting for today.
Yeah, zones have been all over the place so far. We've been all the way down to the eastern side of Tinlong Garden so far, up way to the north beyond the test track. Didn't quite make it over the river though, so maybe something far to the eastern side of the map, somewhere around Mei Ran. That could be another interesting battleground. Or we could just go full central, and that still causes a lot of issues in its own right. This is one of the most wide open maps. Again, the terrain is a whole lot of open fields. And we've seen some more BRDMs today called in and put to some use than we've seen really ever since day number 1. Day 2 and 3, they haven't really had much of an impact, but this is definitely a map where they can cause some issues for teams on those more wide open zones. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 getting a little bit close to UNQ, but they're just going to be going for vehicles, going their separate ways. No aggression to start off the map.
Yeah, no shenanigans as well. I mean, they know that it's going to be severe repercussions if they get caught out. And thankfully, not much that needs to be done other than acquire that vehicle for the moment. The Expendables so far, having Clories to pop off in that last round was absolutely vital for them to maintain their current ranking at number 2. And we're looking at Force Natural Gaming to be able to catch up if they can add another 10 points to the list. Expendables have not acquired that many of Chicken Dinner. They've always been that kill number heavy team. So far, they've been able to take 101 points from kills alone. As for Force Natural Gaming, I think like they've been able to find that fair balance between the two. So we shall see if Forest can match the record being set by Full Sense in this round to acquire 3 Chicken Dinners back to back. Of course, all eyes is on Kiss. If they want to stop Force Natural Gaming, they gotta start hunting them out.
Somebody's got to bring a stop to them if they want their own chance of getting into those PGS qualifying slots. There's a lot of Thailand representation in the top 6. Only the Expendables from anywhere else outside of that. Anyone's legend. I mean, it doesn't look great for them to be in 7th place, but you realize they're only 5 or 6 points away from the top 3, maybe 7. It's so extremely tight for all of those spots. Normally we expect the sort of 1 or 2 point differential to be sort of around 7th, 8th, and 9th place, but it's a little more top heavy this time around. There's a big gap from 1st place down to 2nd, but the gaps there dwindle very quickly, and those are, annoyingly, the ones that matter the most.
Ooh, and you know what I really do notice about the PVS teams is that they're very reliant on a build up of momentum. If they don't really get those big games off, you just see them having some signs of struggle, and I think it definitely has to do with, you know, the mentality of the team overall. And the only outlier right now is the Expendables, where they've definitely matured throughout the past couple of tournaments that they played. The global experience absolutely helped them. Eager to also be involved for some deep run in the upcoming PGS as well as PGC. Theerathon 5 definitely have been showing massive strides throughout the entire course of the year. Now, looking to break that 143-point tie. It'll be even more dramatic if we actually see these three teams get on a gridlock situation where they have to take each other out. I think we'll probably get there, usually by phase 6 onwards, but for now, we'll have to let them cook for the meantime.
Imagine an end game between all of these squads. Imagine a game 6 end game. It's like Forest, eArena, anyone's legend, T5. And the winner of that game goes to PGS. Imagine. Honestly, the way that things are going, the bottom of the leaderboard gets wiped out pretty quickly. At least that's been a consistent theme across all of the games that we've had so far today. So it might not be completely off the cards that the ending of the final game could have a lot of implications for these top 5 spots. As it currently stands, it could still be reduced to top 4. There's only a couple of teams that need to get 2 or 3 points on the board to knock eArena out of that top position standings. And then it does get a little bit more difficult for the other squads. That GPT safety blanket being pushed down as it currently stands to allow T5 entry to PGS if the tournament were to end right now. Unfortunately for them, it is not ending right now. And they've still got 3 more games where they've got to stack up the points as much as they can because opportunities are running out.
Sharper Esports was also part of that conversation when we kickstart, day 3. Now that they're having 116 points, I think that there is some small possibilities, but it requires them to secure at least 1 chicken dinner and another 2 big rounds in the Wrangle for them to kind of have maybe a certain margin. But if we were to reflect back onto PGC points as well, Sharper Esports doesn't have plenty being acquired throughout the course of the year.
Nope.
And that's been problematic for them.
I mean, they got the Thailand Series Spring Championship points, but then didn't really get anything going for them in PAQ phase number 1. And you hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Sharper Esports, the points that they picked up on day number 1, they still haven't reached double that amount. It's been 2.5 days since day 1 ended. They ended, I think, 62 or 63 points after day number 1. So that day still outperforming the entire rest of the tournament up to this point. Maybe this is the game where that changes. Maybe they can stack up something, build a little bit of confidence to give them some glimpse of hope, because it's still not a million miles away. About 30 points or so. It can be done. 1 win, get a 22 point win, and they're right back in reach. But it's tough to get that, especially on a map like this one, a zone like this, slightly off-centered to the eastern side of the test track and the Neox factory, and there's already shots being exchanged between Anyone's Legend and FCE. Anyone's Legend just full sent directly into the northern side of the compound. Simon T lucky not to get caught. And 𝐿𝐿𝐷 almost gets the catch, lands a headshot and a body shot, but one final tag to follow up, not quite landed.
At least he gets the read. He knows where exactly is the rest of Anyone's Legends planted for the moment. So he's going to be relaying it back to 𝐿𝐿𝐷 to see if he could actually find a deeper angle. And similarly enough, for past couple rounds, it is these 2 teams that's been building this long, extended rivalry, even from the home ground up till now. I mean, we've got these 2 teams with such a legacy run from the early days of PUBG up to today to always breathe down each other's neck, and this time around, Anyone's Legends need those points more than ever. I would say that Finhay CERBERUS kind of botched it since after that successful day 1 run. They're pretty much riding those cold low tides, just like how Sharper Esports did. So it doesn't seem like they've been able to shake it out just yet. I mean, I could be very well mistaken here, since it's still relatively early in Rondo. A good chicken dinner for anyone will definitely flip the script altogether. Theerathon 5 now. seeking out avenues, and that is one target that will be pretty juicy if they can land a knock onto Forest Natural Gaming.
Long distance visual confirmation of target made. T5 doesn't know who this is. They could use their intuition and research in terms of drop spots and knowing rotations and teams' preferred positioning. But they wouldn't know for sure that this is Forest. That is a team that they are going to want to eliminate. But until a knock comes through with a kill feed, they don't have that information. So they are just going to continue to swing their way on by. They don't want to get too caught up in a fight, especially when they have priority on the bridge. Just in case this shifts over to the east, there's a couple of teams setting up for that possibility as well. It's not going to be the case. Are going back towards the west. Test track now practically the center of the zone. So anyone's Legend and FCE fortunate not to have come to blows early on. Tigger sprinting forwards. Thunders almost catches him out from around the side. Oh, nearly took him out. Nearly took Tigger down. He ran out of bullets on the spray, but Flash up and over gets the angle. And 𝐿𝐼𝐼 in combination. Sit down Eddie. I think they bolted him out of the car, maybe? That's a big loss for Buriram. They can't be affording losses right now. They're still on the tiebreaker. We've got to move on without him.
It's relatively rough. I mean, we saw so many teams being especially parties, and now beautiful angle for Uder. Gets pinned down over on the path to Pong. Turn it back with two more members to be able to lend a helping hand. But it's far from clear for Theerathon 5. They need a quick reset. And right now, it seems like 𝐿 is parachuting into this corner of the terrain. And he might just be able to just pepper them down all the way from the top, being the torn in the flesh. Now Esports now reconvene, but that big nade suppresses two members of Theerathon 5, and they're just absolutely pinched off of this map.
That's a big, big loss. Such an exciting fight that my water bottle launched itself off my desk. If you heard the bang in the background, my bad. T5, oh man. This is not the time to be going out with just 1 point this early on into a game. They had the drop on Newhouse. He gave up 2 knocks initially to 𝐷𝐷𝐻. They got the trade. Newhouse just with the rebreach. They're up to 5 kills already. 4 of them being onto T5. They just simply cannot afford that. There are 3 teams within 2 points behind them that are just waiting to pounce to overtake them. That's bad, bad news for T5.
Yeah. Too soon to bow out. Well, as we always say, high risk, high reward there. Hoping to really take that full claim. But that beautiful nade really sent them out flying, though. I mean, kudos to New Home. Been able to really put up that absolute defense. All thanks to Diane. Sharper Esports now set up shop. I've been able to at least get some chip damage done towards those members of HAPPIE Squad. It's a wide spread that they're actually taking right at this corner, so I think it's a little bit too risky for them to really play outside the blue zone right at this moment. HAPPIE Squad does not really have all too much of the form of opportunity to just drive right through, so they will just have to hang back. They still have significantly enough first aid kits for them to be able to still make a maneuver into the zone eventually. Won't be too concerned, but Sharper now down to 2 members, still struggling to find form.
It might be over for Sharper if they get nothing going for them. PGS qualification hopes might be coming to an end. It's been a really good run for them regardless of how it ends up, especially coming in using a substitute, dragging 𝐿𝐼𝐼 out of retirement. Very solid performance for them, even ending up in first place at the end of day number 1. Not bad at all. Finhay CERBERUS, they're going to try and just exfil away from the situation as 𝐼𝐼𝐼 have entered into this region as well. They're no longer interested in lurking around, maybe looking for potential picks onto anyone's Legend. Too risky. Cannot be affording to take easy losses like that, so they're just going to back up, regroup. Off in the distance, TDT convoying on their way past, and another team just behind them. That's Full Sense, making their way further north as the zone has shifted in that direction. Tags few and far between, but Tycon is still landing some chip damage as they make their way forth.
Cerberus have been able to successfully flush a lot of teams to play over on the hillside as well. TDT playing in a very dangerous terrain. Some of the backs are being exposed to those who are over onto Neox as well as Test Track. Just about good enough of a cover for them to be in between the hills. Not so far off is going to be Team Flash. Teaming, also having kids to be around the vicinity. He's equipped with another Panzer. We've seen plenty of it last round. I believe that he will keep it until it's absolutely necessary, unless they have pretty much close quarter combat. But for now, you see mostly it's just all about getting those pickoffs through mid-range to long. Full Sense so far locked into this tight area, and the rest of Team Flash goes on that 2-2 split up the hillside. So they just will just gonna shift that fate now. And I don't think that Team Flash will push downwards anyways. Plenty of action going through. Action there. Oh, dangerously close. EDT now dance it off for some time. Now that their positioning is close.
Yeah, it's a fake little plateau that they're on, not really a real position. Got some vehicles for cover, not a whole lot else. There's grenades flying forwards from Team Flash onto Full Sense over the top of the cliff. Beautifully placed from 𝐿𝑜𝑛𝑔𝐿𝑥, and 𝐵INEK gets the flush on Tigger using that Lynx as well. Got the knock using that earlier on too. Full Sense, they did manage to get themselves up to 200 points, but that might be about where it ends. 𝐵INEK's trying to get up on the roof. He knows 𝐾AN is up on top of the rock on the far side. If he lands that with the Lynx, that's risky, potentially wasteful, but would be impressive. More emergency deployable cover flying down from the sky as 𝐷𝐻𝐻𝐿 just keeping an eye out. He knows the grenades came from above as 𝐿ONGX, but Diane actually, with the AWM, steals away the point onto Belmoth as something is happening with Armory Gaming. They've run over 𝐿𝑜𝑠𝑐 and then naded themselves. Love to see that.
Well, a little bit of a missed opportunity for that. Hey, at least we got what really went on. Now, those movements from across the league, expands an opportunity with those random attacks inside the smoke. House Esports onto the elevated terrains to look for a challenge up against the rest of HAPPIE squad, and they have 2 more members sent up close and personal. Be able to get the job done. 𝐿𝑜𝑛𝑔𝐿𝑥 now picking up those grenades, looking pretty good. Something sent far wide, but it still gets the job done. Uther looking to secure it, and 𝐿𝑜𝑦𝑎𝑛, swift as he goes, he lands that to the dome. And now only up to CJ. No clue as to where exactly 𝐷𝐻𝐿 is. He's burning up, and now all that is remaining is for them to try to clean this one up. T17 have been able to find the final player, and all that's left to do is for Diane to finish this one up, and he will. And just like that, New Home finds themselves 10 points so early into the match.
Yeah, 𝐵INEK had that one shot left in the Lynx, used it to instantly get the knock onto 𝐻WANG-F and follow it up with a frag grenade for the confirm. 10 kills for Newhouse. It is, in the grand scheme of things, not going to matter, but it's taking points, potential points away from the teams who are so desperate. Would give anything just to have 1 or 2 extra points, but Newhouse is sweeping them all aside right now. 16 players have been eliminated. They've got 10 of the kills. And Armory Gaming trying to make sure they're not going to be adding to that tally. 𝐷𝐻𝐿 might be revivable if they can keep line of sight broken using those smoke grenades. 𝑢𝑛q just checking down below. And it looks like they are going to back away. Chibarit give a slight opportunity. maybe. But Newhouse are down on the low ground now, and Team Flash, they're putting some shots in from above, but Diane still has that AWM. Flash taken down. It's just Tanadol left for full sense.
He's trying to deny any form of space with the Molotovs being sent out, but he's still going to be rushing through. Baron gets on the Dynasty, and Tanadol finally got that opportunity as he tried to scale up the hillside. New home. After a massive performance, they will not get anywhere close to the zone. But now with that attempt, Full Sense is trying to find a little bit more of the tight squeeze to hunt out for more. Up to Tanadol now to seal the fate of Team Flash.
Tanadol fighting back for his life, but he just had all of his kills stolen away from them. And Team Flash benefiting the most from it. They've got 5 points on the board, and now they're, what, like 4 points away from top 4. T5 somehow got eliminated like 10 minutes ago, and they're still just about holding on to their 5th place position. Surely that's not going to last too much longer. With AL still 4 strong. Tanadol still creeping forward, still getting some points on the board. He got 2 down. 𝐷𝐷𝐢 as well as 𝐿𝑉𝐷𝐢. Oh no, Team Flash, this might have fallen apart.
Down to this really dicey 1 versus 1. At least 𝐵_NEX got plenty of smoke to hide their trail for now. One after another, but Tanadol, he's creeping in. He's got the C4. Okay, is it gonna be enough? Okay, I'm trolling. It was a jam pack. Now, playing a very risky game. He knows he's somewhere in there. They get 2 revive through, and there we go. Another attempt, but this will stop the rest of Full Sense. Oh, too close for comfort for the rest of Team Flash, but at least they managed to recover.
Yeah, if he had a grenade or even a Panzerfaust, just send it into that smoke. And that's an instant squad wipe. Fortunately, Team Flash, using that level 3 gear, that extra survivability, gave them just enough of a time. They can pick up the pieces, grab the revives, and actually, I don't know whether people are going to overtake T5. Anyone's Legend isn't going to. The time they tried to make the move out of their buildings, they would just set up a complete camp, and now eArena are getting punished for pushing out to wipe them out.
And so far, Brub United haven't even scored a single drop of points as well, so these teams, they're pretty much not getting too much of that progress done. So T5, they're going to be smiling looking back at the bots. Finhay CERBERUS' chance as they drop nades after nades upon those members of Alter Ego. But somehow gets the exchange done, takes out 𝐷𝐷𝐢, and eArena is also depleted. Okay. Now that's left to do is for Finhay to really close this one up, but 1 HP! C-Boy gets 1 more point in the back before bowing out. And this might just be the best chance for Finhay CERBERUS to jump back into the top 5 conversation.
It is a slim chance. They've got to grab their revives, and look who's ahead of them. Forest Gaming. Look who's behind them. The Expendables wrapping on either side. It's tough if Finhay CERBERUS are going to look to try and find a way to fight out through this. Team Flash losing players once again. Perfectly placed grenade from Van from decent distance, wiping out Team Flash. T5 are going to keep hold of their top 4 spot unless 𝐼𝑉𝑅𝑎M can sneak out an extra placement point here. Looks like they might be able to, because Forest have just been picked apart. They're no longer holding off against Finhay CERBERUS. It's a combination of them and the Expendables getting shots over the top of them. 𝐠imonT's pushing forwards onto 𝐿𝑉𝑉𝑅𝑎M. He's the last man standing.
Ooh, that was such a risky rotation taken from the side of Forest Natural Gaming. Finhay CERBERUS so far, they got bird's eye view all across the hillside. And it's been causing such a problem for the rest of the remaining teams. Xiao tries to see if he could actually find anything that could give him any good opportunities to plow through the zone. J-Dai survived pretty long all by himself now. Gets the pin out over onto Lambal. He might be able to also spot out 𝐠imonT. He's looking for that grenade. Toss a little too far wide, unfortunately. 𝐾𝐿 now being put to sleep as Wendy's Marcus is showing up. And this time around, The top 4 consists of all 4 PBS teams.
Yeah, bold prediction. This might be the game that finally will not have a Thai team pick up the win. We were pushing 9 in a row. But this time around, somebody from Vietnam is going to grab hold of it. And there are a few who really could use the points a little bit more than others. I mean, it's Finhay CERBERUS. If they can somehow find a way to get the win from this horrendous positioning that they're finding themselves stuck playing through, they would benefit the most from it. Maybe unless the Expendables are considering trying to make a push up towards first place. That's still a decent distance behind Full Sense, but a win here could look to change that. TDT maybe if they can get this win, and then probably need one more win in the final 2 games, they could be in with a chance. Who knows? 𝐶𝐵 has to get out of the way of the blue zone. It's still tanking him. He's still taking a whole lot of damage, and TDT lurking on the northern side.
Big Molotov's now thrown right into the smokes, and oh boy, the rest of Windy depleted. Vanny's doing so much work throughout the span of this round. You might not have spotted the one going through afar. He's just gonna see if he can just seek out the other player inside the smoke. Now he does know that there is one member trying to give him a little bit of backing. Vanny! Oh! What a reaction! He just heard one drop of bullet. He just went in for the top swing, catches all the members to win it, and now here comes the rival of the Expendables to just make it hurt. And now it's between the 2 teams. The Expendables versus Finhay CERBERUS, and 𝐶𝐵 gets a beautiful catch to fancy an opportunity in this 3v3.
He got the drop on Thanh Vu, and that one's flushed down and confirmed. Does give a chance for the Expendables to regain, pick up the revive on the one player that Van did get the knock on towards, and they still do have a Panzerfaust in play. 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑠 is looking to lurk around the side, just checking. If anyone's next to that tree, he just unleashes. Thankfully for Finhay CERBERUS, nobody there. One spotted out, 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑠 on the jump peak, flash grenades immediately sent out towards them. He's got to dip out of there quickly. He's fired off a few shots. Bit of a creative gear available as well. They're going to fall back, loot that airdrop crate. 𝐴𝐴𝑚𝑘𝑑's in the vehicle, wrapping all the way around south, trying to get behind them. This is so risky, but it could pay off massively.
So, 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑠 is going to be the first one to be dropped. And like you said, 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑠 playing out of his mind. And now, the rest of the Expendables in a scramble. Segregated apart. All they really have to do is to find the final one. And there we go! Finhay CERBERUS have bounced back from the gutter.
That's such a bold play from 𝐴𝐴𝑚𝑘𝑑 to hop in the electric bus, wrap around to the other side of the zone, and just immediately spray down 1.5 players from the Expendables, get that opening pick, build the space, and just send their hold into disarray. 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑠 never got the opportunity to even fire that Panzerfaust before they just got picked apart from all angles, and 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑠 getting aggressive early on, taking out Thanh Vu as he was looking to really push back and stem any aggression from Finhay CERBERUS, but it was too little too late. They were already on the move after the Expendables made their push onto TDT. Nicely done from Finhay CERBERUS, getting them back into winning ways. The first winner chicken dinner from Vietnam we've seen in such a long time. And it might have just come at the perfect time for them. They needed a win to keep themselves in with a chance of qualification to PGS 9 and 10. It's still not enough on its own. They still need good games to end off the day on a wrangle, but they've given themselves the best opportunity they possibly can with a 23-point jump in this match 4 of the day.
Yeah, that was a pivotal win overall, and all it was required was them to just have a member to cause chaos, and 𝐷𝑒𝑢𝑠 was the man on that mission to do so. And once that pretty much gotten the attention of the members of the Expendables, they just knew the entire positions that they're playing on. And to our surprise as well, we're having that conversation about that tiebreaker between those who are placed 4th all the way down to 6th. They didn't really get much to be done because they also got themselves clumped up into all different form of a crossfire, and even when we saw Forest Natural Gaming was trying to take a little bit of that position in the zone, it was just open space where Finhay CERBERUS absolutely went in for the punishment.
Yeah, it was just zero movement really from any team on the leaderboard, from sort of 4th down to about 8th. All of them just got eliminated, and like 1 or 2 spaces shuffled, and it was only 1 or 2 points between all of them. None of them really got anything going for them, weren't able to build any separation between any of that pack that's just around the qualification spots. That allowed a couple of teams to actually maybe build their way back in towards it. TDT again is still doing good work, getting into the late stages of the game. I think they need the win though. It's not enough to be in the top 4 and get like 5 or 6 kills. They've got to get it over the line if they want a chance. But really nicely done from Finhay CERBERUS. They had a chance to get aggressive in the early phases against Anyone's Legend, opted against it, and that turned out to pay off massively. Still a pretty big shock that they were able to get out of that scenario where they had Forest gatekeeping them. They had the Expendables looking to come around and flank, but Forest kind of backed away. They didn't really commit to holding that fight, and that did not work in their favor. They got picked off from distance from a combination of Finhay CERBERUS and the Expendables, and that just opened the door for Finhay CERBERUS to backfill them and win the game from that position that they had. It could have been 3 in a row for Forest.
Yeah, it could have been if they were not drawing a certain kind of direction of securing that zone a little tad early. I think like it on paper it does look like it was the right play to do, but I guess they don't really have the full intel of all the other squads that's around the other area, so they were just trying to take a chance on it, and I guess it wouldn't be too costly for Forest right at this moment since a lot of the other teams got shut down. But hey, they could have actually used maybe a couple more placement points to really secure it. It was rather unfortunate, but you gotta give props to all the teams hailing from Vietnam. This was their massive show with 4 of their teams to be able to finally get their hands on a top 4 finish. So massive stuff. And now Finhay CERBERUS is going to be jumping back into this current composition where we might even see a tie. I don't know what the points are because there's a lot of all these kills that they've managed to acquire. It definitely was more than 10 kills that they've been able to rack up in this span of round. So we've definitely won our dear League Ops guys to be able to calculate it precisely.
Yeah. It's long overdue for Vietnam to have their chance in the spotlight after just 2 days of just pure Thai dominance. 3 days even if we consider day 2 and the fact that Full Sense basically dumpstered everyone that entirety of the day. If you are one who is interested in all of the storylines and everything that goes along, if you check out the PGC points tracker on Liquipedia, they're updating that after every single game. As it currently stands, going into that game, Forest Natural Gaming was in first place on the standings. They would have had that direct regional wildcard seed slot, but things may have changed this time around. They may have been overtaken by somebody else, and that could, regardless of who it is, Full Sense needs them to be overtaken by other people. Maybe Finhay CERBERUS has a chance to push themselves up the standings as well with this game, where they were able to pick up 13 kills and the winner chicken dinner for the second time of the final stage. 6 of those kills in the hands of Lam Bao, who got themselves the opening onto Tanvu and the final kill as well in the engagement up against the Expendables for their second win of the finals.
And Lam Bao was just showing us the masterclass of a performance on how he handles those CQCs overall. And finally, they've been able to have another great attempt into putting themselves back into shape, but there's only 2 more rounds to go. But check his stats real quick, 600 over damage being done. And throughout the course of the battle, there's also 5 knocks acquired by Lam Bao. So far, he's definitely working at 200%. So hopefully this could actually give a firm chance back towards the hands of Finhay CERBERUS.
It's definitely gonna do a lot better for them than what they were doing really for the rest of today and in yesterday's games. Just Not really very solid performances. Definitely not picking up the points where they needed to. This will do them quite nicely. Gives them a little bit of that confidence. And like you said before, these Vietnamese teams thrive when they're confident, when they feel like they can go into any gunfight and win. And getting a 13-kill victory, especially from that position where it looked like their game was going to be pretty doomed, that's going to do wonders for them. New House barely moved in that game and still had 11 kills overall. They were getting picked off very early, but they were picking everyone else off the entirety of Phase 1 and Phase 2. So it's a good game from them, but yeah, a little bit too far gone for them to have any hope of qualifying. But it's still like a solid showing. Shows that even if you are a team who's in 16th place, not expected to do great stuff, you still have the individual capacity and ability to go out there and compete at a level like this, take the gunfights. Mechanical skill is definitely not the issue. And it's definitely shown now, all the way up in 4th place on the game rankings, despite getting 0 placement points. That's kind of nutty.
Yeah, we've never seen any of these teams to be able to achieve this in this final day. And New Home really showed that there is a big dog in them to really get a chunk out of those players out of T5, which only walk away with that 1 point of exchange. And now Full Sense finally break into the 200-pointer margin with a total of 202. And seems like this time around the tie has been broken, but they do sit onto similar positions. Forest with 151 points, 146 for eArena, and 145 for BRU. Theerathon 5 now sliding 1 point down. So this is going to affect a whole lot of things. And take a look at this.
Look at Cerberus. They've climbed up. They're in 9th place. They look a million miles away in the leaderboards, but it's only 7 points between themselves and qualification for PGS 910. They've made a big comeback with that one game. Do that one more time, and they are right up in there. Only 7 points away. That is crazy. We've been saying the whole time just how tight it is, all the way down to 9th. Maybe if Sharper Esports could get themselves a win in this penultimate game, they could still be in with a chance as well. But Finhay Cerberus got it over the line, and it might have been at the perfect opportunity to give them some hope that coming into a wrangle, they're still alive in this tournament. Their hopes of going to Malaysia have not been completely washed away yet. And they might have just rekindled that flame just when they needed to.
You could also say the same about Anyone's Legends as well as Team Flash. These two teams are currently tied with 143 points. Above them is Theerathon 5 with only 1 point of the difference. So, yeah, this final 2 games is going to be the biggest rounds out there. So, even more pressure now onto all the teams that needs it the most. And oh boy, I don't know what to make out of this. It is really down to the wire as we go into our penultimate round to kick off our match in Wrangle.
Sololzy was looking super locked in right there. Belmoth just cleaning it up for the championship photos that are inevitably going to be coming for them relatively soon. Only 2 more games to go, and it's looking almost certain that Full Sense will be crowned champions of PAQ Phase 2. But does that mean that they're going to be receiving the slot for the regional wildcard directly to the PGC finals? As it currently stands, no, that is not the case. Forest Natural Gaming would be the team to maintain hold of that, given their current position in 3rd place, but that is held onto by the slimmest of margins, and anyone in the top 9 could take that away from them at a moment's notice. So many teams still with opportunities, yet to see who will be qualifying to the internationals and exactly how is that gonna look. 2 games left to decide it, and we're going back to the OG, to the classic, a wrangle to finish off the penultimate game of the final stage and decide who is going to be crowned the APAC champions.
This has got everybody at the edge of their seats, and instead of the usual vertical flight paths that we've been getting throughout the entire grand finals, this time around it starts off from Primos to be headed into Stabber. It'll be a little bit of a stretch for those that like to play around Milta, but shouldn't be any form of trouble unless if it's going to be big major contest for those vehicles somewhere around that farm area. We'll keep a close eye out over what happens on that mini-map right now. Happy Squad drops really closely to Full Sense, so that might just be a little bit troublesome for the Thai squad to deal with these early situations.
You know, we've been saying the whole time it's suspicious how much of the military island has been on the flight paths. Maybe it's more suspicious now that there isn't any military island on the flight path. That means there's no teams on the military island. So wouldn't now be a wonderful time for that western tip of Sosnovka to be the center of this Phase 1 circle? Would that cause issues for so many teams who are so desperate to get some points? Oh, that would be absolutely devious, wouldn't it, PUBG? Okay, thankfully we've not gone for that, but we have gone even further west, centering up to the western side of Gatka, north of Quarry. We saw one game ending around this area, and that was an absolute farm fest for Forest. That was where they picked up their 17-kill victory at the end of yesterday's matches. So they're not going to be too upset seeing this zone pop early on. It's also good news for Full Sense, once again, right there in the center around Quarry and Primorsk for themselves.
And we're expecting a lot of brawls to take place around Gatka from maybe Phase 3 onwards. Sharper Esports always been hanging by a thread, and last round, well, this was J-Die or Thunders that was the last member standing. They've always been able to really put on decent performances, but this time I'm afraid that it's a little too late, because we've talked about the wildcard spots and also the amount of PGC points that is required for them to make an appearance. 2 games does not cut it, unfortunately, but they too definitely have seen them put out their best showing so far. Of course, I will definitely do commend even the likes of New Home last game. I thought that 10 points of kills will be able to push them up above Windy Esports, but they still got to work it out. Maybe add a couple of $100 back to their bank accounts if they could be able to achieve such an attempt. AG 71 points. As much as they're not going to be having major impact of how it would actually alter the course of the run, I mean, they would still be able to really stop either one of all these runners in the top 10, arguably even, well, mainly up to the top 9, so to speak. Sharper,
yeah,
it's going to be hot.
Yeah, top 9 is the real danger area, but there's still potential threat as far down as Sharper Esports and TDT. If either of them picks up the victory in this game, they join the fray as a real contender. Happy Squad, potentially, but they would probably need back-to-back wins, and they'd have to be pretty solid wins as well, like above 10 kills apiece. Still technically possible, but I don't know. If you're 1 for the 1,000,000 to 1 odds, that would be where to put your money. But for now, I think we've got enough contenders for the time being. It's already intense enough between all of them. The fact that Theerathon 5 and Buriram, like, they drop out so early on in that game and they barely moved in the standings because everyone else just followed suit. A very early BRDM called in for Forest Natural Gaming. I'm going to find a way to make some use of that. They could take it over the bridge. It is another zone that has a lot of wide open fields in play in and around the quarry zones. So BRDM could be a very useful tool to have in the arsenal.
It definitely gives them just about enough of a breathing space when it gets a little bit tense with a lot of guns pointed towards their direction. Meanwhile, we've also seen plenty of all these Thai squads to be equipped with Panzerfausts. So maybe they just got to be extremely careful this time
they're
around.
Going in.
Oh.
I thought he was going back to the vehicle just to back out of this. But no, they're going straight in. He doesn't even have a helmet. Man is just directly flying in towards Dayan. He gets caught out with some tags into the backs. Simoy already on the opposite side of the building. A new house surrounded immediately. AE spotted him going into that garage building from distance. It was Chibarit with the M24, the 6-time scope, who spotted him. Man didn't even have a helmet. That's why I thought he was backing away. Thought he thought better of it, but nope. He was just waiting for the boys to show up. Alter Ego, yeah, they're one of the teams that right now, they don't really have anything to lose. They're not really in with much of a chance of qualifying, so they're just going to go for it. That's a big problem for some of those other teams who could easily fall victim to aggression, just like 𝐴 did in the early phase of this game. It could happen to anyone. Fortunate, really, that it didn't happen to anyone who's in with a real shot of contending. It would be such a shame if anyone lost out on their chances due to just being over-aggressed on like that and getting punished. But a potential fight now between T5 and HAPPIE Squad as they jostle for position all the way on the western coast. HAPPIE Squad takes the compound first, but T5, they have the high ground on the hill.
So far, looking at the success rate of HAPPIE Squad in those early span rounds on the way that they take fights, they've been able to really gain, you know, at an average 3 points. This time, challenging Theerathon 5. Looking rather optimistic as they got nothing much to lose. But it's an even spread across the fields, so it's not easy to really spot quickly off of that position. He's going to be manning this all by himself, though. Now that the other member is being sent to secure the other compound just by the coastal areas, and 𝐴 might be able to hear some movements eventually. So we'll have to see if 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻 might be met with some misfortunes. Zooming past it, they definitely know that HAPPIE Squad have arrived to the scene. It's just that they lost sight of him. So it's just going to be a little bit more cautious on his attempt.
And some loose bullets flying around. You can kind of hear the impacts nearby, so he doesn't want to be peeking over. And now his teammates starting to peacock. Maybe they're just trying to bait HAPPIE Squad to make a push out onto this hill to look over towards where his teammates are firing those shots and try and get that one pick. Remember, that one kill point, if they're able to find it, could boost them up in the standings an entire position into qualification range. It looks like HAPPIE's not going to fall for the bait. Full Sense use their priority on the phase 1 shift to get themselves a very powerful position. Red zone just poking holes in the field down below. Not really going to be too much of a threat to anyone for now. A lot of teams are going to be finishing off their rotations to make their way all the way over towards the west. Some of them have had a long distance to go. 𝐴 still out in the blue after losing the 2 players early on to the aggression of 𝐼𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑔𝑜. Anyone's Legend setting up. Just making extra careful that no one's lurking in this compound before they go sending past in their vehicles. Buram convoy through the forest. Red zone on top of them. Should be able to get out the other side before they're in any real danger, though.
Yeah, it should be A-okay for them, but they're also driving towards the rest of the members of Full Sense, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps there's going to be an attempt for them to secure a spot around Quarry. 𝐼𝑒𝑟ENA moving rather late to try to get the access through the bridges up north. Found themselves up in Olympus. Perhaps they will be able to at least figure out a certain spot that they could actually get a hold of throughout 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻 by doing so. Full Sense starting to get their hands a little bit busy as they did manage to spot out those members off of Sharper Esports and then back towards HAPPIE Squad. They finally aggress. Yeah, just pulls back. So the puffer fishing while 10 trip connected a bullet, but it's a mini 14. You've mentioned about the nerve. It's going to take a couple of attacks on the dome in order to really have much of a opening for the rest of HAPPIE Squad to really call for a push. Meanwhile, we get a little bit of update. And this is going to be a hard shift this time around. Nope, seems to be pretty much centralized into Quarry. There's going to be a flock of crowd up north, though, so we'll watch that space to see if there's going to be big battles that send our way.
Very similar zone to game 6 of day number 3. 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻 just backing away. They tried to take the opportunity to catch one out from HAPPIE Squad. 𝐿𝐼𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑔𝐻 and push forward to get some shots in, but they sniffed out 𝐿𝑜𝑘𝐻's position, and grenades were threatening to blow up his vehicle, make exfil impossible. So he had to hop on out of there quickly. 𝐼𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑔𝐻 got ran over by his teammate, which is unfortunate for AL. That's going to delay their rotation a little bit, but it could be worse. 𝐼𝑒𝑟𝑒𝑛A Looking like they're going to be losing Opons. He was tagged out of the vehicle, stolen away by Full Sense. Tanadol will claim the kill credit for that one. And Buriram United, unfortunately, going to be losing out on a kill. That could have been a big steal. Like, they could have done with that point. That really would have helped them out, but it's stolen away.
Yeah, so unfortunate, but maybe there's more in the funnel for them to gain later on since they're already close towards the center. 𝐿𝐴rena planted up top of this hillside. We should be able to also look for a couple more potential steals as well. Only 3 players got taken out over the span of the past 10 minutes. And right now, Forest have always been able to really push some advantage, and now they're sending team members on that split. See if they can actually take the claim of more grounds. This could also be a very great defensive cover for them to really play through the terrains if they need to. Meanwhile, Team Flash having 𝐿𝐴rena back in action. This is going to be a pounding on flames, though. As much as it is going to be pretty much off of where the rest of the block players are, they're just hoping to really take that as a campsite so that they could eventually find themselves a couple more placement points.
Just take what you can get for now. TDT managed to take control of the entirety of Quarry. High ground on both the north and south. They'll eventually have to regroup when other teams rock up. Kurt just landed another tag and somehow he's still going. That is extremely low HP. Do not slow down. Don't give him any opportunity to land. Armory Gaming's wide split around the northern side of this zone. Good damage. And Hoi-An, oh no. That's the easiest little chunk of damage for 𝐿𝐴rena to get that knock. They've got the kill point as well. And New House down to just a solo after their really unfortunate start to this game. 4 deaths total and 3 of them all from them after that very early aggression from A.
Yeah, they still haven't really figured out the best rotation timings as well. After all, not an easy passage into the fields. I mean, take a look at 𝐿𝐴rena. There's already so many teams who are also finding themselves struggling. AG has a really wide defense up north, though, to have a save. Meanwhile, we talked a little bit about New House Esports this time. They got spotted by Binek, so they've only got 1 more game left to play.
Not that they were really in with a chance anyway, but still, I'm glad that we got to see a little bit of what they're capable of with their 11 kills in the previous matchup. I see so many of these players with zip lines in their back pockets. I haven't seen one fired or even used yet. 𝐿𝐴rena still lurking around. He came back out here. He's still looking to try and find an avenue for an angle on towards HAPPIE. They're not happy about it. They're wrapping back around to the side. CJ trying to find angles. Put pressure onto T5. They can't afford to be taking losses, really to be taking a fight this way out here on the edge of the blue zone. So they're just going to hop in their vehicles and just disengage for now. Took the opportunity, tried to take the shots, but they're not interested in taking the full fight. Oh, maybe they are. If Aya is going to push forwards like this, T5 haven't fully evacuated yet. They still have Pattenpong behind. If he exposes himself a little bit too much, it could be a problem, but oh, this is a big, big problem. 𝑟osted JR just hopped out. Now Pattenpong is going to get caught out. Wiped out from both sides, and 𝑟osted is going to be stuck here as well now. Took a little bit too long. Took down 𝐿𝐴rena though. T5 might just have to come back and commit to this fight.
Speaking of backup, here comes a Sen coming into the blue zone. And CJ! He got run over! Oh! It's going pretty much fast and furious for Theerathon 5. They know that they cannot afford to lose more members. Pat needing a little bit of helping hand. Down to Ia. I mean, he was done a lot, but not enough to take out the party of Theerathon 5. Now they get to spot him out. 𝑟osted gets pinned down. Ia is dishing a number on them, and they might just shut down the entirety of Theerathon 5. 𝐿𝐴rena bots now on the hurdle. Stun grenades, flashes, everything they can throw. He will just whip everything out of the back, and HAPPIE squad deteriorated the chance of T5.
Bad news for T5. Real bad news. The second game in a row where they've dropped out early. They didn't make any progress on the leaderboard. This is a great chance for other teams to build up a lead, get ahead of them in the standings. Even a team like Finhay CERBERUS, they could push up above, get into the top 5. Tanvu with a big double nade onto anyone's legend. They cannot afford to be having double knocks like this. Breaching into a compound. 1 kill stolen away, but the damage has already been done. AL down to a duo. And just when T5 lose their life, start to lose their grip, it's happening again. All those other teams in contention are starting to slip as well.
Oh, it's a major shift. Back over on the eastern corner. Juice goes in for the tech. Willing to put his life on the line. And he should be able to, of course, have his members to bring him back up. And AL, they crash out. That they caught up with that nade. I mean, that was just huge numbers being done by the side of Expendables. And they carry on forward. Still racing up against the rest of Full Sense, while the rest of eArena catches a glimpse of multiple teams rotating over onto the eastern corner map, fancying their chance for some form of pickoffs. Team Flash now back against the blue zone. They gotta find a way to wrap around safely.
Still has that 9mm. And MP5, it's enough to take down 𝐿𝐭𝐕𝑔𝐿𝐴. Team in 5th place, team in 8th place, both eliminated. Just 1 or 2 points away from the top 5, the qualification spots, and they're still going down. 𝐿𝐿𝐴, though, will answer back with 1 onto Van. And they're not going to go down without a fight. TDT got the opening knock, but the numbers advantage has now been nullified. No one else around in the area to third party onto this fight. Tito lining up a grenade. He saw the flashbang come out. He knows that 𝐿𝐿𝐴 is still lurking in that area. Gets a little bit of damage. And it's a really well-placed grenade from 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑥. Gets the flush onto Van and 𝐍𝑢, who was trying to sneak the revive. Jun tagged down to single-digit HP as well. Really good fight back from Team Flash.
And meanwhile, while all this is happening, eArena is also sweeping right in. They want to get involved. Jacob managing to find a knock onto Jun, so there's only 1 member left for side of TDT. This could potentially be Team Flash just making a run for a wraparound to try to clip the wings of eArena. Jacob now secures it. And more involvement coming from Full Sense as they take on both Happy Squad as well as Sharper in the process. Not quite sure what went down there. Finhay CERBERUS now forming up a defense. There is Forest, Natural Gaming, as well as Burm United just across those corners.
CERBERUS have made a breach into the compound of Buriram. You said earlier on there's a good chance that Buriram might not end up regretting that kill on Nurins that was stolen away from them, just by benefit of the position that they have and the zone feeding on top of them. Now they're sharing that position with 2 other teams. Forest and CERBERUS have both made entries into that compound, but you can see exactly why. It is a dead central compound. Buriram not going to take the risk to hold it down any more than they absolutely need to. Just happy to fall back, almost take it into kind of quadrants. They take control of the northeast and the center, allow the other teams to enter on the far side, and now it's just a bit of a farm fest on all angles. 𝐿𝐴 and Kurt combining to put some damage down onto Windy. And Shanks is respawning into the middle of this. He's going to try and grab a gun off the body and stab him in the back. Is this what's going to happen now? Belmoth with a double panzer in the background. Kurt drops down to the ground. Gets tagged down by Eddie to 1 HP. And the flashbang hits him, but it doesn't do damage. 𝐿𝐴's grenade takes out his teammate. This is chaos.
Absolute chaos indeed. Now going out for the hunt. He still has the full shield. The grenade not quite enough. 𝐿𝐴, he's got the M4 in hand right now. And he finally pulls it to a close. Blue zone creeping right in. Windy running out of space. 𝐿𝐴 wants to take the fight to him. And there we go. To his neck to put the rest of Windy Esports out.
Wow.
Worked out in the end.
Just about, yeah. Aggressive push, but They're out in the blue zone now. They're not going to last much longer in this game. TDT, similar situation. 𝐿WIN just fell off something and died. Okay.
What?
Not sure what that was. But full sense, they've crept their way forwards. They're on the low ground position. Done a lot of damage onto 𝐻𝐵. 𝐿𝐼𝐶, 𝐿𝐼𝐶, isolated on either side of the road in full sense. Just being extra cautious, making sure there's no chance that any of them are getting stabbed in the back by any lurking solos. 𝐿𝐼𝐵ots catching out 𝐿𝐶, 𝐿𝐼𝐶 spotted as well. And they're just going to continue holding on to this position as long as they can.
They do have just about enough cover, and 𝐿𝐶 is on the far end of the Harry Potter. So they might still be able to find certain avenues to trade right back. Since being absolutely careful about this position. Meanwhile, 𝐿𝐼𝐶 making a dash across the field. Very risky plays, but he wants to secure that point onto 𝐿𝐼𝐵ots. Just making sure that there's no other players around this facility, but speaking of which, shots being fired. He knows that it is not safe to reveal his location just yet. They continue on the hurdle, but 𝐿𝐼𝐵 got caught out.
Turned his attention back towards TE, pushing in from the north, and turned his back to 𝐿𝐼𝐵ots. Just punishes him for it. A good grenade as well, gets a huge chunk of damage down, but 𝐶𝐸 can't do anything. 𝐿𝐼𝐵ots is doing a whole lot of damage onto Alter Ego. Push from the Expendables came at the worst time for them. They will eventually clean up 𝐿𝐼𝐵ots, but it's costly. Oh, 𝐿𝐶 got caught out on the northwest as well. 𝐴𝐿 creeping forwards for Armory Gaming. And AE still having to put up a fight. Even though 𝐿𝐼𝐵ots has been cleared up, he finally gets the credit. 𝐶𝐸 will be taken out by the blue zone. Now they've got to fight their way through the Expendables. That's a good grenade from Man, though. One flush and a double knock. That's going to make it a whole lot easier.
Oh boy. I really want to take a look at that fight taking place. Meanwhile, Tigger finally decides to go on the full flush. Knows that he's hiding right behind the shields. Tigger being brought down. Then Beltmoff might just be the next one on the chopping block. 18 HP left. This is about enough bullets on that P90. Sharper Esports eventually gets that shut down after a very, very risky approach coming out with that kind of push. Meanwhile, back towards the side of Finhay CERBERUS. It's been the gridlock here in the compounds. Two teams sharing those space. Now, eArena wants to also sweep right in to clear out the rest of Team Flash. The nades looking beautiful coming from Nurens. Another catch coming from Lyrics. That should do the trick.
And with the early loss onto Opons, eArena still standing tall, standing strong. Team Flash just like irritatingly, painfully close to making it into the top 5, but everything they're trying is just not really working in their favor now. Down to a solo, and Lyrics is still holding the line. He's going to spot him out, and that's all it takes. Didn't get the kill credit, which actually is a problem for eArena. If he got that kill point, they're above Forest in the standings, but not quite to be. There's the blue zone that finished off T-Doi. And now it's this compound that still contains 3 teams. Forest, FCE, and Buriram all still cohabiting in this region. As this time around, Jacob does not miss. He gets the kill credit onto Trick. That's a big 2-point swing for eArena, up now into top 3, and maybe we need to start considering the possibility that Forest, you know, if they get into the top 3, they have enough points to overtake Full Sense, but eArena in top 2, they have enough points to overtake Full Sense as well. There's a whole lot of threats for Full Sense and their PGC qualification direct to the finals. They're almost certainly going to win the tournament. As it stands, they're definitely going to PGS, but their PGC slot is in danger, as is FCE right now, because there's a whole lot of blue zone grenades, a whole lot of panzers, and Simon has just used one to blow up his teammate. Can nearly blows himself up, but survives. And FCE are not going to be making it to phase 7.
They was really what crept up close and personal, and that's a little scores between them as well as Finhay CERBERUS, creating a little bit more of that space. Forest Natural Gaming might actually take that chance to really strike it down, and it's happening right now. That's one knock towards Ruse. More nades to follow suit. This is going to be that big break for Forest Natural Gaming. All they really need to acquire is all these points up against Buriram United. Spots the head out. Company is sending more smokes to just close out whatever mission that they do have. ED now goes for the trade. Instantly flushes out Kiss.
Big loss for Forest. And they're running out of space. This is exactly what Buriram wants with these weapons. SMG. And he takes one little tag in the legs. He's not too worried about that. He's got the S12K as well. He's so ready to get pushed up this staircase. So ready to fight close range. The first one is going to come through. Just hip firing up the stairs. Switch over to the S12K for the second. Gets one, gets two. Doesn't even need the shotgun. Switch over, maybe get some longer range guns. They've got full control of the compound once again. They know they're going to have to compete with people who are at some distance, so grab a DMR again. But Full Sense, they've got their attention turned towards the northern side. I'm pretty sure they know. They've definitely done the calculations. Yeah, Coach Rushy was posting out the Google Drive documents of how to calculate the points and who needs what, so he knows for sure that eArena cannot be allowed to finish in second. I'm not really surprised at all that Full Sense just isn't worried about Buriram right now. They know who the priority target is, and Dynasty's done them a favor and taken out 𝐿𝑟𝑖𝑐S as well. It's totally fine for Full Sense to lose this game. It just cannot be to eArena, and they know it.
And it's going to be hard to do for eArena right now. Only 2 members left. They're also losing a lot of that part of the zone as they're just by the edges. Tile down now with a couple of all these trolls looking to close up this record. And now he might be looking for a denial of points as they're just healing over onto the blue zone. It's going to be an opportunity for them to hit. They will do so. Jacob now, last stand. Not quite enough to take out the rest of Full Sense. Buriram United, they managed to restock plenty of all their armory as well as trolls inside of those compounds and should be able to put up a fight. And now they're rocking up the hillside to take it up to the rest of Full Sense.
I wonder if Eddie even switched off the shotgun and the SMG. If he's going this aggressive, heck no he didn't. He's still got that MP5. He's shredding people with it, but 𝐿𝑚oth has an SMG as well. That one a little better from the distance that he's having to fight from, but Eddie just sprinting up. 3 swift kills with the MP5. And 𝐿𝑚oth now with a 1 versus 3. As we said, it's fine for Full Sense to lose this game. Doesn't really change anything. It just couldn't be to eArena, so mission accomplished for Full Sense. But this is a big win for Buriram. They're going to get a huge boost in their standings coming into the final game compared to the rest of the squads looking for PGS qualification. I'm not even sure if 𝐿𝑚oth has enough bullets to take these fights if Eddie gets revived. He's going to try his best. 1 versus 4 potentially. But Eddie is still bleeding out. 𝐿𝑚oth trying to secure the flush, get that point if he can. And they haven't cleaned him up yet, so it will go down.
It's all about this final moment as Buriram United will finally lay their hands on a massive win. And now, try to spot him through the smokes, and it's only down to formalities. Unless if Full Sense acquire a couple more points from here on. Not that they really need it, but Buriram United will be the next Thai team to acquire a chicken dinner, and there's only 1 more left to go before we find out who will join the ranks of Full Sense in the PGS 9 and 10.
And they go absolutely wild. They can't contain their excitement at getting a huge win. And look at them. Yeah, they can barely stay in their seats. They're bouncing with energy. Wow. Absolutely crazy scenes in the Buriram United Esports gaming house right now. They know that that's a big win for them, but they also know job is not yet done. There is so many teams that could still push them out of the qualifying spots, but getting that victory is such an important one for them, especially when they had such priority positioning the entirety through the game. They didn't throw it away by taking over-aggressive defenses. They played conservatively. They waited once again for the zone to force the other teams to come to them. They were fully prepared for the fights up close range with the SMGs and shotguns. And that little bit of aggression at the end just to push up the hill. Eddie with the MP5K, picking up 3 onto Full Sense. Can't point on it. It's pretty much confirmed for them. A big swing of points for Buriram United. Much needed. Now it gets a little bit more pressure on everyone else who is still in that sort of top 8 range, competing for the PGS qualification slots. Buriram has just made a big case for themselves to claim one.
And now they have also created a significant gap as well throughout the standings. Theerathon 5 have their fans pretty much at the edge of the seat for the most part, but for the past 3 rounds, they've been trying to look for those kind of early trades that resulted in them crashing out. And it's heartbreaking that there's only one more chance left for them. We don't even know if a chicken dinner is enough for Theerathon 5 to also be having a chance to also secure those spots, but so far, the tension has brewed to this point where it is about to crack some of even the finest gunners across the field. So now, one last game remaining, Rick. I mean, it's been such a ride for all the teams out there, and it's great to actually see that all the Thai teams so far still are super eager to push towards the very final minute.
It's such a classic, man. Like, Vietnam series in seasons past, they've had series that were 96 games long, and it still comes down to like 5 or 6 points between who's going to be champions and who's going to be top 3. You can add as many games as you like, but you can guarantee that it's always going to be extremely tight at the end when we're talking about top 5 qualification spots. So many teams struggling for positions, and as you said, Buriram, they've built themselves a lead that's significant, but by no means insurmountable. So they've got themselves a safety blanket, but we've seen back-to-back games, teams like Theerathon 5 have gone out with practically no points. It could happen to anyone, and Buriram could definitely be one team that now has painted a big target on their back as they hold on to that PGS qualification slot. And there's going to be so many teams looking to rip that away from them. It's going to be risky. If they start getting knocked in the early phases of the game, if they get maybe picked off on rotation or get caught in a difficult gunfight, third parties, they're just going to be that extra little bit tantalizing.
Yeah, and right now, they also take all kinds of chances. You saw, even in certain commotions, some of these teams have been seeing that as an opportunity instead, where you saw that fight between Finhay Cerberus as well as Buriram United. It quickly topples over once, you know, they found a little bit more of the connection of grenades, and you saw how quickly Buriram just rushed right through, willing to even open up the Panzer. It doesn't matter if he knocks his teammate or himself, and somehow they've managed to really get all the job done. And once they've managed that reset, yeah, they've been able to really spot out those 2 other teams who's fighting, and they definitely took their chances. So, of course, that done and dusted, this final round is going to be the most important game of the year for them, or else, you know, getting 1 foot to PGS is one thing, but if you don't even make it to PGS at all, it's going to be roster overhauls or maybe a long off-season back to scrims, and who knows what will happen in 2026. So they definitely got to make the best use of this round.
Yeah, and there's always the potential that we've seen now. There is precedent that some global partner teams can be shifted around. So who knows if the global partners that we have this year are going to be the same going into next year. So if you're a team like the Expendables, like eArena, you can't let these opportunities slip. Having that safety blanket. But the PGS points are so hard to qualify to PGC through. You got to be top 8 in the world, not just in your region. And the competition there is just absolutely insane. So this is their final chance now to get themselves into those positions using the APAC qualifier point system. And there's a few teams that really have started to run away with some things on that regard. Buriram United, they've put themselves in a really good position to look to push up the standings, get into PGS at the very least. And Eddie's 6 kills, and many of them with the SMG, definitely no small part of that.
Yeah, he's really been showing up, and he's also been rocking the Panzer from time to time as well. Ruse also have been able to provide him just about enough. I really like the team dynamics that they're displaying here, especially for 2 rounds back-to-back in Erangel that they've been able to accomplish, you know, a deep run altogether to make all of this a possibility. So that's a total of 6 kills, like you mentioned, with 450 damage being done, and that is a big polling contribution that he's been able to put back to Brum United. And so far, it's been an incredible year for their football club. They're hoping to first seal it with an even big win for their esports club.
Success across the board. Sounds nice, doesn't it? 6 kills for Eddie. 450 damage for himself, 15 kills in the match for Buriram United, and the 10 points for the winner chicken dinner. There was only a few points between themselves and the rest of the squads. What a huge jump that's going to shape up to be when we look at the overall standings.
And it's also been a very great maintenance coming out of Full Sense to be able to put big numbers on the block with those 8 kills. Well, Alter Ego definitely have caused some commotion throughout the field, and you saw the last stand coming from Elgin Bot absolutely ripped apart Sharper Esports. So it is definitely wonderful to actually see the PMS still putting up some great fight. And sure, we get to also see the rest of the numbers coming out of Finhay Cerberus, who's got 5 for themselves. Armored Gaming also doing exactly the same. Forrest did manage to acquire 4 points, but none of it coming out from kills, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a big problem. Big problem for them. Full Sense getting 14 more on the board, just to confirm that they're going to be ending up this tournament as the champions. But does that mean they're going directly to PGC? That's the big storyline for them, because you don't need to be first place if you are one of the few teams to maintain hold on that spot. Buriram United, they've done a big jump into those positions to qualify for PGS at the very least, but teams like Forest, eArena, and T5 could still swipe it all away from Full Sense, even if Full Sense are crowned champions of PAQ, as the PGC slot is still up for grabs, and they're not the only team that has a claim for it.
Oh man, I mean, all in all, I think like they can absolutely be proud of their performance, no matter how this one ends up towards the tail end of this matchup. And you can see the top half of the leaderboards have consisted, majority of it coming from Thailand. The Expendables are just 5 points above Buriram United after they took this massive win. And now there's a significant gap. So the only spots to fight for right now is for between the 4th and 5th, now being withheld by eArena as well as Force Natural Gaming. But still, you take a look at the points between Flash, Theerathon 5, Finhay Cerberus, they're still neck and neck, including AL as well.
Yeah, they've been pushed down to 9th after all said and done. 143 points. They're not far away from the top 5, but being in 9th looks really bad. It's still not a long distance for them to go, but there's only one last chance for them to make it count. Only one more opportunity for them to get those points that they need. This last game is going to be an absolute heater.
Oh, indeed, it will be. The final 30 minutes of play, and they need to be in their best manner possible as well, onto securing as much as they could possibly get. So whenever anybody they manage to knock, they gotta claim it rather swiftly. You saw in that past round of Wrangle, when Brum was just side by side to eArena and other teams, if you were to just snooze for a split second, that point can be taken away. And right now, it matters even more for them to really look for some steals as well.
It really does. Every single kill point, every point that you could get means so much at this point. You really don't want to be going out there and leaving regrets, saying, oh, if we just got this 1 extra point here or 2 extra points there. This is it. This is the last chance now. You got to go out there, leave everything on the table, put your best foot forward, perform to the best of your ability. That's all they can really do at this point.
Now, we will just check in with our players. Brum United definitely feel really good about their entire run for this evening. And I believe that is a little bit of a motivational speech before they go into this game. In order to tell that they're having the biggest pep talk. They are aiming for that PGC run. So this could be very well it for BRU to once again appear in the biggest event of PUBG esports after being away for quite some time. Meanwhile, it really seems like for certain others, they're just being pressured by all that's happening throughout the entirety of the run, and I am looking slightly concerned for these boys here on our screen.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It really is. They are one of the teams who consistently, everyone who watches PUBG globally would always expect a team of this caliber to be qualifying to those international events, and it's another one of those days where things, if they just go a little bit better, if they could win one more team fight in every game, they'd be in with a chance. One extra point in every single game, and they'd be in. These are the margins that you're working with at this level, though. And if they can't get it done, then it's tough to say that they deserve it, you know? Can't say that anyone who's in a position to potentially qualify to PGS does not deserve to be there. They all absolutely do. And now it's their chance to really lay a claim, stake their place on that flight to Malaysia just a few weeks from now, to compete against the best teams in the world, potentially stack up even more prize money, even more PGC points. We've still got one more game to go before we can really decide exactly who that's going to be. Theerathon 5 looked like a prime contender, but their previous two games just have not been good enough. Got to find something, got to make the bounce back, you've got to make it happen.
It's just got to prove that they are hungrier than the rest of the pack right now. Finhay CERBERUS, they did manage to get a deep run in, and now, as much as they're being placed in the top 8, they could still maybe claw their way out with maybe the craziest chicken dinner, who knows? I mean, possibilities are absolutely endless, where we've been having such a long, grueling week. I mean, some of these guys, they played since the play-in stages and have been able to really show that they've really got what it takes. As a matter of fact, FullSense, BRU, they really did not allow any form of fatigue to happen. They only got like a couple of days to reassess, to study all the rest of the field, and look where they are. Putting some of the best games of their life so far. It's been absolutely incredible to be able to also witness this unfold before our eyes. So we're getting the stage ready for our final hurdle of the night.
How ready can you really be for this? Your last opportunity, your final chance. I feel like you could play 1,000 games of PUBG, 10,000, but there's nothing like going into a final game of a final stage and knowing you simply cannot make a mistake. And there's so many other teams that are wishing, praying on your downfall. You've got to make something happen. You've got to find some way to overcome the odds, creep your way back in. 𝐿 has stayed locked in. Still absolutely ice cold. We're just waiting for that game to start so we can see just how these teams are going to put forward whatever they can possibly muster. Got to come out of this with zero regrets. Nobody wants to come out of this and say, I wish I did more. It has to be, I did everything I could. Unfortunately, this time wasn't enough. You're hoping that it would be. For now, it looks like that's going to be the case for the likes of eArena. There's still always the potential that other teams could creep away.
They're still showing really good composure as well, at least from the looks of it, in their boot camp. Everyone's having all smiles that all they know is that no matter what happens from here on, just gotta ensure they could finish within that top 5 ratio. Of course, Forest, Team Flash, Theerathon 5, everyone's looking to chase them down. They were struck by FullSense earlier, so they're just about millimeters away from really claiming that direct PGC spot that you've been mentioning. Overall, we gotta say that APAC so far have always produced the finest talents and the most dramatic endings possible. And this is still gonna be within part of the history books to be an absolute classic.
Shaping up to be just one of those APAC tournaments. There's been so many over the years that have come down to the final game, the final engagement, sometimes even just the final point. Heartbreak throughout so many years for so many teams, and so many that have got it done by the slimmest of margins. And this is looking like it's going to be the same story all over again. Some teams are going to walk away from this. They're going to start packing their bags. They're going to start planning where they're going to be heading. What restaurants you're going to eat at in Malaysia. Others, who knows?
Well, I can recommend a few. That's for sure.
I hope so. Get them in your DMs. You'll be able to help them out.
Well, it really depends if they're up for anything spicy or so. I mean, I believe that, you know, there's always plenty of diverse options out there when it comes down to food. And as for most part, I think for some of them, they've also made a couple of visits before. I mean, one such name is the Expendables, where they were in Kuala Lumpur last year, where they lifted the biggest trophy, PGC 2024. Now it's about time that they try to reenact that once more. And they're definitely in their prime form, maturing throughout the span of the past couple of months. The big question is, can they also handle the pressure coming from some of the finals across Europe, North America, and the rest of the world?
So tough. And the longer this pre-game goes on, the more tension that rises for all of these players, as they just have to sit and wait to see what fate has in store for them. Whether it's a technical issue that's causing the delays, or not sure exactly what it is. We do know that we're about 2 minutes out from getting into this final game for the PAQ Phase 2 final stage. The last time we'll be seeing these teams compete before they head out to PGS 9 or 10. Everything is on the line. It has been all day. It's been back and forth between so many of these squads. So many teams making and breaking their way into the top 5 and then sliding straight back out again, even as far down as 9th. Teams like Anyone's Legend, they were as high up as top 3, maybe even top 2 at some point. And now they look so far away, but the reality is, it's still just one game. There's one game that's left, and one game is all it would take for them to make their way straight back into the mix. And they've just got to wait for it to start. And here it is. Right now, APAC game start, match number 24 on Erangel for the final time. All of these teams have to leave everything they have out here on the battlefield for the final match of PAQ Phase 2 2025, the qualifiers for PGS 9 and 10 in Malaysia. The tournament that decides who of the Thai teams will be representing their home nation at PGC in November and December, directly into the grand finals. And this map decides it all.
9 months of preparations, hundreds of teams to battle against, 24 throughout the APAC qualifiers, down to our last 16, and only a few can make their names known globally. And here we go. Early drops from Theerathon 5 into the same exact location that they played out in the last run. This time, they would want to be meeting up with Happie Squad, but they will not be in that location, as Happie will be taking a different stance over on the course of this matchup. And we're already seeing Forrest moving into locations to pick up a vehicle, and there might just be a casualty in play here, This Happy squad opts to also stash one for their own, and they'll be looking to move away from that vicinity. Forest Natural Gaming shifted into the islands this time around. Could this be the play for them? As much as it covers one small portion, it will still go back to the same spots possible for the last round. Very likely to go back to the mainland for our final match of the APAC qualifiers.
As if nothing has changed. Straight back to where we just were. And where we were at the end of yesterday. Well, can't say it's unfamiliar terrain for these squads. It's going to be a bit of a beeline race to some of the positions that have seen a lot of success on zones like this one. Around the hilltop to the eastern side of Quarry. Maybe the compound as well, where Borough United just picked up their big win. That's pushed them all the way into the top 3. Now contesting for even potentially top 2. Just 5 points behind the Expendables. But there's a bit of a gap that's been built over Forest, currently holding down the 5th position in the leaderboard, the standings. And there's a whole bunch of teams that now need about a 15+ point game to try and catch up to them. Could start off with Forest losing out on some players early on, but TDT's not going to catch up to them.
Yeah, they're stopping at nothing right now. They usually pick on a high ground terrain, and perhaps a couple of all these compounds are still up for grabs. Baron wastes no time. He's gonna park it really nicely. And this is going to be the fortress for the next 15 or so minutes until the zone shifts further away from this vicinity. But for Borough United, they could basically enact the same sort of plan. I mean, they played it out perfectly. Just that they would expect more and more teams to be looking to claim some grounds as well. So they'll keep an eye out. Khan, Ruse, ED, Dynasty, they've been playing so many years. And this is going to be their moment. Can't afford to mess it up.
As a wise man once said, you only get one shot. One opportunity. Mom's rigatoni or something. Scappy doesn't even have a helmet. They're being ran down, surrounded. I don't know if people even know that this is Forest, but they've got to be feeling really targeted right now. They are the team who is setting the bar for qualification to PGS as it currently stands, with the 2 GPT teams ahead of them in 5th place. So if they get picked off early on, it's 155 points, and that's it. That's the cutoff point. Windy circling the area could do a massive favor to people at the top end of the standings, whether they know it, whether it's intentional or otherwise. And they're still watching. They still know that they're down there. They're trapped.
We'll have to see whether if they will actually form up to rock up against the rest of Force Natural Gaming, though. A little bit too risky. Now that there's also the red zone right smack above their heads. We got a glance out of Happy Squad, and they're the ones causing heartbreaks to Theerathon 5 last round. Also took out Sharper Esports in the midst of the field. And they're all opting to do that once more. We see the arrival of the Expendables. They are making some sharp turns. Full sense now. Instantly popped Ida before he even lands, and right now finds more and more of the members of Happy Squad on top of the roof. Full sense, absolutely ready to take them on.
Long range angle as well from Belmoth, even higher ground than the warehouse roof. Happy Squad descended down towards, and they're just getting absolutely eviscerated. Barely even touched the ground for some of them. Aya didn't. He didn't even touch the ground. 2 knocked out on landing, and it's a 4 versus 1. They're going to have to try and contend with. Team Flash getting some points, though. It says a bridge camp up against Newhouse. 3 down for them. Flash picks up some points early on. Algenbox answers. He has a Panzerfaust. Almost takes down Tigger. They pick up the pieces. They will keep all 4 members alive for full sense. No one else around to immediately look for a third party. But those 3 kills for Flash, that's important. Team Flash, that is, not full sense Flash. That's bringing them within 6 points of the top 5 with those 3 early pickoffs onto Newhouse Esports. Could make all the difference later on.
Very much so. Still hunting out for another one as they're looking to challenge anyone's legends. They've got a wide spread right now to try to take control, to try to stop the members of Team Flash from advancing. I think it's a little too far wide though. Anyone's legends might not want to be too involved or fixated since they're not anywhere near towards the zone. However, for Sharper Esports, able to full send it into the quarters of 𝘓𝘓, driving into the tick forest, and this has been a very risky attempt into the red zone. What are the odds in the grand finals, final game, and you get bombarded by the zone? Not happening.
Surely not. 5, they've got themselves 1 pick. Shanks, Redirect's lining up another. Get the confirm onto him. That would be a much needed point for T5. They've been few and far between, but they're actually gonna have it stolen away from them. It's Full Sense that gets the steal. They're up to 5 for now. Big problem for T5. They need every point they can get. And having Full Sense steal it away from you, that's gotta suck. Full Sense really does not need points. They've already won. But they're still being greedy. That's because they know T5 is one of the teams. If they get into the top 4, then they're a threat for Full Sense and their PGC Finals regional wildcard slot.
Well, you never know in the gaming house what kind of stuff did they discuss. It's like, okay, we gotta end it on a high note. Make sure we get a very proper celebration. Maybe our boss will treat us to something real nice. But then again, when you have such a point disparity to really secure a championship, they'll be celebrating no matter what the case is. So now it's really down to the rest to also follow suit to try to get as many before it all gets stolen away by Full Sense. From United now repositions. Couldn't find anything true that Cars has at the moment. MP5 pointed out from Hongrev, now that's more like it. Bring out the SLR. Now you get a good glance. Spots out some movement coming from anyone's legends, and it seems like TDT, they want to deny their rotation inwards, or shall I say, this is already fair period. They don't really have to move too far off. So if they could actually flush their position, they could just have it all to themselves. As both sides of the PVS team will be happy to share for the moment. We'll be expecting more and more teams to also move into this direction once Phase 1 closes out.
Hongrev has heard the vehicles. Shots have now been unleashed and some damage dealt onto AL. So he's going to dash over, try and get up close into SMG range to where those vehicles are making the move. He's heard 2. Now he's hearing the 3rd, making the move across. How long are they willing to commit to this fight? The zone is about to shift elsewhere into the zone. AE making their move straight down the center. It's the exact same zone again.
Oh,
this
no.
time, Forest, they're holding on to the low ground compounds. Full Sense, they've got the quarry. T5 still in the compound up towards the north. All priority positions and all teams that, well, with the exception of Full Sense, that need the points. Forest is going to go elsewhere. They've got Panzerfaust in the back pocket. Where are they considering heading out here? All Forest really needs to do is survive. They don't need to stack up a whole load of points. But they're opting to go elsewhere. Go away from a central position that's not really going to be a farming spot, but is a good spot for them to survive from. They're making a move elsewhere. So let's see what the game plan is for them.
Stands taken from the side of Sharper Esports, though. They've already set up quite the trap to really have angles overlooking the hillside. Table's going to be involved to also pin down another member of the side of Alter Ego. So they got to make it quick if they really want to really secure those points. Another red zone on top of Full Sense. Spot out the remaining 2 members trying to rotate across. I believe the tower's been popped, so that leaves that member of Alter Ego to be stranded for the moment. Delvin on the other corner has been able to knock out 𝐿𝐷𝐷. Oh man. Upsetting for Theerathon, but hey, neither the Expendables or Full anyway, so TE managing to claim that well. What work to be done here. Chopper Esports tries to put a dent to Buram United.
Buram United, it's unlikely they're getting dislodged from PGS slots after 25 points picked up in the game before this one. We'd have to have 3 teams upwards of 20 points. That's just not really going to happen. But they could definitely be pushed down a little, and if eArena is the team to overtake them, that's still problems for Full Sense. They're not too far behind. 13 points, so it would still need to be a very late run into the game. Man is just going to drive straight into a compound. Oh dear, there's a vehicle already there. And there's a Panzerfaust waiting on the other side to take out Trick immediately after. Tanadol's got the flare gun as well. And Finhay CERBERUS get a couple of points on the board after that instant breach. The Panzerfaust, no chance to fight back for AE.
And that concludes it for the teams hailing from the Master Series. Definitely thank them for a lot of all these entertaining rounds that they've been able to acquire. I mean, Happy Squad's been able to bag quite a number of chicken dinners. Alter Ego have also been able to really put on quite the showing. Especially for 𝐿𝐷𝐷 over the span of those Miramar rounds that he's been so efficient on. They get to have an early rest as they've been having such a great time over the span of the PAQ. Now back towards the side of Buram United. They've been able to get hold of a portion of Primos for the moment. So it's seemingly a lot more playable for this round as compared to previous one. Glad to see if it does shift into the city though, as New Home unleashes the flurry of bullets straight towards ED as well as Ruru. And now, in absolute trouble. Khan also getting picked off. It's only up to Dynasty at this point in time. Hoyan striking him one after another. I believe he's been able to also know the current position of the remaining member trying to go for the rescue. Diane looking to close in.
Buram United getting SMG'd. Oh boy. Poetic justice. It's probably not going to be enough to stop them from qualifying. And Hoyan might not even get out of here alive. Dynasty hops off to the side. Should be able to dodge out on this grenade, but there's new position. New position revealed by firing a few shots with that UMP. Dynasty just locks in, domes him, and now Eddie's back in play. 2 versus 1, and they're just gonna head on over, clean up Hoyan, and it's last man standing for Diane.
Sometimes it baffles me on how efficient these players are. They must be especially being so clutch for the past couple of rounds, keeping his teammates alive, and now they still have a little bit more to play for. And I believe around the corner of Primos is going to be a spot that they could actually go for the recall so long as they retrieve those blue chips. So perhaps Buram could actually have a full stack back in play later on.
It's potential. That's one of the updates that came in earlier this year, and it's had an impact for sure. Not maybe as much of an impact as people might have anticipated. Sort of brings an average of maybe 4 to 5 points additional per game in terms of players that get picked off. Just like this, driving straight over a ridge into a trap set by eArena. 𝐿𝐷𝐷 gets finished off as well. Norin's caught another. Stacking up the points a little bit more for the teams that are already in that top 5.
They can absolutely give chase to Buram United if they could actually find more opportunities as such. Marcus also finds another avenue, taking out TDT. For the moment, while Chopper Esports so far has been super active from the get-go to try to stop the convoy of Team Flash. They've been able to at least book themselves to the hillside. But entering, I don't think they will enter pretty much for now. It's just going to be a little bit of a checkpoint for the rest of Team Flash, since we're going to be getting a brand new update. As we can also see that Dynasty is already looking for that recall tower to bring his teammates back. And that could actually have some of them to go directly into the zone, so we'll go back towards the side of Team Flash. They've been able to rack up a total of 3 points from their hustle.
We're going home. 3 Erangel games in a row. Finishing up on this hill to the eastern side of Quarry. North of Quarry is where the Phase 4 shift goes. Had to shift away from the water, but these teams are so familiar with this area right now, but it's been different teams feasting. Eddie catches out Diane. He did manage to get 1 revive off, as they are not instantly. 𝐶𝐶 just waits for the vehicle to come to a stop. Will be able to get the final bullet in as well. Does do so. Shanks down. Just patient from 𝐶𝐶. Kept his head down. Kept out of harm's way. And Armory Gaming looking like they might be going out soon as well. Just picked off 1 too many times. Twice by 𝐿𝐴rena. And then 1 more by Windy.
And if you take a look at the current players that's still in the field, consists of majority of the top 11 to really have the stage. So it's going to be some big plays towards the tail end. Jude now just goes in for a drive-by, and that is the last of Armory Gaming. Did manage to get right into the Harry Potter, but there is the rest of Finhay CERBERUS right across. And they fancied this opportunity. If they have a Panzer to really squeeze through the window, that could really cause a stir over on the den of TDT.
5 grenades, but difficult to get them in from that distance, that's for sure. Finhay CERBERUS probably don't want to take the risk. They are still pretty much within range. They've won 1 game from what looked like a borderline impossible position, definitely a losing position earlier on Rondo. If they can do that again, they might be in with a chance. 𝘅𝑒𝑗𝑟 picked off though by Norins. Bad news for T5. 𝐿𝐴rena gets another pick onto the board. 𝐿𝐴mas though, the big grenade onto 𝐿𝐴rena. Eddie just flying through the middle of this engagement. Might just buy a little bit of time. He can just hip fire with the SMG. He's going to try and steal away 1. Actually pops a tire instead. Around the side in the blue zone. Tanked a little bit too much damage. That one's cleaned up by 𝐵𝑖𝑛𝑒𝑘. Team Flash are right on the edge of the blue zone. They're getting surrounded by multiple teams, and Tycon has a Panzerfaust. This might be the end of their run.
Very well could be. Endless Legends is just going to be playing gatekeepers for the moment, while 𝘅𝑒𝑡ech Jr. goes ahead to hit the head of the member of eArena. As the battle continues on over onto the far corners, we're going to get another update. I believe this could be pretty much it, center into Quarry, or otherwise, if it shifts towards north, Forest will have a really good time. But instead, it is our uncrowned champions, 𝐿𝐴sens, to be looking for the best run of their lives to really secure it with potentially a chicken dinner if they could just hold down the line. Khan bleeds out of the blue zone, and that's the last of Brum United. And that tallies up to 174 points. That's going to be the score to beat for eArena.
Could you call it a victory lap if 𝐿𝐴sens don't have to move? It's not really a lap, it's just a victory stand in one place. And
victory stand.
Yeah,
sounds
there's
about right.
very good potential that they win this game, just to put the cherry on top. But if they're not able to, if eArena can find a way, remember, eArena gets up. They need to get into the top 2. So not only do they need to overtake Buriram, but they need the Expendables to dip out of the game quickly as well, if they want a chance to steal away that PGC Finals direct qualification slot. Jacob is doing all he can, going absolutely ham. Sprinting around the side, catching 𝐼𝑠𝑎KI before he can heal. Doesn't manage to dip down behind the rock quickly enough though. The last bullet from Jadeite connects with the head. Pons doesn't have a smoke grenade. Going for a revive is going to be risky, and the zone not favoring them. They have to shuffle a little bit further north, but Pons is still committed to this fight first.
Jadeite's just locking his eyes onto that crease. Finally, there is backup arriving to the scene. 𝐿𝑴rena Has to land a hand, but that allows Destroy to also cut in closely. So one good nade coming from Destroy would literally destroy them. We'll have to see as he sneaks his way through. Meanwhile, another bombardment coming in from Chopper Esports. Jedi is making it rain. And this is going to be a daunting task for eArena to get out of this position.
Going down. Expendables getting picked apart from multiple sides. Blue zone doing them no favors. They will get an extra point onto Marcus, but 6789 goes flying by, takes out Tanvu. It's just one more. He's lurking in the smoke, manages to get a heal off before the blue zone finishes the job. 6789 is so low. He will get taken down by Duck Juice though. Gets another flush onto Sapao, but ePod will put a stop to the Expendables run. 178 points. eArena, they've lost out on Norins. If they can somehow win this game, maybe they could do it. It's going to start with a fight against T5 though, and 𝐷𝐷𝐿 lurking on the close range. Team Flash is eliminated. They're going to be our first team missing out on the PGS qualifications after being so close for so long. These final couple of games just were not quite able to get enough to go their way. Anyone's Legend as well. They're gone. No Himas, no Tycon at PGS 9 and 10. They will be there for PGC though. They've done enough on the APAC points, but that's still a big miss for them. Who else have we got? Who's up next?
A couple of names. TNT now getting shredded with those nades. Tossed right in. Thunder so far. Pinpoint accuracy. And now they're looking to bail out the situation, but not under Thunder's watch. Beautifully done. Now we're only left with 6 more teams. Can't afford to falter. Sharper Esports now refocuses their attention back towards the rest of eArena. Tanadol so far just waiting for anyone to really appear. And like what you said, the victory stand could very well happen. They're still firmly planted. Nobody to really challenge their position right now. But this is Full Sense now sending a couple of bullets over on the side of Forest Natural Gaming. The only threat towards Full Sense so far is from that Sit Thai team. Meanwhile, Finhay CERBERUS, they're playing over the south side. We'll see what it can have any sort of impact towards the rest of the squad.
This is the one team that could still have some movement in terms of the qualification spots that Forest needs to be aware of. They've done a good job of keeping their head down up towards the north, but Finhay, they've been scrapping the whole time. They've got 5 kills on the board. They've got a whole lot of grenades. They've got angles onto Sharper Esports. Sharper getting squeezed. Tagged over the top as well by Opons. They're getting corralled directly into the path of Finhay CERBERUS. They're on the low ground of the quarry though. It's difficult to get back up once they're forced down low. But if they can somehow manage to get 7 more points than Forest from this point out of this game, they could steal away that qualification spot. It could still happen. T5 have managed to slip away from all of the pressure on the south side as well. They're still a contender that with a victory here could sneak themselves into the PGS spots. The dream is still alive, but it all really depends on whether or not Forest can get anything going for them. If they can get the wipe onto Full Sense. And what is that angle from 𝐷𝐷𝐿? What? Through the little concrete blocks. Gets the opening onto Tanadol. This could be good news for Forest. They could push on this. And they're going to steal away the kill point too.
That's pretty huge. Chopper now can actually ascend towards that direction. And same could be said about the rest of Forest, like you just pointed out. They could both just collapse upon those members of Full Sense. And now they would be able to really hold onto those grounds. eArena, Theerathon 5 as well as Finhay, not within the zone. They will have to scrap their way out. And they've only got less than a minute to really figure out how exactly do they really make that climb towards their position. And Full Sense, I'm not quite sure if they're really prepared for this because there's going to be that huge flock of crowd to be arriving from that southern end. But they first and foremost need to deal with Forest Natural Gaming.
That has to be the priority target. And Forest is playing like they're well aware of that. They know that they're the priority target. They know they're the team holding, right now, the golden key, the ticket to Malaysia, PGS. And they know there's a whole lot of teams still lurking that need to see them fall if they want to have any chance of taking that away from them. Fortunate for them, the zone has been kind. They don't need to move. And they still have the ridges all the way up to the north. And no one else can really wrap on them from any side without exposing themselves to the likes of Full Sense, to eArena. But 𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵, oh, he pokes his head up for just a second. 𝐼𝐸𝐻𝑆, if he had a little bit more of an opportunity, he could have just completely taken his head off. Given an opening for 𝐻𝐵𝐵𝐵. Maybe commit to a push. Get around the back line of Forest, but 𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐵 just dips down just in time. He's just holding the back line for now.
I love the fact that Sharper Esports realized that they cannot afford to really go too far from the current position that they're hunkered down. Since eArena has been having opponents on the Overwatch. Tigger, waiting for the right moment. He's been able to hear a couple of footsteps coming out of Theerathon 5. And he's looking very eager to eventually send those grenades. Speaking of grenades, 𝐵𝑎𝑡𝑒𝑚 draws it really closely upon 𝐿𝑚𝑎𝑣. Well, thankfully, it didn't take out a big chunk, so he's going to be able to just utilize some bandages. Well, nobody spotted out Tiggers just yet, or could it be the case that they just couldn't really find the angles? I think Fluky knows.
Yeah, he's heard something from down below. Paying a lot of attention down there, and they've got multiple eyes on it as well. So if Tigger does get aggressive, go to take a peek, he's got a 2v1 to deal with. Maybe 𝐵𝑎𝑡𝑒𝑚, they're just going to wait for the blue zone to start moving. That's going to flush Tigger out, force him to get into an uncomfortable position. Did he spot the shoulder there? I don't think he did, but Tigger holds the trigger discipline. Flashbangs over the top. Jacob makes the push, but they're getting absolutely railed, just rammed from distance by Sharper Esports. The DMR's just ripping them apart when they commit to this push. Lasered from the other side of the map. They had their flashbangs. Sharper doing Finhay the biggest favor and giving them the kill points as well. They stole away both of those kills. And they might just clean up Lerix as well.
That also draws the attention span of Theerathon 5. And 𝐿𝑚𝑎𝑣 will put them out of their misery. They make it to the top 5. But not quite so. They now shut down eArena with a total of 164. Forest Natural Gaming might be able to find extra placement points to climb up ahead.
Still 7 placement points available for the team that wins. 3 already locked in for all of these teams. 𝑟osity_JR gets picked off though by Flash. He was holding the back line. The other two were still focusing their attention over towards Tigger. 𝐼𝐸𝐻𝑆. Oh, that's a beauty of a nade, but it bounces a little bit too far. That's a better nade onto 𝐷𝐿𝑚𝑎𝑣. 70 damage dealt. Tigger eventually caught. T5 will answer back. He's immediately cleaned up by the blue zone. 𝑠ololzy with a big spray to take 𝐿𝑚𝑎𝑣 out of the equation, and dips down just in time behind the folded shield. Gets out of there as well, but 𝐼𝐸𝐻𝑆 from the high ground with the Groza. He's just picked up 3 onto CERBERUS. That might be left-right good night from 𝐼𝐸𝐻𝑆 and 𝐽𝑑𝑖. That's just committing to the push as well. T5's trying to steal away all the kills as well, though. They could enter the equation if they can steal away these kill points, clean up Sharper Esports. 𝐼𝐸𝐻𝑆 has 1 HP.
What a Hail Mary play that was. Theerathon 5, they benefited between these two teams. Going up against each other. Still hanging by a thread, and 𝐵𝑎𝑡𝑒𝑚 brought down low. Fluky now got to find himself a little bit of a wiggle room. There's still that member of Sharper to deal with. He spots out 𝐿𝑚𝑎𝑣. If he could just nail this one down, it might just be enough. He claims 1 more first. 30 more HP left. 𝐿𝑚𝑎𝑣 now pressured by the blue zone. He's throwing whatever he can. 𝐿𝑚𝑎𝑣.
Shoot it. Shoot the gas can.
And Full Sense, they're pushing out. 𝐵𝑎𝑡 still got it.
Oh, you know what? You're probably not going to PGC anymore. But wow, we got the gas can kills. Who's the real champion here? Well, realistically, it's going to be Full Sense, and they're not even really interested in taking this fight against Forest because they know they can't give Forest the points. If Forest gets into the top 3, they concede the PGC Grand Final spot. Wait a minute, it's a 1-kill win. There's no way that's enough for them to get into the top 3, right?
11 points.
It was like 170 something for TE and Burrow. Yeah, surely not. Surely not. That was maybe the smartest deny of all time because Forest get the 1-kill win. They confirmed themselves their spot to PGS, but oh man. Yeah, Full Sense have done their homework. They knew that they couldn't concede the victory earlier on to eArena. They knew they couldn't concede any extra points to Forest here. And they should just about have got it done over the line. Forest with the weakest of all chicken dinners here in APAC. But it's Full Sense who are going to be the champions. And with that tactical deny at the end, they should have locked in the regional spot. But we'll wait for confirmation. First of all, what a crazy game. Came down all the way to the final game, as it so often does out here in PUBG. And there were still so many teams that could have crept their way into that top 5. And in the end, it's Forest picking up the win. And what a resurgence it's been from them. After day 2, they were so far down the standings, but massive day 3 and 4 for them to get into those spots.
Yeah, they definitely didn't let the pressure get into them, and it's been such an honor to be able to witness all this chaos, all this commotion, and the amount of sheer effort that these players really put on to give us the best entertaining rounds. And that final Hail Mary send coming out of teams such as Sharper Esports was commendable. Down to the point that we even witnessed that 𝐏𝐔𝐁 brought to play. I mean, that was wild. That was probably the craziest stuff that we've ever got to get a glimpse of on the final hurdle in the most important event. And wow, we can't have it any other way.
Oh, what an ending. 3 times in a row to the same area of Erangel. 3 different outcomes. One of them at the end of yesterday, Forest Gaming pick up the win with 17 kills to go along with it. Polar opposite of the win that they pick up at the end of today, but both of them went a massive distance to confirming them at making a reappearance onto the global stage at PGS 9 and 10. They got it over the line. I don't think it was enough for them to get high enough in the APAC point standings to overtake Full Sense after all of the crazy shenanigans and all of the ways that things could have gone so badly for them. Not really in this tournament, though. After day 2, this was kind of a lock for Full Sense. That 95-point day that they had, no one was really all that close to catching up to them, especially after day 3 when the Expendables performance fell off a little bit. Only a 20-point day on day number 3, and from that point on, Full Sense kind of just in the driver's seat, running away with about a 50-point lead, and that's going to be where they end up. Not quite able to get the victory stand when all said and done, but it was kind of a victory stand in itself because Forest did nothing but stand around and get the 1-kill win at the end. So congrats to them, but Full Sense are going to be the team that's crowned champions of the PAQ Phase 2.
Congratulations to them. I mean, it's been such a hard-fought victory as well. Until, of course, day 2, they just absolutely stole the show, and they just absolutely crushed the competition, making it nigh impossible for many of these teams. But hey, we've also managed to see all the other teams to understand, what else is at stake. They did manage to really fight their way out into this scenario where it is just neck and neck. All these teams were understanding that they cannot afford to falter, and that final round where we saw even Forest to clinch that title, that ties them with the same record of 3 chicken dinners in a day being acquired. So once we go into PGS, I wonder if it's still going to be between the 2 of these teams out there. And of course, PGC is going to be a whole different story from that point onward. So we're just waiting for the official results to appear, and maybe we might actually see some surprises as well. I mean, that final couple of teams that were playing for the final zone really have been able to really rack up big numbers out there. I think you've been doing a lot of all these close calculations, but we just want to ensure that there's no loose ends on the table.
Well, let's find out. You've got to check the leaderboard, check the standings, check all of the graphics from this point on. All of it. We've been sort of speculating and trying to do maths in the moment. It's too hard, too much to keep track of. The one thing that we don't need to keep track of is that Full Sense are the champions of PAQ. Who's it going to be? The top 5 teams. We're pretty confident about that as well. There were so many teams, even down to the very late stages of that game. T5 would have needed the victory to come away with the win, but weren't able to do it. But hey, they got the kill with the gas can throw, so that's cool. So that's like a little bonus, a little prize. Plus, we need to check all of the MVP rewards to see who is going to be getting those individual prizes as well. A lot to wait for as we just wait for the information, the data to come through and update, and we can give you all of the rundown of exactly what you've been witnessing over these 4 days of matches out here in PAQ, starting off way back when on Thursday. Feels like an eternity ago, but 24 games have been and gone, and it's been intense all the way through.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that everyone was just rooting for their team, and we're having mini little heart attack if you guys are having, heavy favorites onto either Finhay, CERBERUS, or even, Sharper Esports, who's got such a great first half. And even Sharper Esports, they did show that, they're a team that is capable of so much more. And of course, there's no room for regret. I think that every team definitely have played their hearts out, so of course, we thank all of them for really giving everything they've got. Whether if they manage to qualify or not, I think they're going to be looking better than ever once they bounce back to hit into the next APAC tournament. Meanwhile, for the rest that did manage to claim a spot into PGS, I think that there's so much more to play for as well. I mean, to finally get a glimpse of, new faces to also join in the fray to challenge some of the best in the world. It's always going to be a good time. So I'm definitely looking forward to PGS 9 as well as 10 before we, of course, go back to Thailand for our biggest event of the year.
Oh, now hold on a moment. Interesting. So there has been a little update about the thing that we've been talking about this entire time, about the wildcard slot. According to Liquipedia man and Thai legend extraordinaire Subsidite, he says that the PGC wildcard quota has been slightly clarified. The information is now correct. The Thai team with the highest score outside of the top 5 in PGC points is counted, and therefore the wildcard would be currently ranked as Sharper Esports.
Whoa.
Whether or not that's the case, I suppose we will find out.
That's a shocker.
Wow, that switches things up. But, I mean, hey, in that case, like, pointless, stupid deny, Full Sense. Why didn't you just know that ahead and then go take the fight? Wow, that changes things around a little bit. But interesting. So we will have to wait for full confirmation as the graphics start to roll in. The most pathetic of all. He did. Is this? No. Are we about to see an MVP with 0 damage? Is this going to happen? Surely not. Surely not. No.
We talk about victory laps and standing laps. I do believe this is actually our standing victory. 300 damage. But hey, what matters is the 4 chicken dinners that they've been able to acquire throughout the entire circuit of the grand finals, though. So good job, Aaron. At least you got some stuff done.
I think Scappy's getting the MVP. He got the kill point.
How do you secure a kill without any damage?
He stole someone else's flush. And that's it. That's enough for MVP, I guess. Holy. And if they didn't do that, it would have been a 0 kill win. Then we'd really be in trouble. Then who gets the MVP? Well, let's find out. This time around, it's not going to be Kiss, that's for sure. And probably not Olympus either. But Forest, it was the most pacifist of gameplays to secure themselves their 4th win. But it's the 10 points that matter for the overall placement for getting the 1st place. But just come on, production. Come on, production. Show us the 0 damage MVP. Get him up. Get him up here. Come on, Scappy. Claim your reward.
Put that legend on our screen. I don't know what to really form about him. Like, there wasn't really massive plays. I mean, for most part, it was them playing a very defensive hole Understandably so. I mean, everything was on the line, not only for Forest Natural Gaming, but for the rest of the field. So once they got that firm spot, they're never ever gonna let that go. But I thought that at the very least, they'll be able to form a push towards full sense. Take a look at this. 1 kill, no damage, no knockouts. And that is 31%. That's supposed to be like what? Why can't you just give him the 100%? I mean, that's the only point they got, no? Well, it is what
MVP. MVP. That's crazy stuff. Absolutely wild scenes. It's the first time I've seen an MVP where their lines are lower than the player average data. And there should not be a 0 in the damage column. But it is what it is. 𝐴𝐵𝐵 did his job. All they had to do was survive and make sure nobody overtook them. That is exactly what happened in this game. Big W for Forest, and it's one of several that have come in the previous few days of games, starting off on yesterday's matches. And maybe they can just like filter some of the kills over from the last time they won a game around Quarry on Erangel from yesterday. They had 17, so you know, we can just spread them out a little bit. Everyone else with actual realistic human being kill numbers with 8, 7, and 7 on the board for Full Sense, T5, and Sharper, who it might actually just be getting to PGC if Subsidite's new information is correct. But that's actually kind of rough for Sharper to get 7 kills with 2,500 damage dealt, whereas T5 have the same amount with a third of that damage. That kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Sharper, if they're going to PGC, hey, congrats.
Yeah, I mean, they've been relentless on the assault throughout the start round. They've been chasing teams after teams, and the moment that they stop in the hills of Quarry, they've just been looking for teams to obliterate. And I think that it's been a little bit of back and forth between them as well as T5 initially until Theerathon 5 found their own spacing. eArena was the ones that succumbed to the pressure of Sharper Esports. So I don't know how much does it really affect things now that you've mentioned that they will be able to secure the spot. But of course, lo and behold, our champions of the Asia Pacific qualifiers, it's none other than Full Sense of Thailand.
Awesome stuff from them, particularly on day number 2 with just one of the most dominant days in international esports history for PUBG. I think there was maybe one day in China, I think it was 𝐴𝐵𝐵 that had a slightly better performance. They got over 100 in 6 games. Full Sense was very close to that. They almost had 4 in a row, came first, and then second on day number 2. And from that point on, they never really looked in any real danger of losing their hold of first place, riding it out and still continually, even when it doesn't matter at all. Got 12 points in the previous game, 14 this time around, locking themselves in as the champions of PAQ Phase 2. Huge boost for them, and that definitely locks them in as a big contender at PGS 9 and 10. Very solid scenes. T5 Forest, they did a very solid job towards the end of the tournament, but maybe their start was just a little bit slower than it needed to be to really contend. But overall, just a really, really good showing across the board for Thailand. Maybe a little disappointing for some of the teams out of Vietnam. I typically say there's like the big 3 in Vietnam, the Expendables, Anyone's Legend, or whatever they're going to be called next week, and Finhay CERBERUS. And then there's a little bit of a drop-off, but it was actually Team Flash that showed up and really put a big performance on the board that was putting the pressure on some of those Thai teams for the qualification slots. Just fell a little bit short at the final hurdle, but a really solid job for them across the board. As let's take a look at the overall final standings to see who it will be confirmed, locked in, and going to PGS 9 and 10 in Malaysia.
Yeah, now they will need to spend a couple of weeks for them to study all the other playstyles hailing from different regions altogether, and to also offer a little bit of that APAC flair. As we now confirm it, Full Sense will be joined by none other than TE, Brab United, as well as Forest. And now it is eArena that ends up at the 5th spot. And take a look at the close points. FCE as well as Team Flash, they're tied with 153 points. And Theerathon 5 did manage to make it into the top 6. So who exactly does get that slot that you've mentioned for the wildcards?
That's going to be based on the APAC points, and that's a progression from regional series from the Thai League, which 𝐻𝐵 was the champion in the Thai Series Spring, the PAQ, EWC qualifiers, and then the Thai League Part 2, and PAQ Phase 2. So who exactly is that going to be? I'm not so sure anymore. New information has arisen. And yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. So eArena was pushed out of the top 4. But they're still qualifying. So it is going to be the top 5 who make an appearance at PGS 9 and 10 in Malaysia. Another heartbreaking loss for T5 just towards the end. A couple of 0-point games if they were able to get a few points on the board. But ifs, buts, and maybes all around. We don't do those. We do absolutes. And out here, T5 absolutely devastated because they were so close the whole way through. Finhay CERBERUS as well started off really strong, lulled somewhat in the middle, made a bit of a comeback, but just not enough on the final day. And a solid performance for Team Flash. They're tied as the 3rd overall fragging team. The same amount of frags as the Expendables, outdone only by 𝐵𝑢𝑟𝑎𝑚 and Full Sense. So up there, competing with the top 3 in terms of kills. It's just their longevity and placements that really cost them their potential positions for their debut at a global tournament. But it's a big disappointment for anyone's legend. It certainly is. And if it is the case that they've been pushed out from the APAC points PGC qualification as well, that's a really big disappointment for that team. Wouldn't be the first time that they've had to sit out for basically 6 months with a roster that is so full of stars internationally. Big loss for Vietnam as a whole if they're not going to be making to any globals at the end of this year. We're going to have to wait and see when we get to see those leaderboards pulled up shortly afterwards. Man, what a day.
What a day indeed. I mean, it really was a matter of small little instances to really make a difference. And first, if they didn't end up with the chicken dinner, they will still be right below eArena. But then with the GPT spot, I guess that gets pushed down in a sense. So that's it though. Great representation coming in for Thailand. So they'll be absolutely happy that they get to see very familiar faces and they don't really have to fly out of Thailand to catch the PGC. So hopefully they'll be able to still put some big numbers across both PGS 9 as well as 10 for them to make the cut. Whereas all eyes are on the Expendables to carry the banner of Vietnam in this upcoming major. So hopefully they'll be able to do their nation justice in that sense. And of course, that pretty much wraps things up for our course of the grand finals. Once again, thanks to all the teams that's been participating, and even for those that's been signing up and did not make it to the qualifiers, you guys can try again once more. As now, we will be focusing on the big ones coming in the upcoming weeks.
Sure will. Man, look at that top end of the standings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top 6 with the Thailand flags. 4 of those will be competing at PGS 9 and 10, the global partner team of the Expendables, the only one from Vietnam to be competing at those international globals. Such a shame. Everyone would have expected anyone's legend to come in as a big favorite, champions of the PVS at the second part, but just fell short, and it wasn't by much. It really wasn't. Still ending up behind the likes of Finhay CERBERUS and Team Flash. It's just a consistency of performance, and when it wasn't consistency, it was just bouncing back from a rough start for Thailand that really got a couple of those teams right back into the mix. And here are the teams qualified for PGC through the APAC PGC points. It's Forest claiming the first place position. The Expendables as well on 190, T5 on 190, eArena 180, and 𝐻𝐵 takes the host country slot. Hold up, where's Full Sense? Are they not in?
But they're still able to collect more points from PGS 9 as well as 10, right? So does that actually change things, or will they have to be champions in order to really get those spots? We'll have to find out, and there we go. Full Sense is our wildcard's best Thai team. And yep, we will still be seeing more and more of our favorites hailing from Thailand.
I see. So the host nation slot goes to 𝐻𝐵. Full Sense goes directly to the grand finals. Okay, understandable. Have a nice day. Wild card for Full Sense. Great news for them. Really solid performance throughout this tournament, and they can no doubt go and celebrate. As you said, their coach is going to have some special stuff lined up for them, probably like 4 leg days in a row, because he's been getting them all in the gym to get that peak physical performance. So they're all looking good in the server and out of it. They're going to have an extra 2 weeks to, you know, hit the gym, do their research, delete Facebook, whatever you got to do to lock in to make sure when you go directly into that grand finals, you're locked in, you're ready to compete. What a set of games it's been over these 4 days. Contra, any final thoughts before we sign out?
Well, it's just been a great pleasure to be able to cast this alongside with you, Saga. And of course, thank you to all our viewers from all across the world, across APAC and beyond. There's going to be a lot more of these epic action happening within weeks, so make sure you watch this space and be subscribed to all PUBG esports platform. So we should see you in just, you know, a couple of nights sleep, and we should be getting some of the finest PUBG from across the world happening in Kuala Lumpur for the PGS9. So do stay tuned. And the last words, Rick?
Yeah, what a crazy tournament. I literally broke my chair in the middle of the last game.
What?
So I had to mute my mic and go get another one. But that's just how intense things get out here in PUBG Esports, and there's a whole lot more coming as the year comes to an end, starting off with PGS 9 and 10 in just a few weeks. So make sure you're locked in and ready for that, because it's going to be the best teams in the world and a crazy event to watch. Make sure you're locked in and ready. We'll be watching as well. We're going to hope to see you there. Have a good night, get some rest, and we'll see you next time.